Hey there, folks. I'm Charlotte, the Gulf Coast Granny, and welcome back to my channel. I'm a little late this evening. I woke up from a nap at about 10 o'clock, and at first I thought, oh gosh, I can't do another live stream tonight. I just don't feel like it. Well, then I woke up good and decided, well, maybe I will. So if anybody's out there who wants to join me this evening, that'll be great. We had a beautiful day today. I went shopping for my 2-year-old grandson's birthday present. And while I was out, my son, who was expecting his first baby, called and said that the baby was born. He's perfect and healthy and was almost 8 pounds, which to me is crazy. I never had one so big, but um, he's here and we're happy about it. And I'll probably be making a trip to Florida before too long to go and visit and meet my new grandson, which is just thrilling to me, honestly. Um, I can't wait. At first, I didn't think I wanted to make the trip to Florida. There's not a whole lot in Florida for me, except for my boys. And now my boys and my grandson and my new granddaughter, too. When my son married his wife, she had a daughter who was, I believe the little girl is 5. And so I'll get to meet her too. I've talked to her on the phone and she's a lot of fun to talk to on the phone. But it's not the same as meeting them in person. So I feel like I'm going to Florida and making a trip to meet both grandbabies. And I am. So I'm excited. I've got my thumbnail showed the picture of him. I'm not quite sure how to put pictures up here, but I've got a few pictures and I'll put them on my community board. Hey, Tom, how are you doing? It is a wonderful day for me. It really is. Um, both of my grandbabies have the same birthday, both of my grandsons. Now, my granddaughters are April babies, but actually, one's April, one's January. One's January, one's April. And then now these two boys are both born on July the 1st, and it's just kind of cool. I'm going to go ahead and put an invite here on the in the chat so that if anybody wants to come and join me on the panel and chit chat, that's pretty much the only reason I'm here tonight is just to kind of talk and brag about my grandbabies. That's what grannies do, right? There. Um, but it was kind of odd getting that phone call while I was shopping. I mean, here I am sitting in the middle of the Walmart, jumping up and down like a crazy person. Well, and my son, God love him, he's not real experienced in this having babies thing. So I was asking him 4 million questions, and he, of course, didn't know a lot of the answers. I said, "What time was he born? What time?" He said, "Mom, I can't remember." He said, "The only number I remember is he weighed 7 pounds and 10 ounces." And I guess I'll find out the rest of it when I get there or maybe tomorrow, because actually, this is crazy, but whenever he called me, we had been talking for maybe 10 minutes or so. Your oldest grandson will be 20 on July 7th. Time does fly, and it's insane. I had my first child when I was 20 years old. And now when I think about that, it's insane because I had no business with a child at 20 years old. But when I had my baby girl, that first baby was 19 years old. So I was in a really unique position to know that my time was going to go by really, really fast. But let me tell you something, it sped up because that little baby girl is about to graduate high school next year. And I just can't believe that the time went so quickly. And I wish I could go back and steal some more time, from the universe or whatever. I'd love to have more time to spend with her and, do all the things. I can't see a word, so I'm going to have to put my glasses back on. But anyhow, while I was talking to him on the phone about the baby, his poor wife, she had to have a C-section this morning to deliver the baby. And apparently the anesthesia made her violently ill. So while I was talking to him on the phone, I could hear her in the background making, the noises of being sick. I'm trying to be delicate here. And I said, is she okay? And he says, yeah, she's just sick from the anesthesia. I said, boy, you get off this phone and go take care of your wife, and you can call me later. And he goes, oh, no, she's all right. It's just that. I said, no, it's not all right. Your job is to be there. I couldn't believe him. He's like, yeah, she's just puking. It's all right. Let me talk to my mom. No, that's not okay. So he did. He called me back later, and apparently she's recovering from that part of the anesthesia. She's not quite as sick anymore. But my husband does the same thing. Every time he has a surgery, the anesthesia makes him so sick, and he's sick for days. So I don't know. But I hope that now I did ask him how long she was going to have to stay in the hospital. Because when my daughter had her baby 2 years ago on the same day, she was in the hospital for about 4 days. Well, he told me they were going to keep her 48 hours as long as everything went all right. And I'm thinking, I don't think I would want to go home 48 hours after they sliced me open and filleted me like a trout. It's in North Florida, Jacksonville area. Not quite in Jacksonville, but close. Nassau County. In fact, that's the most northern county in Florida that you can get before you're in Georgia, going up 95. It's a nice little town that they live in. It's a slow little town, very country, a lot of land everywhere, and all of that. Oh, look, DJ's here. Hey, DJ, how are you doing this evening? DJ, can you hear me? DJ, can you hear me? I can't hear you, darling. Oh, well, he'll be back. Oh, okay. Well, my husband's from Bradenton. I like Tarpon Springs. I went fishing in one of those canals down there a long, long time ago. That was a lot of fun. I didn't catch anything, but it was sure fun. You know what? I just started defrosting those chicken thighs today. I pulled them out of the freezer. I'm going to have them tomorrow. I thought I was going to do it tonight, but I ended up falling asleep. I fed the kids some Subway at about 4:30. Well, they didn't want dinner. Poppy was the only one that really wanted something to eat, so I just made him some leftovers and went to bed. And so I'm going to be cooking those tomorrow. But I'm telling you what, I really appreciate that idea, because I kept thinking, how can I make these kids chicken wings? That's one of their favorite dinners of all time. And oh, hang on, I'm coming. Now I can hear you.
Okay, you hear me now?
I can. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. What are you all in the dark for?
I'm in bed.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, what's up, son?
Not a whole lot, except I'm a granny again.
Nice. Good glad.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I can't wait to get over there and see it. couple weeks ago, I was complaining about having to go to Florida. I don't want to go over there. Now I'm chomping at the bit to get over there.
Yeah, so I definitely know that. I mean, you were telling me that last night.
I know, I know.
So,
Well, part of me
yeah,
wants to just get over there and get it over with, but the other part of me wants to get over there and hold my grandson.
yeah, I know.
My son is so excited. He was talking 4,000 miles a minute,
Of
telling me
course.
all about him. He said, "Mama, his head's a little lopsided." And I said, "It's okay, honey. That happens sometimes. It'll go back to normal."
Uh-huh.
I've
I
seen
will,
babies born with cone heads and all kinds of crazy shapes of their heads. It'll be all right. It always
yeah,
kind of straightens out.
yeah, I was about to ask, does he get that from the dad?
There were days that I used to wonder. But because that boy, he's my, hang on, let me see. He's number 2 son. I've got 3 daughters and 4 sons. And
Okay.
he's the second to the oldest son. And God love him. Sometimes I wondered if that boy was ever going to grow up in one piece because he just didn't think. But then I learned most teenagers don't think. So,
Yeah. Nice.
But honestly, he's the teenager that taught me that because God
Yeah.
loved him. But he seems to have settled down real good and he's so excited. And the baby's just beautiful. In fact, I was noticing the baby's chin. Of course, I've been staring at the pictures every
Yeah,
waking moment.
yeah.
And the baby's chin looks a lot from his mouth, and his chin looks a lot like my son when he was born.
Nice.
Hey, Alex, how are you doing this evening? It's good to see you. But I'll get there. Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm
Yeah.
just tickled to death. Now, see, tomorrow is my other grandson's birthday. He's going to be 2. And he was born on July 1st, 2 years ago, which I think is the coolest thing because this old granny's brain can't hold too many more birthdays.
Yeah.
So having 2 on the same day is pretty cool.
Yeah. Nice.
Karen, hey there. Yeah, I'll be here for a bit. I certainly will. Are you working tonight? Or are you just, what are you doing? But yeah, it's been a crazy day today. Thank you so much, Karen. Thank you.
Yeah.
Do you remember Karen, DJ? She was in a chat with us one time. She's the lady that I told you I've known since I was like 12 years old.
Yeah, I remember. I do.
Karen, I'm going to be going to Florida here sometime after the 12th. That's all I know. Because Poppy has a job that he has to finish up at work, and I believe it's going to be finished sometime after the 12th.
Cool.
So yeah. But so how's Pia's sister doing? DJ, have you heard anything?
Yeah, I actually talked to Pia tonight.
Oh, good.
And she's doing a lot better. May come home Monday.
Oh, good. Oh,
so,
good.
Yeah.
I've been thinking about her all week long since you told me that.
But
it's not easy, especially when you're a senior citizen. It is not easy when you have, and she's a caregiver too.
Yeah.
So when that person goes at my, and I'll tell you how I know this. I took care of my granny for years and years
Mm-hmm.
through lymphoma, through an amputated leg, through strokes, through, and it was hard. That's hard work.
I bet.
Um, I don't care who you are. Um, Probably not to Orange Park, Karen. My son lives in Hilliard.
But
Okay, Tom, thank you for coming tonight. And I hope that we are here long enough for you to get back, okay? But if not, thank you. Thank you so much for
yeah,
showing up.
yeah.
Take
But
care.
but I will say one thing that Tia did tell me
Mm-hmm.
because she has been in the hospital for so long.
Mm-hmm.
It it will regretful in her physical therapy, and
Oh,
and it will take her a while to get back to where she was.
right. And that is not surprising because if she's that sick to be in the hospital, she's too sick to be doing physical therapy while she's
Yeah,
there, you know,
yeah,
um, which is unfortunate, but you know what? She'll get her back to where she needs to be.
yeah. I know it will
Yeah.
just take
It'll
time.
just take time. That's all. But I know they work so hard to get her
Yeah,
in better shape, you know. And
yeah.
I'm being delicate here.
I I know. Don't
You know,
worry.
I'm trying to talk around the whole thing, right?
Yeah, yeah. I
Well,
mean,
I don't want to put everybody's information on blast. You know what I mean?
yeah, yeah, yeah. I get it.
Especially that kind of information because that's private. And
Yeah, only
oh, that's
brought
an
it.
insurance thing. See, Karen is a caregiver too, but she gets money for it. She's done it her whole life, I think.
Nice.
Yeah, she takes care of elderly folks.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. In fact,
I
she took care of my mother-in-law for my ex-mother-in-law for quite a long time. They can bill
nice.
more if you're getting PT. Oh, I didn't know that. Well, it makes sense though. I mean,
Yeah, but what I'm talking about, Karen, is she's in PT outside of being
right,
in the hospital.
right,
So what they're doing with that outside PT will be set back for a long time because of this 1 week she
right.
had in hospital.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Um, but this lady has some balance issues, and there was a time when she had to have help sitting up and keeping upright and being ambulatory. Um,
yeah,
so I guess they were working with that issue, and it was getting a lot better. And they're afraid that the hospital time is really going to set her back. And she has the PT at home. Doesn't she? Don't they come to the house, DJ?
I did not think they come to the house. I think it's more of a outpatient.
Oh, okay, okay. So she goes to a PT place.
Yeah,
Okay, okay. I thought they did it at the home. I was mistaken.
no.
Look, let me tell you something. This Merlot is so good. If y'all drink wine, this is Woodbridge Merlot, and I absolutely love this stuff. I
Nice.
only have about 1 or 2 glasses once a week, but this is my favorite. I love it.
Cool.
Yeah, I have to limit myself, DJ. If I don't, wine tends to make me stupid.
Uh,
And I don't want to get too stupid.
yeah.
But has anybody have you seen or heard from Marcel or Grumpus lately?
Um, if I'm remembering correctly, Marcel was in PS live stream on Monday, but
Oh, okay.
that was the last time I heard for her. And being honest, the only time I talk to Columbus is when
Is here?
when I'm here with y'all.
Right,
So,
right. Karen says she's more of a Mountain Dew chick.
yeah,
Yeah, I'm kind of worried about Grumpus. I know he was on a trip last week, hanging out with some other grilling type YouTubers.
yeah,
But I haven't heard anything from him. I'm gonna have to send him an email, check on him, see how he's doing. Of
yeah.
course, you don't never know. He might be in somebody else's live stream tonight. He
I mean
might be
that.
making the rounds, you know.
Yeah, that is a possibility.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what, Tom Garvey, the guy, the keto cook that was in here earlier, he made some smoked chicken wings. Only they weren't really chicken wings because I don't know if you know this, DJ, but chicken wings are extremely expensive right now.
I
You
bet.
they're about 2 pounds of chicken wings, which is it's a package about a family size package.
Yeah, yeah.
2 pounds ish. That probably would add up to maybe 10, 20 chicken wings for 20 bucks. I'm not
Yeah,
paying that. I'm just not paying that.
yeah. I mean that basically a double wing.
Look what Karen said. I remember you sending me some Mountain Dew. It was Mountain Dew I sent her when she was out of work and out of money. I did do that, didn't I?
Nice.
She was in such bad shape, and she was talking on Facebook about how she'd kill for some diet Mountain Dew. So I went ahead and sent her a couple of cases of it.
Cool. Yeah, I have a friend who loves Mountain Dew.
Well, Karen
So
does too, and I think she lives off of it, honestly.
obviously he does. I mean, he has a mini refrigerator in his room where he keeps his Mountain Dew.
Is that right?
So, yeah.
You know, my daughter, she has a refrigerator in her room, and she keeps all of the snacks that she doesn't want her brother to steal in that refrigerator.
Of course.
And of course, she sometimes, because she works periodically babysitting and doing odd jobs for folks.
Yeah.
So she usually makes $20 or $30 a week, somewhere in there.
Nice.
And so she'll go buy her snacks with that money. And she's like, if I'm spending my own money, I can share when I want to, but if I don't want to, I shouldn't have to. And I told her that was fine. That was fine.
Yeah.
Oh, Alex said he's not on the barbecue channels. I'm on tonight. Grumpus is not. I'll be darned. Well, I hope he's all right. Yeah, I'm gonna be emailing him.
I mean, he could have just gone to bed early, I guess.
He could have, but that's not exactly like him.
I know, but it's not out of the realm of possibility.
You're exactly right. You're exactly right. Karen said, I only do diet Dew. I would, oh God. Karen, it wasn't that desperate now. I wasn't a godsend. But you know, if you ever need more Mountain Dew, you know who to get in touch with, right?
You're not a deal.
Right. Karen said when all 4 of her kids were teens, she used to lock the food in the bedroom to keep them from eating it all in one day. I have to do that. I still do that. But normally it's stuff that I want to snack on.
Yeah.
Now, one thing that I buy for myself that I absolutely love are fudge sickles. I love them.
Mm,
And it's like my guilty pleasure, right?
nice.
And what is so great about that is that the kids don't necessarily care for them. So they don't gorge themselves on, like, do you remember a few weeks ago when I was on here and I had bought them those drumstick ice cream treats
Yeah, yeah,
and the
and
box was gone?
yeah,
And there were
they
like
attack.
18 of them. And I
Uh,
was losing my mind over it. I'm like, I cannot believe they went through that much all in one day.
yeah,
But they did. They sure did.
yeah, yeah, I get it.
I
But
was mad as a hornet.
but I I would tell her if you ever have me over, you would need to find a Bella hiding spot.
Well, the problem is I can't hide ice cream in the bedroom. I have to
Well,
keep it in the
yeah,
freezer. So I think I rearranged my freezers. I guess it's been about 2 weeks ago. I took them and I bought those Walmart shopping bags. So what I did was I kind of organized it with vegetables in this bag and meats in this bag and ice cream in this bag.
yeah,
So what I can do now is I can buy like 2 or 3 boxes of those drumsticks and hide them in there
yeah,
underneath all the meat and underneath all the vegetables. And
yeah.
that way I can pull them out one at a time. But it's a stinking shame that I have to think to do that and that
Well,
they can't stinking control themselves.
well, what I would ask is there any type of frozen food that your kids do not enjoy?
There's a lot of food my kids don't enjoy. Usually what I cook for dinner.
Yeah, but what I mean is like,
You mean snacks?
no, like, say you get, I don't know, let's say you get,
I do that all the time, DJ. It's okay. When you think
yeah,
of it, let me know.
yeah, let's say you get like a bag of broccoli. I'm telling you, kids are willing to snack on broccoli, right?
Yeah, mine
Oh,
won't do that. So I could take the empty bag and
yeah,
stuff all the ice creams in the empty bag.
yes,
That's a good idea.
yeah.
That's DJ, you get genius points today. Truly. Karen, come on up here and talk with us, honey.
Yeah. Hmm.
This is a free for all tonight. I'm not doing anything important.
Yeah, when I saw you automatically had the link, I was like, okay, no topic tonight.
Not
So,
really. Nope. However, let me tell you what happened to me at the subway today.
what happened?
Oh, Karen said use a good saver to seal the bags of broccoli. Alex says he does that with his kids too. Karen, that's a brilliant idea because I got a food saver and I can squish it, Heck yeah,
Yeah.
that's a great idea. But anyhow, let me tell you what happened to me at the darned where was I? DJ, help me. Subway.
Subway.
So my daughter had some coupons and we're sitting there and because Subway's getting expensive.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking, well, maybe we can use a coupon and get a 2 for 1 or something like that.
Yeah.
And she's looking through her coupon. She goes, "Oh crap, mom, they're expired." I said, "Well, it ain't no big deal. Let's just go get what we want to eat anyway." Because I was buying lunch for everybody.
Yeah.
And it was just me, my daughter, and my granddaughter. That's all it was. So
Okay.
I get up to the counter, and there is a sign posted right there where you ordered. Like, it's got, you stand in the line, and the first thing you do is order what sandwich you want. And
Yeah.
then they make part of it there, and then they shove it down to the vegetable part, and then they shove it down to the cash register part.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, right there where you order, there was a sign that said, due to food shortages and increased prices, we will no longer be accepting coupons. Sorry for the inconvenience. And I'm thinking, oh, hell no, that ain't going to happen. If they
Uh,
send them coupons to my house, because they do that all the time, they put them in the mail.
yeah. Yeah.
If they're sending them, they're going to take them, darn it.
All right.
I'll raise 40 kinds of sand. I'm not even playing. But I haven't gotten any coupons in like 2 weeks. And usually they'll send them once a week or once a month. I forget how
Yeah.
often.
Yeah. I
But
know what we.
in the junk mail.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm waiting on you, Karen. Put your face on, get pretty, and come up here and talk with us.
now, now, I can tell you this: we have began on the room, so yeah. You know what room I'm talking about, right? So,
Yes, I do.
okay, good. Just want to make sure because, I said that and you might think, oh, you better. No.
Karen, you're in your jam. You know what? Your jammies can't look no different than mine do. And I sit right here and live stream in my jammies about 95% of the time. I do. It's true. What I usually do is I'll put on my jammies and then I stick a t-shirt on top of it. But
Yeah.
coupons are sent from corporate and the franchises are individually owned. Huh. That's all right. If they're going to send them, they're going to take them. I'll be calling corporate. Y'all, please don't look at my bra straps. I hate that. You fix it. I got to fix it. I don't like underclothes to show at all. And, back in the day when my older daughters were coming up,
yeah.
it became extremely popular for bra straps to show with a tank top. People would wear a bra with a tank top.
Yeah.
And you could see the straps. And I'm like, that is so tacky. And I would get on to my girls all the time, like, cover yourself up. Cover those up. And they would say, well, God, Mom, everybody knows girls wear bras. And it's not that big a deal. It's just another piece of clothes. But that's not how I was raised.
Yeah.
I was raised, you don't show off all those under things,
Yeah. I mean, I remember that being the
You
case.
remember when that was the thing to do?
Yeah, I mean, that was when I was growing up, and,
It sure was.
So, yeah.
Well, I just don't think it looks nice. I really don't. It's just as bad as guys showing their box. It is. And in fact, it is. It's sloppy. That's what I call it, sloppy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a guy who I hate having my pants down below
your breeches, your underclothes.
Yeah, I mean that makes me uncomfortable when I'm doing it. So
right.
Yeah.
I understand that. Just as uncomfortable as I get if my business is showing.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I don't like that at all. But these kids, and honestly, if that's the worst thing that I had to worry about when I had teenagers, and well, I still have teenagers, but I'm
Mm,
never going to get rid of teenagers, y'all.
mm,
Because by the time Murphy graduates high school, my granddaughter, Millie, is going to start being a teenager.
yeah, but
But not
y-
my problem.
yeah, I mean, so if you think it that way, I mean, Millie's not officially gonna be your,
My responsibility.
yeah, so,
Exactly.
I mean, you might have to deal with it in your house, but not on a everyday basis. So,
That's true. That's true. Karen, you're right. Grandkids are awesome. And I'm so proud that I can say that today because I'm going to be honest. Let me be quite honest. When I had my first grandchild, who was Millie, six
yeah.
years ago, 6 years ago, my son, Murphy, was only 7 years old. And my daughter, Violet, was only nine, no, eight, nine, 10. So I had a 7 and a 10-year old at home,
Yep.
and I had a new grandbaby. And honestly, I wasn't that excited about having a grandchild when I'm still raising children, little children. And then, God love her, Erica moved down here to Mississippi and anointed me as the official babysitter.
Uh,
And I kept Millie for 2 solid years until I finally got tired of it and said, I can't do this anymore. I am not going to be the babysitter. I want to be the granny. I want to see these children when I want them because I still have obligations and responsibilities to my own children, the ones I'm raising.
yeah, yeah, I get that. And
And so that caused a little bit of a problem, but we got past it, and now that's who I am. And I love being the granny, and I love calling my daughter up and saying, "Bring me my grandbaby,"
yeah, yeah,
because I can see her when I want to see her.
yeah.
You know. Now, if Millie had anything to do with it, she'd be here every weekend and spend the night and all that stuff.
Uh-huh.
And I don't mind it every now and again.
But
I just, oh yeah. You know something, Karen? I see.
mm,
I'm about to experience that because with my boys living in Florida, I'm probably only going to see this new grandbaby once or twice a year,
mm,
and so I know that the relationship will be a little bit different. You have one of your grandbabies with you right now? Oh, how
uh,
cool! Wait, how old is it? Which one is it? Number? I know you got a lot of them. How many do
mm,
you have total? Because I've only got four,
mm,
which seems like a whole bunch, honestly. Yeah, yeah. All of Karen's grandbabies live in Maryland.
yeah,
Karen, I'm gonna tell you something. You must have really wanted to go back home because Poppy and I are trying to plan for when Murphy graduates high school in 5 years because we
mm,
can move then, and we do want to move. We want to move
yeah.
somewhere. We don't know where, but we want to go somewhere. He's the second of six, and he's 12. Okay, okay. So she's
Nice.
got her 12-year-old grandson. Me and my uncle are 3 years apart. How crazy is that? Oh, wow. I
Uh,
think Murphy became an uncle when he was 6.
yeah, so the
No, he might have been 7. He was either 6 or 7. But
Okay, so the just to 7 years apart,
mhm,
which is not bad. I
no,
mean, I mean, it could be worse, like a year apart. So, I mean, could you imagine that having your uncle grow up with
with
you?
you, right?
Yeah, like, mhm.
Karen, is he spending the whole summer with you, or just a few weeks or days or what? I'm kind of curious. Um, uh, my dad has an uncle 2 years younger than he was. Now that happened in my stepmother's family. Um, my grandma and one of her daughters were pregnant at the same time, and I don't know how that worked out, but the aunt was younger than the niece. Oh, for a month. Okay, okay. Oh,
Nice.
you'll enjoy that. Are you going to be able to do some fun stuff with them? Um, now, in my family, there were four of us, and we're all. My baby brother was born when I was 13, but he didn't even have his first child till he was nearly 40.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah. So, oh, hang on. Haley's dad and stepmom have him during the week, and I get him. Oh, that's nice. That's
Nice.
nice. Very good. Um, I'm hoping that my son will let me do something like that with my grandbaby whenever he gets a little bit older. But then again, it might be scary for my grandson because he probably isn't going to know much about us because he won't get to see us but maybe once a year. So I don't want to scare him or make him.
Yeah, but I mean, doing that, what keeps on us and doing it repeatedly,
Hey,
you,
Kat, how are you? Thank you so much. It's good to see you tonight.
yeah, hey, Cap, but what I'm saying,
I'm sorry, DJ. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
once you do it for multiple years, he might come
Well,
to
that's true. And you know
enjoy.
what? Karen just said we could FaceTime
Yeah,
and
yeah,
and I could send him little videos on YouTube,
yeah.
So maybe he would get to know us kind of that way. That's a great idea.
Yeah, I mean, you could always film a facts about Granny video.
Right? Facts about Granny. Oh my goodness. He might get traumatized from that one. Kat, how have you been? I haven't been able to communicate with you very much. I saw you a couple of weeks ago, maybe it was last week, on the live stream, but things were like going crazy. And look, I'm an old lady, so I have a hard time paying attention to. I'm trying to learn how to pay attention to all the comments and chat with folks at the same time. I used to be a really good multitasker. I could drive a stick shift, eat a hamburger, smoke a cigarette, drink a Coke, and smack a youngin' in the back seat all at the same time. But I just can't do that kind of stuff anymore.
Yeah, well,
Because
that,
when them kids get mouthy in the back seat, it's time to do something.
yeah, well,
um,
luckily mine is not there yet. But
oh,
I mean, my niece. But
right, right.
yeah, yeah.
Cam's younger brother is 3, and we talk on FaceTime so much that he recognizes my voice when I call on the phone. Karen, I'm going to do that. That's really good. That's really good.
Yeah.
And I haven't had to do this until now. Because Erica moved here when she had Millie. Millie was only about 4 months old when Erica moved to Mississippi.
Yeah.
So I have only gone 4 months without being able to have access to my grandkids.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you what, the day that Millie was born, we were not going to go for a week. We were going to plan our trip and go,
Yeah.
But then the mama in me came out.
And
I said to Wesley, as soon as Erica called and said that she had the baby and everything was great and she was sending pictures and everything. And I looked at those pictures and I looked at my daughter and I said, oh, no. Next week, my behind, I called Wesley at work. I said, you tell your boss we're leaving tonight. And we did. As soon as he got off work, we started driving. And we got to Virginia about 12 hours later. And God love him, he was so tired. He had worked all day and driven all night. But I had to put hands on my daughter. I had to touch her. I had to hug her. And I had to know that she was okay. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, it's that mother instinct.
Right. And it wasn't necessarily about the baby. It was more about my baby.
Yeah, it was about your child.
That's right. That's right.
So yeah, that makes sense.
Kat says she's been good. All of the kids and grandkids. Oh my goodness, you are having a busy week. Good. Let me tell you something. You should see my house when all 7 of my kids get together with all of their wives and husbands and girlfriends and kids. And it is absolutely chaos. Absolute chaos. And honestly, the last time that they were all together at the same time was probably my 50th birthday. And Millie hadn't been born yet. So we didn't have any grandkids at that point.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Karen said she was at the hospital when Lucas and Cam were born, but I was in Florida for the rest. Yeah, you had the same thing with Haley. You had to put your hands on that child, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, I don't think my second daughter, Rachel, I don't think she's going to have any children. She just doesn't seem that interested in. In fact, I've got a couple of kids that don't seem like they want to have any children. And the ones that live here, who knows what'll happen? They're still kids. But out of the 5 adult kids that I have, only 2 have kids. When she had Colt, she was having the worst labor and delivery. And I was working and couldn't stop crying because I needed to be with my baby. Exactly. I understand.
Yeah.
And, luckily with Erica, she was in Virginia when she had Millie.
Yeah.
And she had a super simple labor. I mean, it didn't last super long. And she got through it and she had her husband and I was okay with that. But when Oliver was born 2 years ago, it was during COVID.
Yeah.
She was 3 miles down the street from me in a hospital and I couldn't get to her because they wouldn't let me go to the hospital.
Yeah.
When my son-in-law texted me and said they're doing a C-section, I lost my absolute mind. And I was pacing back and forth because he had texted us and told us that she was starting to push and get the baby out, right?
Yeah.
Well, it was taking too long. And it had been like a couple of hours and I was looking at Wesley. I said, something's not right. There's no reason that she should be taking this long. And then I got the text from him saying they're doing a C-section, and I just lost my mind. I started to cry and I got
uh,
emotional, because I was like, I can't get to her, and that was the
yeah,
worst for me, was I just couldn't get to her. And I knew she
yeah,
was scared, and I knew that she didn't want to have C-section, and she was petrified and angry and all of those things. And she had to do it by herself. And I say by herself because I love her husband. He's a great dad and he's very good to my daughter, but he's pretty useless in some situations. And that was one of
okay,
and that was probably one of them. Um,
and nice.
but I'm telling you, not being able to get to her for that 4 days she was stuck up there in that hospital was
Yeah,
agonizing.
I,
Absolutely agonizing.
I bet. I mean, really, that
Mm-mm.
makes sense.
Marcel, hey,
Oh,
look at there. We got a Marcel in the house.
she was just asking about
I
you.
was. I'm like, has anybody seen Marcel or Grumpus?
Um,
But you know what? I was gonna say to Kat, I envy you having all of the grandbabies and your kids all there at the same time, because that doesn't happen very often in our family. And it it's so overwhelming to me in a good way when all of my kids show up at my house and all of the grandbabies are here and just the whole family's together. It's that's a special day. That's really a
yeah,
special day.
yeah, and I mean, I, I, I think back to when I used to spend time at my grandma's apartment,
Uh-huh.
and she would have all sets of us there. She has a total of six grandkids. Me
Uh-huh.
and my two siblings and her daughter's three
Okay.
kids. So, half all six of us there were crazy because we made mess, we loud,
Oh
but
yeah.
but
Those are probably good times that you remember too, being together with all your cousins and at your grandma's house, huh?
yeah, yeah. She obviously did not mind it because you know how often would you have all of your grandkids in one place? So
Exactly.
yeah,
And I don't care how old you get or how it's always a special time. It really is. Kat said it. We try to do it once a year. Very chaotic for sure, and I get that. But I'm so thankful that we all enjoy each other. Exactly. Yeah.
yeah, and I will say that the sex was just on my dad's side. On my mom's side, my nana has a total of seven grandkids.
Okay.
Me,
Okay.
me and my two siblings and my four cousins.
4 cousins. So you have a
Yes,
total of 7 cousins?
yes, yeah. I have a total of seven first cousins.
First
Yes,
cousins. Right. Right.
I'm not even gonna get into the whole second cousin
Right,
was
right.
removed. You
Oh my
know
gosh. You would
me.
be so shocked, DJ, at the size of my family and how many cousins I have. I have so many that I don't even know how many I have.
Yeah, new to I mean I I have two well my one of my great uncles
Mm-hmm.
has two boys who are a
Yeah.
little who are a little older than I am, and technically they're like my second cousins because they're actually my dad's cousins
Right.
because
So they're your dad's first cousins and your second cousin. Is that how
yeah,
that works? I think that's how that works.
yeah, because it was my dad's uncle,
Mm-hmm.
so
Mm-hmm.
it would be his first cousin.
Right.
That
Right.
yeah,
Um,
but you know,
well, my dad is one of 10 children,
yeah,
and my stepmother is one of 12 children. And so the amount of cousins and you should have seen our Thanksgiving dinners. It's and I think that's one reason my dad always had a lot of land.
yeah,
He always bought houses that had a lot of land with them because he liked to do barbecues and cook out and stuff.
yeah,
So when all the whole family was over and when I it was at least 50, 60 people at a time. It was crazy sometimes. And
that's,
um and so everybody would pretty much kind of hang out outside because we were in Florida and there was really never any super
yeah,
bad
yeah,
weather. There might be a thunderstorm, but he always had a big garage and we'd have stuff in the garage, chairs and things like that. And
yeah,
so it was a lot of fun. We had a blast when I was a kid.
yeah. I mean, when I was a kid at my great grandmother's house,
Hmm.
uh, the family gatherings we had were huge.
Oh yeah, I bet they were. I bet
Yeah,
they were. And those are the
uh,
fun ones too, because
yeah,
I always ran into people I didn't know.
same. I mean, like my grandma was one of, I believe, seven children.
Hmm.
So she she was the only girl in her sibling group.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, so you know that definitely shows there was a lot of people in that family because there was all six boys and they have kids who uh,
Hmm.
go on and on. They were a big gallon. Of,
Hmm.
of course, not everyone showed up, but for those who did, it was enough because it was, 20 plus people in that one house.
Right, right,
Which
right.
I will say, my great grandmother's house was not that big.
You know what, DJ? My dad's mother's house was
Yeah.
a two-bedroom, one-bathroom house, and she raised all 10 of her children in that house.
Uh.
Now, they
Yeah.
weren't all there at the same time. There was an older group and a younger group,
Yeah. Yeah.
but she raised every one of them in that little two-bedroom house with one bathroom. And it
Yeah.
just blew the
Yeah.
way
I
people
mean.
lived back in the day is so much different than the way people live today. Oh, Karen said she has one brother, and I know her brother. Well, we know each other.
Kind of.
I haven't seen him
Yeah.
in 100 years, but I know who he is.
Okay.
No sisters and no cousins. My dad was an only child, and my mom's brother and sister never had kids. I'll be
Uh,
the son of a gun. I can't hardly get over. Well, it's a good thing you had your share of children, isn't it, Karen? Just to
yeah.
kind of build the family up a little bit. At
No.
Christmas, I was the only girl and Jason was the only boy on both sides of the family. You guys were rotten, weren't you?
Uh, I could imagine, like,
I can't even imagine that because, well,
uh,
yes, I can. And I'm going to tell you why. I was the only girl out of 4 kids.
yeah.
I was the only girl. I had 3 brothers. So, but see, I wasn't, um, Karen, help me out here. I was kind of like the black sheep of the family, sort of.
Yeah.
I wasn't treated super special or anything. Now my grandma, that's a different story. My mom's mother,
Yeah.
she spoiled me rotten. I mean, I was adventurous. Thank you, Karen. I was extremely adventurous.
Yeah. I mean, what, my nana told me just like a year or two ago, but
Hmm.
she told me she said no, Jimmy is the baby of the family. I'm still gonna care for y'all because she's the great granddaughter, but you're my grandkids. So, you know,
Hmm.
like she was basically saying, I care about her, but I will always take care of you.
Right,
So,
right.
yeah.
Well, and that's kind
Uh,
of what my grandma did. She knew my situation and she kind of made up for a lot of things that my other family couldn't make up for. You know what I mean?
yeah,
And she was my whole life. I loved that woman better than Peter loved the Lord. And
nice.
and I had her and I had a great granny that was on
Yeah.
my mom's side too. And unfortunately, I lost them both within a year and a half of each other.
Uh,
And I always tell everybody that's when I grew up. After my grandma and my granny passed away, that's when I grew up. And I was 30 years old, DJ. But
yeah.
they didn't want me to grow up. They tried to keep me a baby.
Yeah. I mean, I,
Hey Christina, how are you? It's good to see you.
I
Thank you so much.
Christina.
We are
Yeah.
so excited.
Yeah. I mean, I, I remember my grandma, my great grandmother.
Hmm.
Even at 80 plus years old, she would cook, clean, have time to make you a freshly baked pie.
Oh,
So,
oh,
yeah.
that's those are those are the memories that you just never
Hmm.
they stay with you forever, you know?
Yeah, yeah,
Come on up here and visit with us, Christina.
yeah,
We haven't seen you in a while.
yeah, definitely. Hey,
I know. Um I don't know. I had so much fun with my grandmas. Now I only knew one of my grandfathers and he died when I was about 8 years old. In fact, he passed away the same year my mother passed away, about 6
uh,
months apart. So I don't really remember him very well because I was just a little girl. And that year was a little chaotic anyway. So, but I do remember that he was nice to me and that I liked him. I do
yeah,
remember that.
I would definitely say when it comes to grandfather, I only knew two of mine, both on my mom's side, her
Mm-hmm.
dad and his dad, my great grandfather,
Oh, I see.
who, I mean, I'm named after three of my grandfathers,
Is
so
that right?
yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna go all into it, but DJ and James are from my mom's side, and
Uh-huh.
Dominic is
From
on
your
my
dad's side?
dad's side. So,
Believe it or not, I was named after my grandfather.
oh, really?
Yeah, my mother's father's name was Charles, and
Uh,
Charlotte is the feminine form of Charles.
nice.
So I get to carry, and I never met him. He died probably 2 or 3 years before I was born.
Yeah, I mean, definitely on my dad's side, that grandfather died before I was born, so I
Hmm.
never met him.
Well, I'll tell you this.
Mm,
When I
Whoa.
started having my own children,
Yeah.
I was very adamant about not naming my kids after dead people. And I don't know
Okay.
why that creeped me out so much because I was named after a dead guy
Yeah.
and I didn't like that. So I named all of my kids after people who were still breathing.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of good to keep a name.
And it is. You're right.
Yeah.
It is. I know there are in my family history on my dad's side, I cannot even I can't count the number of Domingos. That was their first name, Domingo.
Okay.
There were a lot of Miguels,
Yeah.
and there were a lot of oh God. I get well, those are the two. I'm trying to think of female names, not
Yeah, but I do get where you're
but
going
I mean
with.
generation after generation that name is prevalent from the time my fam and see I have a lot of this history written down from
Yeah.
I can I am generation number 8
Yeah.
that I can track. There's actually one before they were in the United States, but there are 8 generations that I can track from the
Yeah.
first individual that stepped on US shore. And it wasn't even the United States back then.
Yeah.
It was before the Revolutionary War.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Uh,
They actually settled in New Smyrna Beach, Florida.
Okay, so not even in a state yet
No, it wasn't even
because
well, no, because the at that time the British owned Florida.
I thought it was the Spanish who.
I know a lot of people
Yeah.
do. A lot of people don't know that the Spanish owned Florida from the get-go. But the British owned Florida for a 20-year period
Yeah.
and then gave it back to the Spanish in I forget what war and what peace treaty it was, but they gave it back to them. So during that
Okay.
20-year period, a British physician and colonist decided to go find
Yeah.
a whole bunch of people in the Mediterranean to farm his
Mm,
indigo plantation in New Smyrna. So he went to the Balearic Islands and Greece and Italy to find
yeah.
people to recruit to come over here. And
Mm,
they basically came over here as indentured servants. And at the end of their indenture, he wouldn't let them go.
Okay, so it's going from Suffolk to another F word that I'm not gonna say,
Go
but
ahead, look up the Menorcans of Florida.
okay.
Menorcans. And it'll tell
Alright,
you the whole story because
cool.
I am a descendant of one of those individuals.
Nice. But yeah, I mean, the farthest I could track back currently is to my great grandmother.
Hmm.
And yes, I'm sorry that there's observations, but they're from New York, and I don't know any of her family history, so I can't really tell you.
Right.
But all I know is she ended up down here in Florida, possibly found my great grandfather and settled down. That's all I know. So,
Right.
yeah.
Right. Well, my family's been in Florida since around 1763.
Alright. Yeah. Yeah.
Either 62 or 63, I can't remember. But it's
Yeah.
1760s.
Yeah. It was.
And I don't know if you're aware of this or not, but the Florida was not any bit interested in the Revolutionary War. They wanted to stay out of it.
I bet. I mean, yeah. I bet. So,
But actually, I'm also a I had a great grandfather who fought in the Civil War.
yeah.
So I'm a daughter of the Revolution because I did have a grandfather who was
Yeah.
documented in that war. And then I have another grandfather who was documented in the Civil War. And I forget
Uh,
what they call those, but daughter of the Confederacy, something like that. But I've
well.
never, a lot of people will go out of their way to get all the documentation and all of that stuff
Yeah.
to have it on their wall or something. I don't care. I don't
Yeah.
really care.
Yeah.
You
I.
know,
I mean, family history is great to know.
it is, and it's fascinating,
Yeah.
really. Now I'm able to track my mother's side of the family back about 6 or 7 generations. Seven. But
Yeah.
they were all in the US from, I don't know. I can't find a point where they weren't in the States. I haven't gone back far enough to find that.
Yeah. I
Um,
mean, like, if I wanted to know that, I would. I'd probably be able to ask one of my aunts.
yeah. Well, that's where I got a lot of the information from my dad's side of the family, was
Yeah.
from an aunt who had done all of the research herself.
Yeah, and that's what my aunt has done,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
she keeps that as a book, so she knows all of our lineage from what I know. So,
Karen is actually a first generation American on her mom's side. Her mom
oh,
is an
really?
English lady from the UK. England. Isn't it
Yeah,
England? I think she's British.
I mean,
And she still
if,
has the accent and everything. It's so cool.
yeah,
And she calls her mom mum. Mummy.
Yeah,
Mummy.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I do recall in the last 10 years,
Uh-huh.
I was talking to my mom, and I don't know, I was said, Mom, like, I said, Mom, going for Mom.
Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
yeah, I swapped the two pronunciations of
Right.
it.
Right. Right.
Which I did not mean to do, but yeah.
Well, I'm surprised that you don't have other languages, DJ, because you said you're part Filipino and
Yes,
part Puerto Rican, right?
no,
Is it? No, it's not Puerto Rican.
Italian.
Italian. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So I'm surprised you don't have a little bit of other language.
Well,
Grumpus, hello. Holy crap.
and,
Look who just came in.
and,
A Kickapoo Indian. Grumpus, what part of the country is that from? Because I don't think I've heard of that nation before.
um, yeah, well,
You just have the poo part?
yeah, I'm pretty sure he made,
I think he made it up too.
yeah,
Well, I'll tell you this. My granny used to tell everybody that she was part Choctaw Indian. But I found that kind of strange because as I grew up, I realized that the Choctaws were from Mississippi and she lived in Indiana her whole life.
uh,
So I'm not sure how, and I've never found any proof of that genetically or in birth certificates or anything like that. But
yeah,
man,
yeah.
she was absolutely convinced. And she used to tell us that she had one of her grandfathers lived in a tent in the woods. Now, I don't know if he was really a Native American or if he was an actual hobo, but
I'm willing to take a bet
I
on
know, right?
it.
But my granny was something else, man. She saw so much stuff happen in this country. She was born in 1906.
Really?
Yeah, she was
No.
my great granny, and she was born in 1906, and she passed away in 1992. So, I mean, she
Mhm.
saw. She used to tell us stories about horses and buggies, you know, being the main transportation in her town. And then when
Yeah.
cars came along, the cars would always scare the horses, and horses would go running everywhere and take off with these buggies behind them, and people would get hurt, thrown out of their buggies. And she used to tell us. And then she was around when the Wright brothers flew the first airplane. She was
Yeah.
around when all of these during the Depression and during all the world wars and
Yeah.
all of it.
Like, yeah, she was around with MLK, JFK.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Grumpus
Yeah.
said the Kickapoo people. I'm not going to go through all those. Are an Algonquin speaking Native American and indigenous Mexican tribe originating in the region south of the Great Lakes.
Okay.
That is fascinating. I did not know that.
Alright.
Hey, maybe that's what my granny's grandfather.
Yeah, but I mean, you could see why we thought it was made up, right?
Right, right. Hey, Grumpus, tell me again what part of Indiana you're from. Because my mother's family was from around Muncie. Karen said hers was born in 1908 and she was a single mom in New York City during the Depression. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
yeah,
Oh man, the stories she could have told.
yeah.
Wow.
uh,
Okay, Indianapolis. So that's only about 60 miles from where my mother grew up.
Nice.
Yeah. Yeah. My mom was from a tiny little town in Indiana right outside of Muncie called Modoc.
Modoc.
Modoc. And that little town is about this big. There might be 8 streets in the whole town. You know,
Okay.
4 going this way and 4 going this way. That's
Yeah,
it.
so it was really a tight knit community.
A very tight knit community. And my granny used to tell, she lived in a 2-story house that she was born in.
Yeah,
And her mother had 7 children there, but only 6 lived to be adults.
yeah,
Yes, it is close to BFE. In fact, it is in BFE. And there's no K on the end of it. It's just MODOC. But it's between Muncie and Richmond.
nice.
There's nothing but corn. If you drive out of the little town, all you can see are cornfields for miles and miles and miles and miles.
Okay, well, I mean, you, this might be funny, but that honestly reminds me of a show I used to watch,
Uh-huh.
which
Children of the Corn?
I said show, not movie.
Oh, yeah, you did. I'm sorry.
But you get what I'm saying, that right? Just
Yeah. What show are you talking about? Come on, spill it.
Gilmore Girls.
Oh, see, now I never saw that.
Really?
Yeah, really. And I know a lot of people just followed it and followed that show, but I've never seen it.
I mean, I did not follow it, but
Right.
I have seen a good majority of episodes.
Mm-hmm. Did you
And
like it?
yeah, that when I would stay home from school, if I was sick, there was 2 channels I had on: ABC Family and Cartoon Network was not a big deal, but on ABC Family, which you might remember as Fox Family.
Oh yeah.
I
I'm gonna
used,
have to Netflix that and kind of binge watch a couple of episodes
yeah,
because I've heard that it's really good.
it is, but make sure you watch the original series, not
Okay.
the years after, because they did a special mini series a few years ago where,
Oh.
where the kids all grew up and coming back to
Okay.
town.
Karen, he's talking about the Gilmore Girls. Yeah. Grumpus said if you look close, you might see my mom and her 5 kids picking that corn. Ah, the memories.
Yeah,
Grumpus, come on up here and chat with us.
but
Karen's refusing because she's in her jammies.
I will say I have watched children after calling like once, and I couldn't get into it.
I couldn't
Oh,
either. I couldn't either. I thought it was kind of goofy, to be honest with you.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, she said her girls watched the original series. Okay, okay. See,
Nice.
I guess I was just too busy
Well, I
doing other
mean,
stuff to.
it was still the time you were probably a single mom trying to raise
Exactly.
however many kids you had
A
at that
bunch. Just
time.
just call it a bunch of kids.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey Karen, when we were kids, did you ever think I was gonna have 7 kids? Yeah, me either.
Uh, uh,
I never in a million years imagined that I would end up with 7 kids. Never. I didn't even want one child. Karen said no.
yeah. I mean, I could only imagine you would suffer. I mean, I used to watch this old show called, okay, the title changes little secrets, but it was Jake. What was the husband's? Have you ever heard of the show Kate Plus 8?
Oh yes. Yes. Now I saw a few episodes of that.
Okay,
That
well,
woman was crazy. But I know why she was crazy.
yeah,
Cuz I was probably that crazy too at one point in time.
yeah, I mean, I thought that was crazy because doing that with 8 children who are all under like 10 years old is nuts.
It is
So,
nuts. You know what? Yes, she was. She was money crazy. You're right, Karen. You're right. And I don't know. I just never cared for her very much. The mom, the mom.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
And I don't know. You know, I understand things happen, but I think if I would have been in that situation, and this is very controversial, and I don't mean to offend anybody, and I hope I don't, but I probably will.
alright,
I would have reduced 6 children to about 1 or 2.
okay.
I mean, and I know that's something they can do, but
Mm,
I would never have given birth to 6 children at one time. I just
yeah,
because you
I
know
mean,
the first 2 were twins, and then she had 6 after that, and that's how she got the 8.
yeah, yeah, and that is crazy, so,
Yeah,
uh,
I wouldn't have put myself or my family through that. It is easier said than done, but I know it can be done.
yeah, yeah.
Especially very early on.
Yeah,
But no,
yeah,
I couldn't have done that to myself or my family.
yeah,
Dude, I thought I was look, when I got pregnant with my very last baby, my son,
yeah,
every time I'd go to the doctor, they would ask me what number child that was. And I used to say 7. How many do you have to have before it's absolutely stupid?
uh-huh,
Because I mean, well, and I hope my son's not awake. He's not. I he was a big surprise for us, and I wasn't
yeah,
prepared for that situation till he came into this world and melted my heart, and I absolutely fell in love
yeah.
with him.
Now, so let me ask you,
Oh
uh,
no, no, Karen, you're no. I love them better than I love puppies,
yeah,
and that's saying a lot.
yeah. Now, so let me ask you this: Have you have you come up to a decision about what you want to do with his gaming situation?
I did. I
And
did. I have decided that this weekend, Poppy is going to put the TV in our bedroom, in his bedroom.
yeah,
We're moving the game system into his bedroom.
okay,
And well, during the summer at
yeah,
11 o'clock, the controller belongs to me.
okay,
And then during the school year, well, it depends on what his grades are. If his grades are good, he will be able to play it until 8 o'clock at night after his
yeah,
homework and chores are done.
yeah,
If his grades are not good, he will only be allowed to play it on the weekends.
okay. But yeah, I
But
just,
I've made a decision, and we're
yeah,
going to go with that unless we need to change it up a little bit.
and the only reason I think, and you know this, I'm saying for everyone else who doesn't know, but
Hmm.
me and you talked,
Right.
and we talked about that properly. So
Hmm.
I just thought I would ask if
Right.
you came up with a solution
Um,
to that.
TJ, there is a YouTuber that I have been listening to, and I'm going to get his name right. Um,
Okay,
let me find him first
go
because
ahead.
I want to be able to give you the correct name. I
Okay,
think I know what it is, but I'll probably mess it up. So that's why. Let me look this up real quick.
take your time.
My computer's not going to let me do it. So let me get my phone.
Okay,
Oh, goodness. Okay. Oh, no, no, not Google, Dingaling. YouTube.
but yeah,
But
well,
I really don't want to take the game away from him completely,
yeah, I know. I
no
mean,
matter what his grades are. I still want to give him a little bit of time to unwind and enjoy because he struggles. He struggles,
yeah, yeah,
And so I'm
and
not going to be that mom that says, the game is mine. You can never play it because you're not doing what you're supposed to do. I don't want to do
yeah,
that to him.
yeah,
But maybe I'm wrong about it, but that's just how I'm doing it. And so too bad.
yeah.
Okay, let me see if this is him.
Alright,
Healthy Gamer GG.
okay. Happy gamer GG. Cool.
This is who I've been listening to, and he talks a lot about why gifted children are special needs children.
Yeah,
He talks about how the reasoning behind why children with ADHD are so attracted to these games. He talks
yeah,
about how the game becomes addictive. He
y-
talks about let me see a lot of stuff. He is
yeah.
a board certified psychiatrist
Uh,
who graduated
no.
who graduated from Harvard. I believe it was Harvard. Anyhow, I've
One,
been listening to him for probably 6 or 8 months. Here's
yeah,
one of his videos right here. It says, "What TikTok does to your brain."
yeah,
And ADHD and relationships. How to grieve. I mean, he even talks about grieving when your friends pass away and things like
Yeah,
that.
it
Now,
definitely,
his channel is mostly geared towards young adults.
yeah.
Oh, Karen, the name, let me see if I can get my computer to let me pull up. DJ, your computer will do it. Will you put a link to his channel in the comments, please?
I,
Oh, you're in bed. Never mind, baby. Never mind.
yeah,
Never mind.
I can
I'll
plus,
try my best to get this done. It's Healthy Gamer GG, and the G's at the end are capitalized. I don't know if that makes a difference or not.
well,
Um,
tell us this, is it all one wolf, or is it
oh, let me see.
separate?
Hang on just a second. It's all one word, no separations at all.
Okay,
Okay.
so, yeah, this,
He talks about how to build self-esteem, how to start living your own life, just 2 solutions to anxiety. He talks about so many subjects that these young people are dealing with today.
nice,
Yes, Karen, that's it. That's it. I love him. I really do. And he has interactive chats where people ask him questions. He also does he will take questions out of his chat and do a whole video on them. He even did a video once about a mom who wanted to take her kid's game away because he wouldn't do his chores,
yeah,
and went through why that was detrimental or not
uh,
the best decision. Maybe not
okay,
detrimental, but just not the best decision.
yeah,
And I'll tell you what I do with it. I'll tell my son all day long, I don't care if you play this game or not, but you're going to do your work first. Last night, look, y'all, my son's 13.
yeah,
I have to remind him to bathe because he's 13. Okay.
yeah,
He went 3 days without a bath. And I was like, last night I said to him, you're going to get a shower tonight before you go to bed.
alright,
Well, by the time he got off his game at midnight,
yeah,
he was too tired to take a shower. And he was saying, Mom, please, just let me go to bed. I'm exhausted. Can I just do it? I said, I'll tell you what, you go on in there and you sleep dirty. But the first thing you're going to do in the morning is change your sheets and get in the shower before you turn that game on.
mm,
If you don't get a shower and change your sheets, you will not be allowed to play that game all day. Well, guess what he did this morning when he woke up? He got in the shower and then he changed his sheets.
alright,
And then he got on the game. So it works. It works. Cam
yeah,
got 2 bad grades and Haley threatened to not let him come down. Oh, no. Oh, Karen. See, there's fighting words with me. And Erica does this to Millie sometimes because she has behavior issues at school. I think she's a little on the ADHD side too.
yeah,
She doesn't like to pay attention and she talks during class, and the things that she does to get a color change at school are not, she's not stabbing other kids with pencils, and she's not, you know, she's just doing stupid kid things. She told her one time,
yeah,
she came by here for some reason, and Millie said, can I stay at your house, Granny? Can you take me home later? And I looked at her mama, and her mama said, right to my granddaughter, do you think you deserve to stay at Granny's today with your behavior grade? I said, yes, she does. Because you're not going to be using Granny as a punishment. That's not happening. Not happening.
yeah,
Yeah, and you had done paid for half his plane ticket. Yeah, no. No. I'm on your side, Karen. I'm on your side.
yeah,
You don't use grandmas as punishment. You
yeah,
can't use the relationship between a grandma and her grandbabies as punishment to make that kid conform to your demands. That's just not going
Yeah.
to happen. It ain't going to happen in my family because I'll turn my daughter over my knee and tear her behind up. You hear
Uh,
me? She's almost
yeah.
40 years old, and I will tear her butt up. And she knows
Yeah.
she ain't too old to get her tail tore up.
Yeah.
But I don't think my
Yeah.
daughter, after conversing with me about it, she is not going to do that anymore. But
Uh-huh.
we've come to an understanding about it, you know.
Yeah.
And I told her, I said, you can't do that to me or to Millie. You can't.
Yeah.
I'm not going to allow that. Yeah, she would have owed you that money. She would have owed you that money if she'd have made that decision. I'm so glad that she let him come and visit because, you know, these kids are in school 9 months out of the year. Their routine is so structured and so these schools today are insane. Look, don't get me started on the school system. Number one, they're trying to, and they always have done this. They've always done this, but they're indoctrinating our kids to believe whatever the current social structure is. And I'm being delicate here, okay?
Yeah.
I mean, they indoctrinated us when we were kids. We had to say the Pledge of Allegiance every day.
Yeah.
Saying the Pledge of Allegiance, that's indoctrination just as much as teaching gender equality is. In a different way, but it's the same indoctrination.
Yeah.
My generation grew up patriotic and believing that our country could probably not do any wrong. Well, that's a bunch of horse crap too, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, when you grow up, you know better. But the
Yeah.
thing is, a lot of these kids get completely brainwashed. If you're the kind of person who can't think for yourself and you can't look at things and see them for what they are, then you're going to be brainwashed by the indoctrination that you go through for 12 years of schooling. He brought his grades up. That's wonderful. Oh God, Karen, you are too much like me.
What?
Karen told her daughter if she was being a better parent, he wouldn't have got bad grades. That's hilarious. Do you hear me? That is hilarious. Well, and that's another thing too. I mean, one of the problems I have in this house, because my son brings home bad grades.
Yeah.
But one of the problems I have in this house is he doesn't communicate with me like he needs to. He doesn't tell me, hey, Mom, I've got a test this day. When I ask him, hey, when's your next test in science? He looks at me like I've got two heads and he doesn't know the answer. So what I have to do with my son, even at 13 years old and an 8th grader now, I have to communicate with his teachers and get all that information from his teachers because he just does not. Number one, he's very disorganized and he won't write it down. And number two, he don't care. He could care less.
Okay. I probably know the answer to this question, but I'm gonna ask it anyway just to double check. But is there any way that you're able to see what assignments or tests he has coming up?
It depends on the teacher. Some teachers keep very efficient websites that are attached to the school, you know, the school website, and you can go and click on that teacher's website and see every assignment and things that are due. There are other teachers who are not that organized and they don't. So it all depends on the teacher. But I can stalk his grades. I know every grade this kid makes from day one. I just go in there every other day or so and see where he's at.
Yeah, I get it. I mean,
I do
on the
too, Marcel. I miss the days when these kids had agendas that they had to, the organizer thing. We called them agendas. But Karen
planner.
said she would send him to his room and say, "Do your homework," and then never follow up after. Yeah, yeah.
Uh,
And of course, he said he did his homework so he could get, do what he wanted to do. Right, right.
of
That's typical.
course he did,
That's
but
typical kid stuff there.
but yeah, I never mean because when I was in uh, well, not elementary, but middle school and the first part of high school, we had
Oh,
planners.
there's Grumpus. Hang on. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, DJ. Hey, Grumpus,
Yeah,
how are
it's
you?
fun.
How long were
Hey,
you waiting
good.
on us?
Oh, a little bit.
I'm sorry. I
That's
was
all
on a
right.
different
I'm
window.
listening.
I apologize. Go ahead, DJ. I'm sorry, dear.
But yeah, when we were in high school, we had planners, and we typically, how it goes. You have to write down everything the
Right.
teacher tells you to, and sometimes they'll give you 4 weeks in advance, so you know when homework is due, when you have a test coming up, all that.
Hmm.
Later
Well, and
on,
the older kids get now in your classrooms, DJ, I'm sure that they were more on top of those things than in the more mainstream classrooms. But the older these kids get, the less they do that.
yeah,
They don't care if we parents know what these kids are doing in class until they screw up really bad. And then they're on the phone with you going, "Well, he did this and he did that and he did the other." And I'm like, "Well, what the hell? Why didn't you call me 6 weeks ago?"
yeah, the other time my parents got involved is when I needed to bring stuff to school.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, I was a good student. I kept up on my work and did what I needed to do when I needed to do it. So, not a big deal. But, I mean, say that the classes I was in did not have the load that most classes have where
Right.
you have pages of homework to
Right.
do. So, yeah.
So yeah, it is a little. Look, my son just texted me, not the new daddy, my other son.
Your
He said, "Are
boy.
you up?" This is the one that always calls me at like 1:30 in the morning. And I
Okay.
said, "I'm on a live stream. Is everything okay?" He said, "Yeah, I'm good. I was just gonna wait a minute. I was just gonna see how you're doing."
Have him jump on.
I was about to, but I don't know how to get him the link.
Yeah, well,
Well, he should be able to look you up on YouTube, and then the link would be in the chat.
yeah. But anyway, Charlotte, I'm gonna head out. But I will say this to you when you get a chance, check your Instagram DM.
Oh, I will, DJ. I will. As soon as I
Okay.
get a minute, okay?
Alright.
All right, my dear. Take care, and I'm so happy to see you tonight. Thank
Alright.
you for coming.
Alright. Bye.
Bye, dear.
Good night, DJ.
Good night, guys.
Good night, hon. Okay, I asked him to come on. Let me tell him
think
how
he
to
will?
do it real quick. Just go to YouTube, get my channel, click on the video with the baby picture, and you'll see the link in the chat. just make a comment, and if you don't see a link in the chat, I'll put a link up there so you can click on it. Oh. Let me tell you what he said. Oh God, this is funny. Mom, I love you. I will one day, but I can't tonight. I'm kind of high and I'm laying in bed.
And he's in his jammies.
He's in his jammies, just like Karen. Yep. He's probably not wearing jammies, but
Well, I didn't want to do that.
well, you know, it's a boy. He's excited. He's excited. He's happy for my son, his brother. Just stuff. So how have you been, Grumpus? It's been 2 weeks since I've seen you. I'm very curious.
Has
I
it really?
thought, you know
I
what? I
haven't-
almost emailed you to find out if you had the COVID or something.
No, I have not been getting my notifications. I'm not sure what's going on.
Well, you
I
should
was
just
I
make
was sitting
sure.
in here all evening, and I didn't know you went live.
Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. So go ahead and make sure you're still subscribed.
What I may
And you're
have to do is unsubscribe.
And then
then
come back and
resubscribe.
subscribe again. Mm-hmm.
How do
Hello, Marcel. How
There
are
she
you?
Good. How are you?
How
It's
you doing,
good
Marcel?
to see you tonight.
It's good to see you guys.
You
I
doing
finally got
okay?
Doing all right. Just been
Well, you've
busy.
had a traumatic week.
Yeah, it's been crazy.
Yeah.
Well, what's going on this week?
Oh God. Well, it's not. It's not happening after all.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yeah. So, and my husband, 2, maybe 3 days ago, came home from work, and he's always stressed out, but he was more stressed out than normal. And I finally just had to say, like, what's wrong? And he goes, they just called me when I was driving home and told me that I was being put on orders to go to the Mexican border for 12 months.
Ooh.
And yeah, I was like, what?
Marcel's like, what?
They did what? And I said, no. I said, you just got back. I said, normally they give these guys like a 2, 3, 4 year break after they go on a long deployment.
Right.
And so this was really quick. And then he's gone now. He's on orders in Fort Worth, doing some summer training and stuff, which is typical. And he's, up there for 2 weeks. So he was really in shock. And this came from a different person through the state, not the Department of Justice, not his
Right.
commander. And so he was like, I don't even know what's going on. And anyhow, long story short, it was really, really wild. Somebody from the state called him, and his commander and didn't even know that they called him. And
Oh, wow.
she was actually really upset. And so she
Right.
called and had to work it out. But anyway, he's not going, at least not right now.
Thank goodness for that. At least you've got a reprieve. Guys,
And
talk amongst yourselves. Granny has to go to the ladies' room.
how do you know? Oh man. So how you been doing?
I've been doing just fine. I was telling Charlotte I haven't been getting my notifications for some reason.
I've just hardly had time to sit down. It's just been busy.
Well, I've been in here all evening long waiting to see if somebody jumped on live, and I just
Well,
happened to.
Carla was on live earlier too.
Yeah, I saw hers for just a few minutes, and I went off to something else. But I
Yeah.
just happened to check, and Charlotte was on, said it'd been on for 58 minutes. And
Yeah.
I didn't get a notification, so I may have to unsubscribe and resubscribe.
I had to do that with Patrick's channel because I was not getting the notifications for his videos. And I mean, at all. Like I literally had to go see if he had been doing anything.
Yeah.
And that's happened to a few other channels, but I unsubscribed and resubscribed, and now I've been getting notifications. It's weird.
Yeah, I don't know what YouTube's doing. I don't think they
But,
know either.
because we're all channels that check each other's channels out pretty regularly, so you would
Yeah.
think they'd keep it in the loop.
So yeah, I haven't been doing a whole lot. I mean, it's just been a really busy month at work this month.
Well, that's good,
We
right?
have been buried.
Oh man. No, that's good. This has been. I've got to get my kids into something. We're supposed to do swim lessons. We were supposed to do all kinds of stuff, and June's over. It's gone by real fast.
Oh, I can't believe the year's half over already.
Yeah. So we're going to go to Graceland
When you gonna do that?
sometime in July. So that was one of the things that was, when we thought he was going to have to leave, because they had told him he was going to have to leave by, at some point before the end of August. And I was like, what? I was like, I'm taking the kids to Graceland, then I'm not skipping it. I don't care if we get put on orders, I'll drive. And
Road trip.
yeah, pretty much. And he
Look,
just,
if I could drive, that would be the first thing I would do. You know that?
But that's
I would take me and Violet on a road trip just by ourselves. I have always wanted to do that. But now Violet can drive.
Oh,
So-
see? Yeah. Just don't Thelma and Louise it.
We
Okay.
might. We might.
Um,
Not just Thelma and Louise my way to Texas and visit everybody and then come back.
There you go.
I hated the end of that movie, by the way.
Oh, I know.
But,
I did too. It was awful.
It was like, what?
What a waste, you know?
Yeah,
Yeah, that was a
exactly.
perfectly good car.
Especially when Brad Pitt was waiting in the wings, you know?
For real.
I'd have lived just for that. But
Yeah, that was like one of his big break. That was before
Yeah.
Legends of the Fall and all the stuff.
yeah, that was before he was famous.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, it is what it is. Y'all, I'm glad he doesn't have to go, Marcel. At least for right now.
Release
At
for
least
right
for
now.
right now.
That's what she basically, the commander said, she bought him some time. But
Right.
what should have happened was the proper way it should have gone down. If he was on the chopping block to go, they should have contacted his unit.
Right. And I
Because
don't know, when did the
Department of
military start
Yeah.
usurping the chain of command?
Yeah, exactly. Because he's still, he's reserves, but if they want him to go active duty, they have to contact the Department of Justice, his his military unit, because they
Right.
have priority over him.
Right.
Right. And it should have been his commander that came and told him, hey, they contacted me, you're going to go.
Exactly.
But I don't know. It was very confusing.
Yeah.
And
Well, before Wesley got out of the military, right before he had his third hip surgery, he got notice that he was going to have to go to Afghanistan. And of course, they have to get, there's procedures that they go through whenever they give you that notification. And
they
the
give
first-
you the notice nearly like 6 months or even
In
a year
advance.
out.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean-
what they did was basically they wanted everybody to show up and muster at this one particular place with their medical records because they wanted to go through everybody. So Wesley shows up. Now, mind you, Wesley's medical record is 2 folders thick like this.
Mm-mm.
You know what the medical records look like. Anyhow,
Yeah.
It was thick. So he sets both of those folders down on the table in front of the woman who was telling everybody which direction they needed to go. And she looked at the folders and she said, "What are you doing here?" He says, "Well, I was told I needed to be here." And she looked at him and she says, no.
Yeah.
And so she started flipping through them, and he was telling her what was coming up, that he was about to have a hip surgery and that he had ankylosing spondylitis and blah, blah, blah. She said, "Nope, you're not going." Well, we knew that already.
Back in the box. Yeah.
Right. We knew that already, but he just had to go through the motions, And but it was crazy because after he had the hip replacement and they decided to retire him, it was a forced retirement. He begged them, please let me go to Afghanistan. I don't want to stop doing this. I want to stay in the military at least. And since he was non-deployable or undeployable, they couldn't do anything for him. I mean, because the medication that he had to take, they can't put those on. I mean, they can, but there's just not enough space. He would have had to have a 6 or 9 month supply of all of his medications, and they're injectables. So they're bulky. They have to be refrigerated. So they wouldn't let him do it.
Well, it's tough when you've got people that have, kind of chronic medical conditions like that, because they have, depending on where he would have been, especially in Afghanistan, there are limited places that can handle like emergency.
Exactly. Well, and that's the thing.
Trauma, they can do things like that, but
not
like a deep surgical procedure. They have to fly them
out to Germany and other places.
Or over, that happened to my husband. Actually, when he was in Afghanistan, he developed a hernia.
Oh no!
And they had to fly him to what's it called? It's over there in the it's in the Middle East, but it's like one of the fancier countries. It starts with an O. It's like more of a resort kind of country. They don't have a lot of, what am I talking about? Right? Wait. But anyway, they had to fly him over there. And so he had to have surgery over there where they had a more sophisticated hospital where they could deal with it. And so obviously that was unplanned. So he spent a month in the hospital walking in circles over there, and he was absolutely miserable.
Oh, I bet he was.
Yeah, but he was safe.
Well, I was glad. I know, right? I was so happy that they had some sense and wouldn't send him. I really thought that they were going to send him and not let him have the surgery that he needed. Because if he would have been in the Army or the Marines, they would have sent him. But because he was in the Navy, I think it's a kinder, gentler Navy now.
For sure. Let's see. Qatar. Yeah, that's where they had to send him.
I was thinking maybe the UAE.
No, they sent him to a U.S. military hospital over in Qatar that was able to do, a surgery like that and give him a space to recuperate.
Right. And that's another thing. Even if he had to go to Afghanistan and be on a base in Afghanistan instead of a boat around Afghanistan or, out there in the whatever ocean.
Yeah. He does airplanes. So
there's no way he would have gotten his medication, period. They don't ship that stuff in for you,
Yeah, but for real,
the hell of it is now he doesn't even have to take it. His inflammation levels have decreased so much that he doesn't even have to take this medicine, which is great health wise.
But he just needed that time to recuperate. He just needed that time.
Yeah. But I'll tell you what, he would go back tomorrow if they asked him to.
See, Evan loves the military. That is his second or third. He's got us. He's got his mom, his dad. Then he's got the military.
But
he's been associated with these people much longer than I've known him.
Yeah.
And he loves them. He loves being a part of it. He likes the lifestyle. He likes wearing the uniform. Everything about it. He's not ready to retire.
Wesley was like that, and it broke his heart to have to retire. He hated it, every second of it. And, he still reminisces quite a bit to the point that I have to tell him, Wesley, I don't want to hear this story again. Stop.
Yeah, you told me. Yeah, we've been got the T-shirt. So, Grumpus, what happened tonight? Did y'all go out to eat?
No, I did not. I put a chuck roast in the crock pot this morning.
Oh, yum.
And we've been gnawing on that all evening.
That sounds delicious. I got one in there. I might have to do that. No, tomorrow, Do you watch Tom Garvey? Tom, is that his name? The Keto Cook?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I just found him. I really like him. I found him through Gary.
I just met him about a month ago.
I
just about the same Grumpus,
About a
and
month
he's
ago?
real sweet. Yeah.
Well, he put out a video either today or yesterday where he made faux chicken wings out of chicken thighs. He basically deboned the thigh and just cut the thigh into kind of thicker strips and smoked them. First, he did them he browned them a bit in the pan, and then he put them out in the smoker for just a short period of time, and they look absolutely delicious. And so that's what I'm going to do tomorrow for dinner.
He's getting into the live streaming, and I jumped in. I didn't get on screen, like I didn't go on the panel, but I was in the chat with his first live stream yesterday. And then he's got another channel that he partners up with a lot, Ketorific with Mike.
Oh, okay.
And they are two peas in a pod. They're just hilarious. Their wives get in there with them. And anyway, but they, Mike is from the deep South. I want to say he's in Alabama, so he's got the drawl going. And Tom, who's from New York, and he's got that going. And but they were fun to watch. They're pretty funny, but they've been real sweet to me, coming over and commenting and doing all the things. Where did I meet them? I met them actually on the Dudes Live, the last one of his Friday nights.
I think it was probably when we did the burger collaboration.
They were on with him one of his Friday night lives for me, but yeah.
Yeah, and I think Mike is he lives in Vegas now.
Yeah.
He was in New England states and moved to Florida, and then he moved to Vegas. So he still got that Boston English accent, but he's a riot.
Yeah, he's and he talks about if you watch his intro video on his channel, he talks about how he was a chef and he worked in a restaurant for many years, and he loved bread, and he was constantly baking bread, and he was obsessed with bread, and he never ate without bread. And now he's like, I haven't had bread in like 7 years or something.
Oh, wow.
Maybe not quite that long, but he was like, I can't even remember the last time I had bread, but he had to give it up because his health just got really out of control.
Right.
And but he's lost.
He was talking about today. What the video that I saw today? He was talking about being a diabetic and how this particular diet has helped him tremendously.
Oh yeah,
to control his blood sugar and everything.
His buddy's name's Thomas, isn't it?
Tom. Yeah, Tom.
Yeah, I think he's lost over 100 pounds.
Yeah, he's lost. That's another thing he talked about today, was that he had lost so much weight, and he still wanted to lose about 25 more pounds. Yeah. But I tell you, he doesn't look overweight to me. I mean, but that's all subjective.
But he's got, if you look at his channel, he and his wife do like appetizers and cocktails sometimes. And he has his outdoor patio, and he has this sign that says Tiki Tom's bar or something like that. And so that's what he focuses on when they do it. Anyway, it's real cute. And then he'll prepare this stuff, and then he'll make like a sugarless cocktail for them or something, and then they'll sit down and eat together just to end the video. Anyway, it's real cute.
Right. I like his channel. I've only seen a few videos, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the food, especially just because
short today.
I've been eating somewhat low carb.
Yeah.
I mean, I cheat, but and I'm not as religious about it as I was when I first started it. And I'd like to kind of start going back that direction. And not because I think I need to lose weight, because I don't care anymore if I'm a little fluffy. But I just don't care. I mean, I am what I am. but I do care about my cholesterol level, and I know that eating low carb helps my cholesterol level.
Yeah,
and that'll
it
prevent
burns
me
it.
from having another heart attack, and that is like essential to living. So
Yeah, let's not do that.
yeah, let's not do that.
Let's not.
Y'all, I have Monday, I woke up. No, it wasn't Monday. It was after I did that live stream last week. I think that was Sunday morning when I woke up. My neck had a kink in it, and I couldn't move my head that direction.
I'm like that all the time.
I couldn't turn it that way, and I couldn't look down for 4 days, y'all. I hurt myself sleeping.
You slept funny?
I guess. That's the only thing I know that could have done it.
Oh, I do it all the time. I always have it like right here. It's how I sleep. I sleep.
It was horrible. Mm-hmm. That's the first time that's ever happened to me. That was absolute misery.
Sorry, I transferred my pain to you. My pain in the neck.
Marcel. Appreciate that.
Yeah. We need better pillows.
I almost went to the chiropractor.
Oh, I'm glad
I didn't now. Look, I don't like chiropractors. I don't like people touching me. That's creepy to me for some stranger to put their hands all over my neck. Oh my God. I'd lose it. I don't care for that at all. I don't like massages. I don't like chiropractors. I don't like pedicures.
I like massages. I do like.
I'm done now.
Yeah, I do like a nice massage. I can deal with that.
But I guess maybe if I could just keep a blindfold on, it wouldn't be too bad. But I don't know. That's still creeping me out.
CBD before you go in.
When it comes to popping and cracking bones, I have trust issues.
Yeah.
Me too. Me too. I'm like, are you going to break my neck? Are you going to, am I going to be paralyzed when I walk out of here?
Yeah. I've got my friend Tracy is a massage therapist, and she has been for, oh goodness, probably 18 years now. And it's her lifestyle. She goes and she does all these different types of massage. Okay. All these different types of massage and stuff.
Right.
And then she's real involved with chiropractors, and, she works with them.
Right.
For a while, she rented office space, an office within an office. And then she was the go-to for massage and stuff for them. It was really good for her business.
Mm-hmm.
But she loves to go to the chiropractor. She's like, I'm going to go get an adjustment. I'm like, oh, yeah, no. And she's like, you should go get an adjustment. Call this doctor. And I'm just like, no, it's good. I'll take a hot bath.
Right. And see, that's what I like to do. Well, I'll tell you what I did do. I can't find it right now. I've been walking around for the past week with a rice sock on my neck. And what I do is I take an old sock that's maybe a one sock. Okay, you know how the dryer eats socks, right? And you always end up with one that you can't find the match to. Well, I save those. I save them. And when somebody's hurt, like when my daughter, she lost her heating pad. So when she's doing girl stuff, I give her a rice sock. Or if my son gets an earache, I put a rice sock on. What you do is you pour rice in this sock, you tie it off at the end, and you put it in the microwave for 2 minutes with a cup of water. Because if you don't put the cup of water in there, the rice will burn. But if you have the cup of water in there, it will keep the rice from burning. But the rice gets really hot, and it's like a heating pad. And so I walked around like that all day with this green and black rice sock.
I never heard of such a thing.
Oh, it's
pretty.
Well, see, you're not a mom. That's why.
Is that like steamed rice?
Yeah, but it doesn't cook it. It just makes it hot. And the rice holds the heat for a good 30, 45 minutes. And it's very helpful. Pulled muscles, whatever ails you. It's great.
I'll have to try that. See, mine gets twisted like that. And I do the weird thing, and I go find like a corner, and I just kind of roll my neck on it until like eventually something will like unravel or pop, and it feels horrible and wonderful at the same time.
Right. See, Alex knows what a rice sock is. He said rice socks are awesome. Yes, they are. Look, I've been using those ever since my kids were tiny. Now they have
I'll
Excuse
just
me.
pour me a drink and milk it for as long as I can.
But I hear you. But that heat feels so good on those nasty muscles that want to act up. You can buy, like in the baby departments, they have these little animals with the beads in them that you use to put in the microwave and heat up for tummy aches or earaches or whatever. But it's so much cheaper just to grab a bag of rice out of your cabinet and pour it into a sock. I mean, as long as it's a clean sock. I wouldn't use Poppy's socks that he's worked in all day.
No,
But
hard pass on.
But as long as it's a clean sock, this perfect. And with oil costs going up as much as they are, who wants to use electricity? Y'all, I've been doing some crap to save money, and it's pissing my kids off something fierce, and I love it.
What are you doing?
I'm not letting anybody use the dishwasher. They have to wash the dishes by hand. And
I got
Poppy
one of them.
hung me a line up
anyway.
outside, and I'm hanging laundry to dry.
Oh, we hadn't done that. We've done some things around here. Like, I'm actually going to be doing a video pretty soon of how we're trying to go a little greener around here, because we don't have access to recycling like we did in town. And so, like this plastic bottle we use for this, or this plastic bottle full of, laundry detergent and all the things. We've been throwing out so much trash here, filling up the bin that we have. Whereas at the other house, we had one bin that was just for loose recycling, and then the trash. The bin for the loose recycling would be full, and we would have like 2 or 3 trash bags in the trash can.
Right, that's the way our house is too.
Yeah, well, it's not now. Like, it's trash because of all the plastic. And so we're no longer buying fabric softener. I traded that out for a greener solution, and then I'm no longer buying hand soap in plastic bottles. We're bar soap people again.
Oh yeah.
And so I'm going to be doing a video on some of the things I've been doing to try to reduce our single-use plastic.
Right.
Because for me, it was breaking my heart. I got to the point where I was rinsing out all the plastic bottles, if we had them, like, say, soda bottles, stuff like that. The giant containers that the laundry detergent come in and stuff like that, I was rinsing them out, and I was putting them in a box, and I would go to Walmart after I dropped the kids off at school, and I was like dumping all this stuff in those bins in the front, like the plastic recycle.
Yeah.
And, I don't know.
Can you take them to the place where the county takes everything to recycle?
I hadn't looked into that. I just discovered that they had those big bins in the front of Walmart, and then they have them in HEB too.
Okay.
I did feel a little strange walking up there with my,
Yeah.
laundry detergent bin, and then like an applesauce or an apple juice bottle, and it's like somebody's walking by like chunking a Pepsi bottle in there, and I'm like, oh, here's my Gain container. Here's this.
Right.
It's like the desperate tree hugger in the country. Like, oh God, I can't. This plastic is horrible. And so
It is. I hate all of the plastic that I use, but what else do you do? I mean,
well, just recycle it, and they can recycle it a few times.
Sure.
But I think that it would be good if the world could go back to,
Glass.
bottles for things, and then they could recollect them, whatever they did with them.
Oh God! Years ago, when I was a kid, we would walk up and down the street and find returnable bottles, and we'd get a nickel or a dime for every returnable bottle, and then we'd buy bags of candy with it, or a soda.
High school.
Yeah.
Shoot, when we were in college, when we would have our big parties and stuff in the dorm and all that, we figured out that if we all collectively, like on a floor, saved all the beer cans, we could take those and recycle them, and we had beer money for the weekend, like for everybody. It became a collective effort in my dorm, you know.
That's awesome. Oh God, don't tell me that. Violet's going to college next summer. Stop.
That's a whole year away.
Yeah, but you know what? Them years don't take long, do they?
No.
That's true.
Shoot.
Y'all, it's crazy how fast this time has gone by. It's sped up.
I was telling Marcel, I can't believe this year's half over.
I know.
I can't believe it's July 1st. Well, I kept telling my kids, like, Emery, I'm going to teach you cursive this summer, and you're going to know long division before you start 4th grade. And I have all these plans. And I was like, okay, well, we'll wait till July. We will wait till July. And then we're going to take June off because we just need a breather, focus on the house. But we're going to get back to this. And then Evan comes home, drops a bombshell. Everybody's all depressed and weirded out for 48 hours. You know, it's like,
right.
I don't know. So we're going to get back to it. I keep telling her, you know, because I was teaching Jared cursive the summer before his 4th grade. And he can read cursive and he can sign his name and everything. She needs to be able to do that too. But she's a lot more stubborn than him. She can't even ride a bike yet. And that's not for lack of us trying to teach her, you know.
So they don't teach cursive in school anymore?
No.
Nope.
Well, I didn't know that.
No. The kids can't even read it. They can't read cursive.
I think we started that in 2nd grade.
Yeah, we started it like at maybe 3rd or 4th.
Yeah, I think I was in the 3rd grade when I started it.
They wanted to make sure you had, decent regular writing.
We actually were graded in handwriting.
Yeah, we had graded it. They can't grade on it now. The kids can't even. Most of the kids can't spell.
I was going to say most of the kids can't even spell. How?
I don't know. It's just crazy. Life is so different,
So different. God, it's different.
So I'm starting on her. She needs to learn long division. And I couldn't believe she didn't learn basic long division in 3rd grade. And they're so into the standards and the curriculum, and it's not a 3rd grade TEK is what they call it, Texas Education Standard thing. And so when it was her last day of 3rd grade, and I bought the class pizza, went up there, I was talking to the teacher. I said, I think it's odd that I never saw her bring home any long division. She goes, oh no, they learned that in 4th grade. That's not a 3rd grade TEK. With her eyes nice and bright, and it's not her fault. She's teaching what she has to teach, but it's like they don't do building blocks anymore. It's like popcorn math. The kids are much smarter than me because I wouldn't have survived skipping from, I
like the way you put that too. Popcorn math. That's exact. Things pop up. You learn this skill, and nothing's related to the other.
Nothing relates to the other. It's
and
all
that
the
is
skills.
In my opinion, just dumb. That is a stupid way to try to teach them anything.
It's because and is it the same in Mississippi? Is it the same?
To some degree.
Yeah. I mean, it's literally like that. I remember Jared, when he was in 4th grade, he came home and he did long division, and then they were still doing multiplication. And then they came home and they were doing long division. And then like the next night they came home and he was like reviewing money. And then he came home and it was geometric shapes. And I was like, what the hell is going on in 4th grade? This is like, I'm going to be drinking before 6 o'clock. I said, we were doing long division yesterday and you're doing geometry now?
Right.
And it was so hard. But they're so much smarter than me because they're doing fine.
I wish my boy was doing fine, but I don't know what's going to happen with his grades next year.
Well, Emery struggles with math more than Jared does.
Mm-hmm. Both of mine struggle in math. His strongest subjects are science and band.
Well, there's nothing wrong with that,
He loves science. But the thing is, once he gets to high school, science is going to be math. Chemistry has algebra. Physics has algebra and trig. Biology, I guess that doesn't have algebra, but all the rest of that higher level science stuff.
I tried to tweak Jared's schedule because they assigned his schedule for 10th grade, and they came back and they put him in chemistry, and I was like, oh, I mean, no, he does okay in math. He had a subject called IPC for 9th grade, which was like integrated science, is like a introductory course to physics and chemistry and all this stuff. So they touched on like a little bit of all that
all
stuff.
The different, yeah.
And he did okay. He really did okay. He surprised me because he actually came out with a really, really high B in that class. Where he was really struggling in some other areas, but I think he had a really good teacher.
Well, sometimes that makes all the difference in the world.
Yes. It does make a big difference.
I think he had a really strong, male teacher who had been teaching for many, many years, and so that came across to him. Mm-hmm. But they put him in chemistry, and I was like, oh God! I was like, let's see if we can get you in like some earth science or something more relatable. And so earth science was there, but you have to be a freaking junior. I was like, what? I was like,
oh God! When my kids were in school, earth science was for 9th graders.
I know. Well, earth science here is usually for 8th graders or 9th graders. And I was thinking it would have been just an easier route for him because they've got him. I keep hearing.
So what is earth science?
Like basic, formations.
Weather.
And
land formations.
Oh, so we just called it science way back in the day.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Alex said, wait till 7th grade math. Alex, we just got through 7th grade math by the skin of my poor son's behind. and I'm not looking forward to 8th grade math because they're going to have him probably working on some algebraic stuff. And
8th grade is algebra.
Yeah, I don't think he's ready. I really don't. Just because it's like you said, I don't think he's been able to put all the concepts together to make sense.
Yeah, there's no flow. It's all driven by the end of year test curriculum.
Yep. Can they do this? It's like teaching monkeys, Yeah,
they don't even do arithmetic on the test. Not rote arithmetic anymore. It's like she's already doing 2-step word problems, and that's her math. But she has to be able to recognize what she has to do and then do it. And sure, it's all critical, higher, upper level thinking. But
my son can't do that.
But if she can't do the basic arithmetic, even after she logically figures out what the hell she's supposed to do, what good does it do her?
That's true.
Hey, Patrick. Hey. He said I suck at math. The only thing I'm good at counting is how much alcohol I've got left. Evening, folks.
So he works.
You're here,
fractions.
Patrick. I don't know. I'm getting pretty good at counting the money in my envelopes. Hello.
I know what's working. Well, my teenager.
Alex said 8th grade math is a breeze. I hope you're right, Alex. God, I hope you're right.
Oh. Yeah, I don't remember. I don't know. My son struggled a little bit with 8th grade math, but he did 8th grade math mostly homeschooled because it was pandemic time.
Yeah, and see, so,
8th grade
Violet
math
did really well. Violet did well in 8th grade math all the way up until she didn't have to take math anymore.
What I remember about my son's 8th grade math, because I was sitting there with him, was that the teacher would pop on to do the lesson, and then half the time the teacher had the webcam pointing the wrong way. And so he was looking at a wall, and she was going over the problems, and she couldn't see it because it was all homeschooling.
That's insane.
So, yeah. Well, he literally would have to send her a message and say, "Can you please turn the webcam because I can't see the board?" And she'd be like,
right.
"Oh, my bad." Yeah.
Come on up and hang out with us, Patrick.
I don't think I would make it in school today.
Violet gets so frustrated. And see, now Violet wanted, you ain't gonna believe this. Okay. So at her high school, band is the last class of the day. And they only have 4 classes. So it's fourth bell. She wanted me to let her get out of school early at lunchtime. Because she really only needs, I think, 2 more credits to graduate. And I told her, I said, no. She's like, why not? I'm like, what are you going to do? Come home and take a nap for 2 hours and then go back to school for band?
Yeah.
Because you have to be there for band. You're a section leader. You can't lay out a band. And she goes, well, I could just come home, take a nap, or I don't know what I could do. I said, well, you can't get a job. And that's what that plan is for. It's for kids to go and take their first 2 classes of the day and then go get a job and work and make money. You're not in that position.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I'm like, you don't need a job and you don't need to make, well, I wish you would get a job, to be honest with you.
Well,
she still owes me $200. I told you what she did, didn't I? She has a therapist. Well, she forgot the appointment.
Yeah.
And they charged me. I'm like, no, that $200 is coming out of your behind, girl, not mine.
Look who popped in.
Yeah.
Hi, Tom.
Hey, Tom. We were just talking about you and your
must
yummy
have been
chicken
itching.
wings. Yeah. And you're welcome to come up here and chat with us if you want to, Tom. I put a link in there. Can you find it? Let me know if you can't, and I'll put another one in. But yeah, she did that to me, and I'm still mad about it. So
she probably needs to get used to working, and you need to get used to her being gone working, at least over this next year. Let me tell you what I did today. She got up this morning, and at about 12 o'clock, I let her go to her girlfriend's house, Mercedes. And then she left Mercedes' house and she went over to her sister's house to play the Dungeons and Dragons game. Nice. And she came home by herself at 10 o'clock. She was gone all day.
Aww,
and she drove herself.
Nice. How'd you handle it?
I slept.
You're getting more used to it.
I'm getting more. It's not so traumatic anymore.
Okay, hold on. Rex has to go out. I'll be back.
Okay. It's not quite as traumatic as it was.
Yeah, because if she's going to be going to college in another year, you need to get used to it.
You're darn right I do. I'm going very slowly. Hey, Gary, how are you? That's who introduced me to Tom's channel, is Belt Loop 29. That's Gary.
That's Gary? Okay.
Uh-huh. He was up here with
Gary?
us.
Nice to meet you.
He was up here with us last weekend. And I don't know how he came across my channel, but he was in the chat and I put a link up and there he was. And I said, well, why not? And he's a real nice gentleman. I like him. And he stays up late like we do.
Another night owl.
Yeah. What was that noise?
Yeah, I don't think I could handle the school now. I would be they have me in one of them homes for...
Well, I'll tell you what I told my son's teacher at the end of the year, this year. I said, I'm so glad he got through your class, and I will be so glad when the next 5 years are over, because I have put 6 other children through public school, and I'm about done with y'all.
Well, what I don't understand is the way they're teaching them. How's that going to help them out in the real world? I mean, I
don't know. Personally,
I live and die by spreadsheets, by writing them.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't have the basic fundamentals down, that's all algebra. I mean, you're just not going to be able to do it if you don't know the basics of math to start with.
Right.
And all this crazy, because I know my granddaughter, some of the stuff that she talks about in school, and she had some homework over at the house one night. She spent the night with us.
Right.
And the only way she could come over was if she brought her homework with her.
Right.
And got it done. Well, Grumpus was going to jump in there and help her knock it out real quick so she could play.
And Grumpus looked at it and said, "What the hell is this?"
I could not believe the nonsense that was on that page.
Sorry, Patrick. I'm sorry. Hey.
Preacher.
How's it going?
Great. How are you?
I'm great.
Me too.
I'm great. Grumpus and I.
Good as usual.
That you're talking about yourself, of course.
No, I'm talking about the preacher.
Oh no. The preacher's
Always look up to the preacher.
The preacher's got a long way to go. Long way to go. But we're both getting similar sort of beards happening.
Yeah, my wife was telling me it's about time to shave it off a little bit.
No.
You watched the movie, didn't you? You didn't watch it?
Who are you talking to?
Patrick.
Yeah.
Oh.
Who are you talking to?
I'm talking to Patrick.
Who you talking
No,
about?
not the. No, I haven't seen. What's it called?
Oh, brother, where art thou?
No, I haven't seen it yet. No.
Oh, man. Because there's a preacher in the movie. There's a preacher in the movie. That's why I thought you had seen it.
No, not yet.
Okay.
I will. I promise. I promise I'm going to see it.
Look, it's your loss if you don't.
No, I don't. Well, I don't like to lose.
I know you don't, because you're a winner, dude.
No, this name, The Preacher, is from the other Clint Eastwood film I like, which is
Okay.
Pale Rider. And
I
its name's
swear
The
I
Preacher.
think I've seen that years ago, but
Yes.
it's a Western, isn't it?
Oh, yes.
I'm
One
gonna
of my
have to watch
favourites.
it again.
It's right up there.
I'll have to watch
that's
that
a-
again.
I must have seen it 20 times over the years.
Yeah.
I think it's just one of those movies you can watch when you're in the mood. You just watch it again. You know?
Right. Well, and that's how I am with that movie. It's like on the yearly list of movies to watch, you know. And in fact, when I bought it, I didn't see it in the movie theater. I bought it, and I watched it over and over and over again, like daily. And because every time I would watch it, I would get something else. And it's one of those movies that there's these little, it's almost like a treasure hunt, you know. There's these little pieces of it that once you watch it the second time, it's like, oh yeah, now that makes sense. That's cool. That's funny. That relates, you know, whatever. Something happened in a live tonight and we are trying to get it straightened out. Oh no. Is it bad? I hope it's nothing bad.
Let's hope not.
Yeah.
Speaking of bad, though, Grumpus, I've got an issue with you. Let me tell you. This business with the ice cream and the
That's a long line you're in.
no. This is probably the most serious because you this ice cream with the peanut butter business.
Oh yeah.
I've gone a bit. I've definitely gone nuts. When I get up to get another drink, I'm going to show you.
You've let it get out of hand, haven't you?
It's I need a preacher.
Or an exorcist.
An exorcist. Well, both.
Peanut butter exorcism.
But I'll show you when I come back what I've gone and done, and it's all your fault. Okay.
I'm looking forward to seeing it.
I want everyone to know this. Don't listen to Grumpus when he's talking about ice cream because you'll get it. It's like you're upset. You did something to me. You put a spell on me or something. You've got a little voodoo, a Patty Joe cooking voodoo doll or something. You keep sticking
The
it
first bowl is free.
Well, it sure tasted good.
Look, can y'all see that? No, you can't see it. It's too
No.
light.
I see it.
That's my boy with his boy.
Oh, that's your grandson.
my
He's
new
a new granny.
grandbaby.
Is it a boy? Yeah.
It's a boy.
Yeah.
It's a boy.
Can you hold it back a bit further, maybe, so it could?
Yeah, that's what I'll try. It's so light. I don't understand that.
Hold it
Oh, I
forward.
know why. It's because there's a light shining. Let me see if I can do it this way.
And Charlotte, I'm sorry,
Hold it
I never said
horizontal.
congratulations when I hopped
that's
on.
good.
Congratulations on the new baby.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm probably
There
seeing
he
more
is.
than I should.
Wow.
That's
What are they doing
yeah.
to it?
Oh, he was cutting the cord.
That's
Kind of
more,
gross, but
that's more
that's what he was
information than I
doing.
need.
But that's why you can't really tell that's what they were
Socks.
doing, you know.
Well,
But
it looks,
he's,
yeah.
he's perfectly healthy, and my son texted me. He said, "Mom, his head's a little bit crooked." I said, "It'll be okay. It'll straighten out in a couple of days."
Sorry.
What's the name, Charlotte? What's the name?
His name is Wesley Chase.
Wesley Chase.
Yeah. Well,
There you go.
my son's name is Wesley Benjamin, but I've called him Benjamin since the day he was born. Nobody calls him Wesley in our family, but all of the other people who know him call him Wesley.
Right.
So I'm not sure what I'm going to call this little grandbaby because I know way too many Wesleys.
You do, don't you?
Yes.
WC.
WC?
WC.
But Chase is not a bad name.
No, Chase is a nice
I like
name.
Chase.
It's
Yeah.
not one I would have picked out, but hey, it's his baby, you know?
Mm.
And it's not offensive at all.
Not yet.
No, I'm not offended.
Not yet. He seems to have darker hair, which is nice.
Does the mom have dark hair?
Uh-huh. Yeah. But his little lips and his chin look just like my son when he was born. But then again, he's only a day old and they change so much. But he does he resembles his daddy as a baby. That's been a bunch of years ago, y'all. Good God.
Mm.
Well, and my grandson, number one grandson, he turned 2 today, and his party's tomorrow. So we're going to go to that. But he is something else. That boy, God.
No.
Well, see, and how many grandchildren is this now? 3?
Well, yes, but I
Three?
count
Whoa.
I count my son's stepdaughter too. I can't treat her any differently. So really 4.
Amazing. Hey?
Yeah. And I got a 2-for-1 on that deal.
There you go.
So
Mm.
How are they doing? Has she been posting any more on her greenhouse channel?
oh, this is a different one.
Oh,
This is a different son. Yeah.
Hard to keep up, Charlotte. It's hard.
I know it is. I know it is. The greenhouse girl, I guess she's okay. I don't know. I don't know.
better check up on her.
Well, she's got a little girl too, right?
Yes, she has a
That's
beautiful
the one
little
I was
girl.
thinking of.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's got a little girl that my son absolutely adores, and probably puts up with way too much crazy because of it.
Mm-mm-mm.
So.
I think.
Oh my goodness, Tom! I'm sorry. Look, that's me not paying attention. That is me. Hey, it's good to see you.
Hello.
How you doing,
Patrick,
Tom?
how you doing? How's everybody doing?
Everybody's pretty good, I think.
You might not be doing too well, Tom, when we tell you it's $50.
It is. It is.
Put it on my
This
tab.
is a
Yep.
paid live
Charge
stream.
it.
Oh, I've heard that before. Put it on the
Hey,
tab.
look. Ever since this channel got monetized, now there's a little dollar sign down in there, and it's $50 cover charge.
But we split it 5 ways now.
That's
Let me
right.
give
There
you-
you go. There you
Let
go.
me give you my real name. My real name is the Dude. Kitchen
Oh,
Grill.
God.
Oh,
Did you steal his credit card?
No, shh.
Shh. Don't tell anybody.
How's
What?
everybody
We all know about the dude's credit card, okay?
He's got more than one credit card now. That son of a.
the dude's gonna be hurting come.
Okay, I'm
Christmas time.
coming. Hang on.
Hey,
I don't know how to get. Hang on. Hang on.
He's hurting already, Marcel.
Oh,
Hey, Bill,
okay. Hang on 1 second.
I tell you what, this is a rock and roll live stream tonight. Look, we've got
It is, isn't it?
it's all happening, isn't it?
Hello.
Got all,
Hey, Gary, I'm sorry I left you down there.
got all
Alright,
the cool kids here tonight.
Goodness, all the cool kids are hanging out tonight, aren't we?
Yeah.
Well, of course.
I
Hey,
thought he was
Gary.
going to be on tonight, but I don't know what
Nothing
happened.
but freaking rock stars. That's
Rock
all.
stars. Who's the rock star?
Everybody in here.
Oh, well, thank you, Gary. Thank you.
Welcome to the Rockstar panel.
That's
I
what
don't
I'm
know
talking.
does everybody know Gary?
No, but I think that Gary shouldn't be charged the entry fee. So no 50
All right,
bucks.
all right.
The first
I
one's
like-
free.
I like him already. I like that attitude. We're all rock stars.
Gary's
Put him on
awesome.
my- put him on my tab.
We'll give the new guys a pass tonight.
Put it on
Yeah.
his tab. Put it on
All
his tab.
right, all right.
That's right.
Well, it's good.
Dudes, get you an
I guess I'm just cheap and easy tonight, right?
I've
Don't
always
you say
been
anything,
easy.
Grumpus.
I've always been easy, just ain't cheap. I guess you could say I got champagne taste on a beer budget.
Oh my. Well, your
Yeah,
budget's doing better than mine. Mine's about Kool-Aid.
Hey, I've had to make toast with Kool-Aid now. Don't be down.
What?
I'm joking. I'm just trying to be funny.
I want to know how that works.
I want to try that
Put it in
Kool-Aid
there,
pie
throw a
recipe.
little bit darker food coloring in there, and you act like it's wine.
Oh, okay. Oh, well, maybe I can do that because I drank my last bottle. It's empty.
Oh man. It's a moment of
So
So
silence.
now I'm stuck. Now I'm drinking sweet tea. But y'all know I don't usually drink no more than one or two of them anyway.
I did have me a drink earlier. I hope y'all ain't smelling my breath thinking I'm feeling too bad or something.
As long as you don't have a long drive home. Yeah.
What are we
So
doing? Oh, we're doing the test.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't do that. My balance is bad. Look,
Okay.
if I were to drive, first of all, I'd be all over the road because I have double vision. And if I got pulled over, they'd throw me in the drunk tank because I would never be able to do that test.
Did you
Well-
hear about the nurse? I forget which state it was in. I literally just heard this news story like 48 hours ago, but there was a nurse who was coming home after a 12-hour shift. She was exhausted.
Uh-huh.
She picked up her like 4-year-old daughter at her daycare, and then she was driving home, and somebody at the daycare called the police on her because she was acting impaired. And she got suspended from her job. She got charged with DWI. She failed the field sobriety test. They arrested her for DWI, all these things. She's gone through everything. And then there was because of COVID and all the nonsense, there was a super long, like a 6-month delay getting her blood test results back. And the blood test results came back and said she was not intoxicated.
Oh my God.
She was just exhausted after being on a 12-hour shift.
taking
and
care
so-
of people with COVID and saving their life.
They took her daughter, they charged her with child endangerment, and her daughter actually got placed in foster care over all this.
Get the heck out of
Oh
Dodge.
no, it was a living nightmare.
Was that in Texas?
I'm trying. I don't remember the state. I'm sure I could find it. I don't. But
It doesn't
basically,
seem like it would be in Texas, but
if those blood test results would have come back sooner, it would have saved her a lot of grief.
oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Well, I know, to be honest with you, 12-hour shift, and I mean, I'm sure it's hard on some folks, but,
Who's
as
crying?
speaking as somebody who's worked many 16-hour days, 12 don't seem so bad.
Right.
I used to work 80 hours a week, and that was, you talk about getting to the point of exhaustion. In fact, there was one officer I was riding with that we pulled up to a spot, and by the time, to monitor traffic, by the time he put it in, just within 2 seconds of when he put it in park, he was snoring.
Oh my.
The fact is that once I can vouch for how tired a person gets. When I quit working so many hours, I told them, look, don't put me on any more overtime.
And
Right.
because I was, in fact, in one 14-hour stretch, or not 14 hours, in 14 days, I had 15 overtime shifts. That's not in addition to my, 10
Your
regular shifts.
regular shift.
It's you get to the point where you're just so tired, and coffee may help, but it don't make up for the fact you're lacking sleep.
Right.
It said it happened in Tennessee.
In Tennessee, I'll be darned.
You got to have
That's
that.
terrible. Okay, so how come that puppy's so upset that he's whining?
Otis always whines. I think it has something to do. It could be any of a number of things. The fact is, he was fed today. He's got water. He's been outside. I bathed him a week ago. He may have gotten a few fleas on him, but it's probably more likely that I think Lulabelle's starting to go into heat. And
Oh,
That'll make you whine.
yeah, it will.
That'll get you whining.
Yeah, I used to raise basset hounds, and when my females would come in to heat, I had to give my males melatonin.
I can make them go to
I thought
sleep.
you were going to say Viagra.
I'd knock them suckers out for about 6-8 hours
Oh my
There you go.
gosh, that's crazy.
because they would whine and cry. I mean, you know how basset hounds sound anyway.
Yeah.
They whine and cry until their throats. I mean, they just almost go hoarse,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and you could tell they were miserable. So that made me
Right.
miserable.
Right.
well,
That's why all my dogs are fixed. 'Cause I don't have
Yeah.
to listen to that nonsense, and I don't have to listen to. I don't have to take care of them yucky girls and all that mess. And
I couldn't show them if they were fixed.
well, that's true. That's true. Yeah.
Otis and Lulabelle sleep on the other end of the house from me and Tammy. So
Oh, do they?
yeah, I mean, we got basically 2 living rooms, or you could call it 1 living room, 1 den. One's my wife's and one of them's mine. The dogs stay in my end of the house, which is all the way at the other end.
Right.
And so,
See, I
wasn't-
was kind of hoping Poppy would let me have a house and then build him one next door.
I'm kind of jealous. I wished I had an end of the house.
Me too. Me too.
well, we had a house. The house we used to live in before this one, my TV, and I always have for the last, 20 years or so. I've had these big old TVs, and I've had, usually pretty good sound systems. My sound system right now ain't that good, but I mean, it's just a TV. So
Yeah.
anyhow, the TV was right up against the wall of the bedroom.
Ooh.
My wife wasn't happy with that at all.
I don't blame her. I
But
don't blame her a bit. Y'all, so in January, me and Poppy are going to start looking for a she shed for me.
Oh, cool.
And we have a area of the yard over here that is like a driveway, and it's where a garage ought to be, but it's not, because this is an old house and they didn't build one.
What?
But there's plenty of space for like a 8x20 shed.
Mm-hmm.
That's a
It's
nice
gonna
shed.
be all mine. It's gonna be all mine.
Are you just going to build you one, or try to?
No,
try to buy
I think
one?
I'm just gonna go buy one that's already put together and have them drop it right there.
Yeah, and
Now
then
make sure
decorate
you
it.
got a window that's got a big enough spot for an air conditioner.
Oh, it's gonna have a slot for air conditioner because my plug is right here at the back of the house, and I'm
Mhm.
just gonna run the air conditioner right around there.
I know. I don't know where everybody's at here, but I know where you at, and I know where Tom's at. At least I think I know where Tom's at. Yeah.
Well, we got 2 Texans and 1 Australian. And do you call it Aussie?
How do Australians
Patrick,
refer to
are you eating
themselves?
peanut butter ice cream again?
no, but
No.
sounds really good.
Is it
Nobby's
beaver
I'll be-
nut or
I'll
beaver
be
nut?
showing you. I'll be showing you. I'm going to be showing you all something in a minute, and it's all Grumpus's fault.
Okay, I'm ready.
Up there.
Up there.
Well, Gary, I'm
No,
in
I'm just
Houston.
You in Houston, Grumpus?
I'm in Houston.
You know, I was just talking with Devil Dog. He's in Houston too. I used to live in Houston many years ago, 1981 to 1982.
Refill.
Anytime I was there.
Yeah.
Gary, where you're in Mississippi now, right, Gary?
Ma'am, I am basically, for the most part, since 1982. I did spend about a year over in Louisiana. It was over in Shreveport, so it wasn't down around New Orleans or anything.
All right.
But Shreveport's basically between here and DFW, Dallas.
Yeah, oh yeah. I've been. We've spent some time in Louisiana. I'm in Texas as well. I'm not too far from Grumpus. I'm in a small town. Closest big city to me is definitely San Antonio, but
Okay.
we live way out in the country.
Well, I spent 11th grade, I reckon, the first half of 11th grade, first semester, whatever you want to call it. I was in a place called Klein Forest School.
That's not too far from me.
Really? It was,
Yeah. Technically, I'm in Spring.
okay. I've been through Spring. I spent all my time over on FM 1960 back then.
Yeah.
I mean, I used to go to this discotheque. I was 17 years old, and I had me a fake ID. And so I'd go into this discotheque, go dancing and drinking and carousing, all the things I should be doing. Well, back then I was into wine, women, and song. That was, my thing. And
What was the song?
you name it.
Okay.
What was the
That's
wine?
pretty typical of most 16, 17-year-old young boys.
Yeah. I'm
Yeah,
trying to figure out what
so-
the problem is.
Well, there wasn't no problem back then. Well, until I moved in with these two girls, and we went up to
There's the
Lute.
problem.
And I got two girls.
Not one, but two.
He said in the
Well,
story. He's
was-
bragging.
They used to make commercials. Double mint.
No, I ain't
double
bragging.
pleasure, double fun.
The funny thing, I
the
got
double mint twin.
intoxicated, inebriated one night. That
You just lost everybody's train of thought with the two girls. You just
I
did.
know,
Everybody went.
So you got intoxicated.
I got intoxicated. The girls took me out and put me in my car and locked the door so nobody get in and mess with me. Of course, I was so inebriated, I just got back up, and you can't lock somebody in if they want to get out of their own vehicle. So I got up and went right back in. And then, I don't know, I may have laid down 5 minutes, 2 minutes for all I know. And I went back in, and they kicked me out again. But this time I didn't have the girls to put me in the vehicle. So I just laid on the hood of my car. And then a patrol car comes through, arrest me for public intoxication. And
Like
The
if they'd
girls-
just left me in my car, I wouldn't have been.
Gary,
They should have
that wasn't the story I was hoping for, Gary.
No,
I know. I was thinking it was going to go a whole other direction.
I had a whole lot better story in my head.
Yeah.
Let's roll with that one.
I don't know what story you had in your head. I'm just telling you what happened.
They're focusing on the two girls.
Well, the funny thing is, the girls didn't know my last name, so they couldn't bail me out of jail. So
Story
And,
just keeps getting worse, Gary.
I know. Oh, that ain't the worst thing that happened to me, darling. I ain't
Oh, God.
But anyhow, so they threw me in jail. I was in there with all these drunks, and it stunk like all get out. Look, it smelled like everybody took urinated in the corner, and it stunk. And then they realized that I was underage, and they ended up throwing me in my own cell. And I guess they found out I don't know how they found out who my parents was, but they called my parents, and they came. They said, "Well, we ain't gonna bring you. We ain't gonna bail you out if you don't promise not to be doing no more drinking." I said, I can't promise you that. And they bailed me out anyhow. Then they brought me home and said, well, you can stay, but you're going to have to promise no more drinking. I said, I'm sorry, I can't lie to you. I said, I like the taste of pina coladas too much. You know, they still, you know, I still say it anyhow. And I was stupid back then. I did a lot of stupid things.
Oh,
But
I think we all were a little bit.
Every young person did a lot of stupid things.
I didn't. I didn't do anything.
they didn't do as many stupid things as I did. You know, I would start out with a 6-pack of Tall Boy Budweisers, and I'd drink that. I'd go to the liquor store and buy me a bottle of Reunited peach wine. Why? I don't know, but it always just seemed to fit my pattern, and I'd drink that. And then I'd go back to the liquor store and buy me a bottle of either Jack Daniels or Jim Beam.
Oh my
And-
God! And they sold it to you.
And then you look for a hood of a car.
Well, no, then I just forgot what happened. But I do remember the last thing I remember on any of those nights is what I called clearing the neck. I don't know if it's a real thing or not, but I would take the bottle and I'd turn it up to make sure that first time I hit it, when I turned it down, that liquor was below the neck of the bottle somewhere. And so, people would be telling me I did things with this girl or that girl in the bar, and I couldn't remember any of it. I wasn't always with two women. It was just that, you know.
Well,
Gary?
the glory of
Gary.
all that, Gary,
Yeah.
is we come
Yeah,
from
Gary.
a time, from an era where there's more than likely no video or photographic evidence. of any
Thank
of
God.
No,
Gary,
Thank
Gary.
God.
Gary,
I'm listening,
I think-
Brady.
I'm starting. I think I recognise you. I think I was in that jail cell at the same time.
He was in the corner.
I was the one in the corner.
Taking a leak.
Well,
Well, I don't know what I was doing.
I didn't hear no foreign accents. I'm sorry. It's possible. It's
I
possible.
didn't.
You
I wasn't able to speak at the time.
okay.
I was just
You-
grunting like. Ugh.
I'm about to blow y'all's mind.
Oh,
My 25-year-old son lives with 2 girls.
Oh my goodness!
What am I doing wrong?
what am I doing?
He called me about a month ago. He says, "You're not going to believe this." And I'm like, "Try me." Because I'll believe anything. I know kids are crazy. He says, "Well, this girl, blah, 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 obscene, and now she lives in our house." I said, "Congratulations, son."
Can we get your son to come on the live stream?
Yeah. Get him up here.
I'd like to hear a few stories.
But are these like roommates? Are these girls he's involved with?
I'll just
Both.
don't ask.
Well,
Really? So
I
it's
can
like
see
an
this.
open relationship type thing.
oh man, that
I'm
you.
not sure what you call it. I mean,
She's
I
already
don't have.
home. He got to keep her.
I got to tell you all about my girl down in I used to go out with.
Another one. Another one.
Well, I dated a lot of women. That's just the way I was. I was a very hedonistic person. You understand? I was, and to be fair, I was convinced I was God's gift to women back then.
Mhm.
I dressed to a T back then. I was, put on, like a cobalt blue shirt with a white tweed double-breasted, jacket and white tweed breeches to match.
Staying
Be
alive.
careful, you're telling your age now.
Oh, I know. That was back during them, what was that, Miami Vice days and such.
In the 80s.
Well, he did say discotheque before. I mean,
Yeah.
He did.
I did. I went to a discotheque, every night.
The urban cowboy.
Well,
Yeah.
that's
There you go.
back years ago. And now I done forgot what story I was telling you.
You were in a discotheque with 4 women.
Oh, no, I was going to tell you about my girlfriend down in Hattiesburg. I had the girlfriend down in Hattiesburg at one point that was, and I can't tell these stories to everybody because I don't think everybody to understand that I'm not that person that I used to be. Well, I'm not. I mean, look at me. I got this pig here. I ain't pretty anymore. I got this ugly mug now, and I ain't pretty like I used to be.
Here's something my daddy told me a long time ago. He said, you need to get a good education and a really good job because cute don't last forever.
That's right. That's right. And I'm living proof.
Me too.
I had a girlfriend, best relationship I ever had, bar none. And I'm not including, I guess, the one I got. I love my wife and she's awesome, but she still gets upset about things from time to time. And Lord knows, well, she got upset today. I tried to calm her down a little bit. There wasn't no having it. She wanted to be pissed off for one reason or another.
Yeah. I live with one of those too.
Anyhow, I had a girlfriend that was a 6 foot tall redhead, which ironically, the tallest and the shortest girlfriends I ever had were both redheads, which was kind of strange. But this girl was about 6 foot tall. I think she had just gotten a divorce. And, we just had basically a physical relationship. It was, we were there to have fun. We, it's not like we had any strings on one another.
Y'all hooked up.
We enjoyed spending time together, and we do things like go to the beach and what have you. But she'd often let me bring other girlfriends over to her house. Well, and that's not really the end of the story because I left at some point. My parents actually ended up kicking me out for one reason or another. And so I moved over to Houston Dallas. I moved over to Dallas for a year, and then I came back over to Mississippi. And I went by over there to where she was living just to go say hey, see how she was doing. And she wasn't living there no more. There was another young lady over there, apparently single. And
at the time.
Well, at the time. And anyhow, I just came over to say hey and see how she was doing. I wasn't trying to, reignite no flames or nothing like that.
Right.
I came over though, and the girl that lived across the street was real good friends with my girlfriend. Came over because she recognized me in my vehicle, and she came over. She told the other lady, she says, "This is the guy I've been telling you about." And so she says, "I got to see this." And so she grabbed a hold of me, pulled me inside, shut the door. We got a little physical. Anyhow,
a little.
Well, pretty physical for a while. I was a two-bit. I was a.
Good morning, Guardian.
Morning, Guardian. Good to see you. I was just a scoundrel, a rapscallion, a very selfish, and I thought very highly of myself back then.
Mm-hmm.
My.
Well, I think very highly of you now.
I'm telling Poppy.
So there you go.
Well, I ain't nothing like I used to be.
That's a shame. What a shame.
I don't think so. I think that there's certain satisfaction that comes from finding somebody that you can be with and spend time with and enjoy their company. And it's not all just about, physicality.
Definitely.
And so when I was a young man, in fact, I guess I might as well share a couple other things with you.
Oh boy, I'm scared.
Intermission.
Well, I mean,
lay down first.
I'm not trying to be risque or anything, and I'm gonna keep it PG at most. There was, I actually have been engaged to two girls. Now we did get I married the second girl with the rings I bought for the first girl, and both of them have the same name.
That was a BOGO.
They both have the same name.
Well, we were
Tammy
talking about
Burnett.
recycling earlier.
You have to understand, I probably dated 10 or 12 girls named Tammy. And so now that's not the
Hey,
only
one
name.
of them might have been one of my cousins. I got a cousin named Tammy.
It could have been. The fact is that, if she lived up this way or over in Houston or
Florida, but still, she probably got around.
well, could be what part of Florida. Anyhow, I ended up. I ain't gonna talk about all them other Tammys. But in fact, my wife, I don't know.
We would get confused. We'd get confused, Gary.
Well, I'll try to keep it simple.
Now, if you talk about it, then we might know which one's which.
Hold on.
I'll tell you.
Patrick, did you get your beer at the bottle shop?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's in a can.
There we go.
Bottle shop.
Hey, Granny, remind me sometime, and I'll tell you about how I got together with my wife. It is kind
You
of.
did. Remember last week you told me.
Oh yeah, did I tell you about the 3 birthdays, or did I tell you about the way she behaved at the first birthday party?
That was the one.
Okay.
How she behaved at the birthday party.
Yeah, she was a pain in the rear end. I don't know why we ended up getting married, but we got married 5 months later. So
That's something else. Well, when I met Poppy, we got married, I think, 8 months after we met each other.
very cool.
And that was and we've been married, what? How many years, y'all? 21 years? Yeah.
Cool. Me and Tammy celebrate our 34th in December.
That's awesome. I hope
Fantastic.
I live to see my 34.
How long have you been married for, Tom?
Who, me?
Well, is there any other Tom in the room?
Come on, Tom. Get the program.
We've been married now 34 years.
Very good.
That's the second one, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Very cool, Tom.
Yeah,
I was married for about 34 minutes, I think.
I was going to say, isn't that about how long you were married, Patrick?
Just
34,
about. That was-
34 days, 34 minutes, something like that.
Well, no, I don't think it was even that long.
Oh, look, Alex is celebrating his 15th on Thursday. Congratulations, Alex.
Congratulations. 15 years.
That's when it starts getting fun.
Somebody
Sorry,
asked
guys.
That's when we get tired.
Yeah.
Hey, that was just about the time.
That's
was
the
just-
point where you throw up your hands and go, okay, I deserve this.
I give up.
Tired of what? Tired of what, Grumpus?
Everything.
Everything.
All of it.
Good answer.
All of it.
Well,
If I wasn't so old, I'd probably try to get me another one.
No, I get this one raised. I'm not having no more.
No, Poppy is wonderful. He's
I'll
the
tell you
best
one thing.
husband I ever had.
Grumpus out here. It's 12:30. And if I ring that bell right now, she'll come out with a shotgun.
Yeah,
Do it.
I was telling the wife about your bell, and she gave me looks.
Oh my.
that makes me think about something. I don't know why it does, but there's always something reminds me of something. One of these days, y'all have to talk me into reading excerpts from my book that I wrote. It's called The Trophy Husband Handbook.
Chapter 1.
Can you find it on Amazon?
No, in fact, I got a friend of mine who's been after me to, give him a copy of it so he can try to market it. It's just on my computer at the moment. And it's, to be fair, it's only I don't know, 30 or 40 pages long, maybe only 20. But
Well, you could sell that for about $29.99 on Amazon.
I may think about it. I
Yeah.
probably still need to work on it, but it's. I think it's funny. But then again, sometimes I think very misogynistic stuff is funny. So,
Well,
that's
sometimes it is.
if it's done right.
Sometimes it ain't.
Funny's funny, no matter how you get it up.
Yeah.
I agree. But I have a tendency to, some of the things that I think surely this will be something somebody's interested in. Sounds perfect for be of interest, but then nobody cares about it. So, I don't know. It cracks up some of the folks I've let read it, but there's others like, yeah, I see it. So.
See, and I thought that about my channel too. I thought, man, this is something people really want to watch. Boy, was I mistaken.
Me too.
You got a full
Boy,
house.
was I mistaken.
Well,
Took me 3 years. Y'all, my YouTube versary is on July the 12th. 3 years.
3 years.
3 years.
I don't even know
Married
when
to
mine is.
married to the channel for 3 years.
Married to the channel.
well, I gotta admit, I enjoy talking with you.
Well, thank you.
If that helps any.
It
I don't
does
know.
indeed.
You got
I
a
don't
full
know.
house tonight.
I do
Right.
have a full house, and look, it's 2:30 in the morning. That's
It is.
unusual, ain't it?
Mm.
A
I
lot
tell
of
you, I didn't
lonely
think it was going to
people
be
out
this
there.
much work.
Usually
Putting up
around
a video.
2:30, 3 o'clock, people start dropping like flies.
Well, I ain't gonna lie to you, darling. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be able to hold out.
You've got about, according to Tammy's alarm clock, 21 minutes.
That's probably. Well, she already come in here once.
Did she?
So-
Oh, you're in trouble.
When you see Gary go like this,
She's like, don't make me
She's out
come
there.
down them stairs.
I don't know why she got up today. She didn't. It's not like she was telling me to come to bed or anything. But maybe she just wanted to make her presence known so that I could take a hint or something. She may come a little bit more serious next time. But
Probably.
well,
Maybe with a shotgun.
For anybody who don't know Gary or look at his channel or anything like that, he's one of the nicest people I've met on here so far.
Yeah.
And,
Thank
I mean, everybody else is nice, but I mean, just boom, right there. If he can help you, he'll help you. Great guy. That's why.
I'll do what I can to help. That's for sure.
And I got to tell you one
Stand
thing:
up,
you gotta watch his video of him catching Tweety.
Catching what?
Tweety,
His-
Rooster.
His
Oh,
rooster.
Tweety.
Maybe
Okay.
Yeah.
I got
this
a
rooster,
mean rooster.
yeah.
Um,
This rooster is ruthless. That's what you should call him, ruthless.
What's the name? What's the name of your channel, Gary?
Belt Loop 29. Oh, I need to change all my thing. I don't
I'll
have.
put some links up.
29. That's a strange name.
It
Yeah,
is.
that Tweety video is
Yeah,
pretty
I-
good.
I showed it to my wife last night. She cracked up laughing.
The funny thing about the video to me is you can tell when Tweety decided this guy's toast.
He
Yeah.
turned his head.
You can
like,
see it in his, yeah, you can
You
just
really
see
can.
it. And then
I'll tell you
there
one
with
thing.
the sheet. You know?
I'll tell you one thing. If that was me, Tweety would be in some gravy.
Uh-huh,
Hey.
me too.
If it wasn't for Tammy, he would be. Tammy raised him from an egg. He was the
Oh,
only. She was the only. We had him. She had him in an incubator. She had several eggs. Quite a few eggs in an incubator. But
right.
the power went out, and he was the only one to hatch. And
Ah.
so she used to carry him around. He would come up and get on her hand. She would put him on her shoulder and walk around the yard, and she treated him extremely well, and he was very sweet at one point.
And then he
But-
turned on her just like most men do. No, I'm teasing.
Well, it did happen, but it wasn't until he met the hens.
Right, right.
Once
Well,
he
then
met
he started doing his job.
No, he had 2 hens, and he was looking for a hood of a car.
He wanted to be the hood ornament.
Yeah.
He could, maybe. He's a beautiful roost. I mean,
Thank you,
his
Marcel.
those tail feathers are beautiful, dark green. He's got the most beautiful copper colored, feathers, and on his neck and everything. He's a beautiful roost, and he's big.
Yeah, he's a looker.
He's twice the size of any of these other chickens out here.
Get your number, though.
Tammy loves that chicken, but she hates him too. The reason why we had to go relocate him to begin with is because while he was in there, Tammy couldn't go water the rabbits, couldn't go feed or water the rabbits, and well, she could, but she'd have to tell me beforehand, and I'd have to throw this big old container over the top of him because every time I went in there, he charged me. And
yeah, but you moved him to Stala 13, or that's where you moved his ass.
That's right. That's right. We located him to a chicken condo.
My wife, her family in New Jersey, they had a farm. The father grew everything, and it had chickens and stuff. She hates chickens, hates them. When we were in North Carolina, I wanted to get some chickens and raise eggs and all that stuff like that. She want no part of it. So I said to her last night, I said, "I'm gonna show you a video. You're gonna appreciate it." She's going, "Get him, Gary! Get him! Get him! Get him! Watch it! Watch it!"
That is funny. It was fun making that video. And I got another one about Tweety on my computer. I'm gonna be loading up at some point. I've got 3 or 4 videos, but I try not to release them day right after day. Try to spread them out a little bit. And
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
All right. But I do have I probably have 3 videos. I try to make a variety of videos just so that, some videos are long, some are short. Somebody may not be able to spend the time necessary for a longer video, but they may have a few minutes that they want to spend. So I try to make some short ones too. I've got, for some reason, don't ask me why. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. But I have found that there are some folks that like watching videos of me just doing chores. Doesn't make any sense to me.
You know what I don't get? Mukbang. We're sitting there watching people eat. I don't get that either. I mean, just. I
get people, well, I don't know. But I went ahead and I made a video of me just cutting the grass. Oh, that's kind of got a funny story in it, too. Of course, if you watch the video, you'll kind of hear it. But I'll tell it anyhow. I told Tammy, I said, that morning, I said, well, I think I'm going to go out here and, make a video of me cutting grass. She said, all right. So I went out and I turned on my GoPro, and the GoPro said I had only 4% on my GoPro. So I said, well, I can't record with that. It's going to take an hour and a half, 2 hours for this thing to charge. And Lord knows by the time it gets in, it's going to be hot. So, but I went in and I told Tammy, I said, my GoPro's only got 4% on it. I'm gonna have to plug this thing in and let it charge. She said, I guess that means you're not gonna be cutting the grass. She thought the only reason why I was cutting the grass was for to make a video of it. But of course, I ended up doing it anyhow because I used my phone. But
Marie just stopped cooking. She don't cook no more. I do all the cooking. So she asked me, are you going to make a video today? I said, no. You go cook.
Good.
Yeah,
that.
I mean, Jesus.
You know,
you going to make a video? No, I'm not making a video.
She was wanting you to picture something to eat. I have a tendency to be a little obsessive compulsive at times. I've never been diagnosed with an OCD or anything, but I admit to having OCT, obsessive compulsive tendencies. But I get on a kick, and I'll do that for 6, 8 months, maybe a year, and then I'll stop and find something else to do, just because I feel like I've learned as much as I can about it, or done as much as I can about it, and that's led me to some issues, I guess, on some things. But Tammy loved it when I got on a cooking kick. I was on a cooking kick for a while. I mean, Lord knows if Alton Brown came on with Good Eats and I saw something, you better believe I was going to make it. I made his free range fruit cake. I made his, curry chicken and chicken pot pie. I made, I saw something else somebody did, and I went out and bought some ciabatta bread and did made some Philly cheesesteak sandwiches, and I made, I cooked all sorts of things. And the trouble is, every time you watch one of these programs, they always throw in a $25 brandy on it and $100 this and, Pismo or, this, that, and other. So every time I turned around, I was spinning an arm and a leg just to cook a meal. Of course, my wife was eating good and she was very happy with the food. So once I quit cooking, she was like, maybe you ought to get back on the cooking kick. She does that same thing, want me to go out and cook. And I hate to admit it, but I am a pretty good cook. But
don't hate to admit it.
Doing it.
Cook, man, cook. Everybody should
own
cook.
it.
See, I'm the opposite, Gary. I'm the opposite. People discourage me from cooking.
No, they don't.
My own mother says, "Look, shouldn't you do something else?" Sounds like you got the right approach.
Look. Speaking of your cooking,
you can't be good at everything. Can't be good at everything.
I had an idea the other day because I ran across some mango nectar.
Really?
And I thought, and I've got 2 mangoes sitting over there on my counter, about ready to eat. And
Mango chicken.
I thought, that's what I was going to try to do, is maybe copy your recipe a little bit, but do mangoes instead of the what was it?
Gee.
Apricot?
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, apricot. And
That would
do a
work
mango
well.
instead.
That'd be delicious.
Do you think
Right.
so?
I do.
I'm going to try it.
Do it.
And if it works
do a
out,
vid-
I might do a video and tell
a
everybody that
video.
you inspired me.
Do a video of it. Yes.
when I
What you
was,
do is
when I
fix
was
it.
12 years old, I had a hot dog wagon. And
Really?
it was a Brett hot dog wagon. And it was right across the street from a local bar.
Mm-hmm.
And that was my biggest clientele would come out and they ordered 2 hot dogs, whatever. Back then a hot dog was like 65 cents and a soda was like 50 cents. Bag of chips was 20 cents, whatever. So the procedure was you take the hot dog, you take a napkin, put the bun on the napkin, take the hot dog out, put whatever you wanted on it, and hand it to the person. They give you the money, give them the change, and off they go.
Mm-hmm.
I had this one drunk come out of the bar. He staggered across the street, and he said, 2 hot dogs. Okay, I'll get them. At the time, I could take 2 hot dogs and put them in my hand. So I take 2 napkins, put the buns in, okay, put the hot dogs in, give him the whole thing, and I hand it to him. He puts the one hot dog down, he starts eating it. Gets to the other hot dog, he starts eating it, okay? And he's halfway through the hot dog, and he says to me, "Hey, you cheap little bastard, you think you could give us some napkins?" I said, "I would, but you're eating it." He ate the napkin.
We've all done that, Tom. We've all done that.
Oh my!
I told him, I said, "Guess what? Tomorrow you're not going to have no problem when you go to the bathroom."
Ain't that the truth? Plenty of roughage, huh?
Yeah, one-stop shopping.
Hey, preacher, I guarantee you're not any worse at cooking than my daddy is. My daddy will make a mean Domino's, that's for sure. But when we were just kids living in Chipley, Florida, I don't know why he was cooking one night, but my mama was working, I think.
Sure.
But all he did was get the squash and butter beans and I don't know, it was something else out of the refrigerator. All he did was thaw it out and put it on the plate.
There you go.
You know, so he attempted to feed us I guess uncooked vegetables that is still cold from the freezer. And Mama never asked him to fix it again, because when she got home, she still had to cook.
I don't ask Poppy to cook unless it's chili.
I like chili.
He makes good chili, but other than that, it's hit or miss. Sometimes it's edible, and sometimes I decide to make a sandwich.
Okay, that's fun.
It is.
I like.
Man, look, Marcel's doing some behind the scenes work here. Thank you, Marcel.
Very busy.
Yeah, she's posting links to everybody's channel. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you,
Patrick. Why is your name Preacher?
I'm back.
It's the name of. I've been doing this the past couple of weeks with different character names of movies that what's his name? Clint Eastwood movies.
Yeah, he was Walt Wachowski the other day.
Yeah. So this one's Pale Rider, if you've seen
Pale
it.
Rider. Yeah, I was about to say.
Great, fantastic movie.
That was. Although I will admit, my favorite movie of his has got to be The Outlaw Josie Wales.
It's a good one too. Yeah,
Great movie.
Oh, so many.
Yeah,
so many good ones. Yeah,
that was a really good one.
I'm going to show you guys what I'm dealing with. My little old dog. He doesn't know. I've got a very geriatric dog, and I don't know how much more time he's got with us, but he's just really struggling, and he's real restless. And so, when I stay up late like this, which is often, he hears my voice. He wants to be out milling around, but he's blind in one eye and half blind in the other eye. He's just a little crazy, but he's literally wandering in circles right now.
Oh,
he's adorable.
Well, and there's my cat there that all the pacing makes him nervous, so they fight. But I just gave Rex a little bit of food. That's why I went off camera for a second. He's just real antsy right now, so I gave him a little bit more food, and I gave him a dose of melatonin, and I'm hoping it helps him settle down a little bit.
Yeah, that'll work.
Nice. Is he?
Yeah, he's just restless,
Is he a Chihuahua?
He's a Jack Russell.
Oh, Jack Russell. Okay, those are pretty dogs too.
I have
when
go
he
ahead.
was
I'm
younger,
sorry,
he was. Oh no, sorry, Charlotte. But when he was younger,
no, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Our circus dog. He used to be able to jump so high, and he would catch frisbees and do all the things. And he can't judge. He really hurt himself yesterday. He sniffs around, and so if there's dust on the floor, like we haven't vacuumed yet for the day. And with these pets in the house, I have to vacuum every day. And I hadn't vacuumed yet. And when he sniffs around, he'll get a little dust or dander or whatever in his nose, and he starts sneezing. And sometimes he can no longer judge where the floor is. And so if he sneezes really hard, he'll literally slam his own head into the floor.
Oh,
horrible to watch, and it's terrible.
Dude.
And he really slammed his head into the floor yesterday. And so to the point where he kind of got into a sneezing fit, and I went and I picked him up, and my daughter was sitting on the couch, and she's 9, but I was like, Em, get the pillow. We have Rex's emergency pillow. And so when he gets to sneezing like that, we get the pillow, and she'll come throw it into his kennel, and then I throw him into his kennel, and he can, do all the head slamming. But yeah, he's a hot mess right now.
Lord, that's heartbreaking.
Yeah.
How old is he?
Mm.
He's
How
a
old
hot
is
mess.
he?
Well, we don't know. We don't know for sure because he was dumped, and we took him in. But the vet, when we took him 9 years ago, now we've had him for 9 years, but when we took him, the vet said he was a young male, somewhere 5 years or younger. So he's at least
Wow.
he's at least 10 years old, 11 years old, definitely older, but we can't know for sure.
Yeah. We don't know how old ours is either, but we've had her for 7 years. And they told us when we adopted her that she was about 6 or 7. But you can tell she's getting a cataract in one of her eyes, but just one of them. But she acts like a puppy sometimes. Now, there's times where she's kind of, I think she might be getting arthritis because she gets a little slow in the back end sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, she still seems very active. And when she goes outside to go potty, she will run down those stairs and run around in circles. And it's crazy. But she's also, she's a Chihuahua Papillon mix.
Cool.
From the best of their ability to judge. She's got the big ears like the Papillon.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that and Chihuahuas, and I hate to bow out, but it's 2:58, and I'm gonna try to slip into bed before 3.
Well, all right, Gary.
Hey, it's a pleasure to meet everybody. I've met Marcel before. I'm pretty sure I've met Grumpus before. And I don't remember meeting you, Preacher, but it's certainly a pleasure to make your acquaintance. And Tom, oh, you gotta love Tom Garvey. You know what that makes me think about? What is that Tom Garvin? You know, detective at large, or what? Dan Aykroyd character.
Male prostitute.
Male prostitute. That's it. That was funny. But anyhow, and always, you know, Charlotte, this person, it's a pleasure to see you again, as always. I'll see y'all again, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, we'll see you soon. And you have a great evening, Gary.
Hi,
and
Gary.
thank you so much for coming tonight.
Take care, Gary.
All right.
Great guy.
Yes.
He's a good guy. I tell you what, the other day, I tried to do a live the other day, and my computer was so goofed up. I was goofed up too.
Yeah.
But I mean, everybody tried to walk me through it, try to get me on, everything like that. I just shut everything off. I mean, it was horrible. It was freaking horrible. But
I said, the hell with this.
He tried to help me. Devil Dog tried to help me. The dude called me. You know, he tried to walk me through it, but my computer just wouldn't pick it up. It just was something was wrong with it. And come to find out, Grumpus, you were right. A while back, my Wi-Fi connection coming in was bad.
So what you're saying is the dude was absolutely useless.
You said
I'm
that.
not sure.
I didn't say that.
Well, I'm trying to get you to say it.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what happened.
Well, look.
I thought we were supposed to go on tonight. I thought he said we were going to go on, but
Who cares? He's slack. He's got, you know.
I know he was in the hot seat last night with Lep.
Well, you know, the fact of the matter is this business with his credit card. I don't know if you know this, Toss, but I've got his credit card details, and I spend it. I use it when I need it. Put it that way.
Hey, I need a new computer.
Which is all the time.
We all do. We all do.
No,
everyone's been benefiting from it.
Yes.
So my message to you is, if you're ever a bit on, if you need a few bills paid or a new TV or something, just let me know. I'll hit you up.
I need a new PS5.
Oh, thank you, Grumpus.
Bill, how you been? All right?
All right. Been doing good.
Good. How was your birthday? Your birthday's coming up, ain't it? Or past?
Monday. Monday.
The 4th, July 4th.
Monday. Oh.
Well, happy birthday, Grumpus.
Happy birthday. Why didn't you
69. I can't believe it.
Holy shit.
Oh, yeah.
What?
I'll be 68.
I don't even believe that.
I'll be 68 in October.
I don't believe that either.
No,
I thought I was going to live this long. I took better care of myself.
Ain't that the truth?
When they had happy hour, I should have stayed the hell home.
Yeah. There you go.
Well, I'm going to go and get a beverage, and then I'm going to show everyone what Grumpus has done to me.
I'm excited. I can't wait to see.
Bring it on.
What, you going to stand on some scales? What are you going to do?
We need to see your weakness.
No, those scales have all broken, Grumpus. Thanks to you. All shall be revealed when I return.
Okay, we're waiting.
So, Tom, what was the fix on your Wi-Fi? Did you end up running an Ethernet cable?
No, what they did was they came in and changed out the whole box, took the box out.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
What would happen was I went on Yardstream, and I tried to get my URL over, but paste wouldn't come up, wouldn't show up. So I was getting like a half a screen that kept coming up and just kept flickering, and it was a mess. But what cracked me up was everybody tried to help. Yeah, I mean, it's great. I mean, I've never witnessed this before with strange people that you would never see ever.
Right.
Unless on here. You know,
just volunteering to help and be.
Yeah, it's just like overwhelming, like, you know. Really.
Yeah.
But I got, and just fortunately enough, the Cox communication truck was out front, and I told the guy says, "No, you have to call, make an appointment." I said, "I'm telling you what, if you don't get out of that truck, I'm going to drag you through the window, and you're going to come in and fix this." And he did. He came out, and he went through the whole routine, put a meter on it, and what they do is, where I live, I guess they have a box with the junction comes in, everything comes in.
Right.
So it was from there, and he said, "You know what? Your box itself," he said, "inside your house," he said, "is not working, not up to par." So we put no one in.
Right.
So
nice.
It was great.
Nice.
It was great.
I'll tell you what, they installed fiber in my neighborhood about 6 months ago. And as soon as it was available to purchase, I called and said, "I need some of that." And ever since I did that, I have not been any happier with it's crazy. My kids run their phones all day long. They play the PlayStation all day long. I can live stream while they're doing it. I mean, you can do anything on this fiber stuff. It's crazy.
AT&T just buried fiber in my backyard about a month ago.
Oh, you're getting it.
So, Charlotte, you think
I don't think
is
I'm
it
gonna
better?
switch. I don't think I'm gonna jump on fiber.
Yeah, it's. I love it. I love it. I hope I never go anywhere that doesn't have it.
Well, knock on wood, I'm with Comcast, and I got a good, strong signal.
Did you have satellite before, Charlotte?
No, I had Uverse, and and it was fine too, but you couldn't do as much at one time with it. And now there's no limits on what we can do in this house. As far as Wesley's got his, and we all use the Wi-Fi instead of the data when we're in the house on our phones, because who wants to use up all the data? And then the kids play on their PlayStations. Each one of them has one. And I can do computer stuff. I can be on my phone, my computer, and live stream at the same time. And it just never, when I go from my Wi-Fi to my data on the phone, if I were to do it just strictly on data, there's no way I would be able to stream as good as I am now. Oh, by the way, can you tell a difference in my picture today?
Yes. What you got going on?
I'm on my that phone that my daughter gave me, that Note 10.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you got a new laptop.
No, not yet.
No, it really is clear. It is.
I
and
felt
it's
like
bright
it
and
looked
it's
a little
clear.
better too. Yeah.
Mhm.
So I think that my audio on this is going bad. So, because every time I've tried to get on a live stream with this in the past week, it's been all messed up. The audio's been in and out, and crackly and stuff.
Those
So,
microphones do wear out.
right. And so I think I'm going to be using this from now on to film.
No,
This
it's
is
nice.
why. This is why I'm not going to go fiber.
Oh,
This is-
look at
this
you
is-
go.
This is Comcast right here.
Wow.
Holy Toledo. That thing's pegged out.
Wow.
Gee.
Comcast was always good, but they get a little crazy with their
A lot of
prices.
times I'll hit 900.
Wow.
So I can run all kinds of.
When I switched
This
to
is all
fiber,
into the technology. My 9-year-old knows more than I do about this stuff. She'd be like, "Oh my God, Mom, just do this."
Well,
My
believe me,
grandson set this whole thing up for
to
me.
get that speed.
your grandson set your whole
Yeah,
system up?
he set everything up. Yeah, he's 13 now, and he gives
Oh,
me that.
wow.
He goes like this. Oh, Pop. No, come on, Pop.
Get out of the way.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Tom.
Okay. I have a drum set. I make my own music and stuff, and to get that all connected up, and then started doing YouTube. He said, "Pop, you just goofed everything up. Don't touch nothing no more. Call me."
Oh, no.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah,
I'm
the
sorry, Miss
teenagers
Elke.
are just. I've got one. He comes in handy. He's 4 inches taller than me now and still growing. He wears and now granted, my husband is his stepdad, but he's raised him since he was 4.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but my son is already wearing at 15 the same shoe size as Evan. And so he's 15 years old. He's not done growing. I said, "You're going to hit a big growth spurt like in the next year." And but anyway, he comes in real handy around here because Evan's 6'2", and so Jared's about 5'5" right now. I'm 5'1", and then my daughter's the smallest one, but she's got my husband's familial everything. So she's going to be tall and skinny. I'm always going to be the short person, but anyhow, I don't even know where I'm going with this. I think the second glass of wine is hitting me now. But my teenager, I'm going to brag on him for a second. I'm going to totally switch gears. When he gets bored, I've been teaching him to cook right since he was very, very little. Yeah. And he came out the other night and he was like, "I'm so bored and I'm craving something sweet." And my 15-year-old boy, who's a very good looking boy, and I'm very biased, but he went and he got all this stuff out and he made a whole pan of brownies from scratch.
What?
But he used my recipe. He gets on there, he digs through he knows where all my stuff is, and he got the recipe out. And then he's got other recipes he's found online, and he'll make himself like a pancake in a mug, and he'll do all these things. He comes out and he cooks, and he's been asking if he could, make dinner one night. And
Excellent.
He goes on, and it's just awesome. And so when he came out the other night, it was 11 o'clock. It's summer, And I said, "What are you doing?" He's like, "I'm making some brownies. I want something sweet." And so he starts going on. He makes, and I said, "Well, that's my recipe. It's for an 8x8 pan." I said, "Go ahead and double it and get the 13x9 out. And that way you and Em have something for the rest of the week to snack on, something sweet." And so he did. He doubled it, did the math, did everything. And so he walked by. My son's got long hair right now. And I said, "Well, how about that?" I said, "He's good looking and he cooks too."
There you go. There you go. When I first started doing this, my grandson says to me, they don't call on the phone. They send me a text.
A text.
"Hey, Pop, you got time to talk?" "Yeah." I write back, "Yeah." I get on and he says to me, "FaceTime." And he lived 4 miles away from me, but FaceTime. He says, "Hey, Pop, not for nothing, but your thumbnails suck." What? Hey, they're horrible, Pop. They're horrible. He said, "I wouldn't look at them." Yeah. Okay. So then he fixed me up with something to do with thumbnails and stuff. I mean,
I'm still
amazing.
trying to figure out what makes a thumbnail a good thumbnail.
Yeah.
I have no clue.
When he said, your thumbnails suck, I looked at my hand. I'm saying, what are you talking about? Yeah, right. But I mean, but here's the side of the coin. Okay, Marcel, you're saying your son cooks and everything like that. I tried to get the boys. I have two grandsons. I'm trying to get them. Look, you got to take care of yourself. You're gonna go off to school or whatever.
Right.
You got to be able to know how to cook or do something. Yeah, Pop. I just call Grubhub. I'm good.
Grubhub.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Oh,
What
yeah, my
happens if
son
you're
loves
broke?
it. Oh, sorry, Charlotte. Go ahead.
I was going to say, what happens to Grubhub if you're broke?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do they not know that college students are poor, broke college students?
No. Hey, Pop, can you lend me 20?
Oh, okay. I got you.
No, my son can cook a little bit. I've been teaching him. He could scramble eggs on his own by the time he was 7. He can make homemade biscuits from scratch. He can make chocolate chip cookies. He's been cooking all this stuff. And for a minute, he said he thought he wanted to go to culinary school.
Yeah.
And then I think somebody said that wasn't cool. And I said, if you enjoy, there's nothing wrong with having that in your back pocket. I said, if you decide at some point you want to do something else, go do something else. I said, nobody says you have to do one thing. You're better off having
multiple
one or two things you can fall back on. So I said, if you want to spend 2 years and get a culinary degree, go do it. And then you want to do something else, go do it.
Tell them the ladies love it when you cook for them.
That's what I told them.
Do.
Oh, that's what I told. When I said that earlier, I misquoted myself. I said, "Oh, he's good looking and he can bake from scratch too," is what I said to him.
Oh,
and he
wow.
was like, if you could have seen the epic eye roll I got, he's like, it felt out in outer space, but it was like, it's true.
Okay, Patrick, are you ready?
I just want to say, does anyone else love it when Marcel impersonates her own children? I love that.
Yes, I love it.
It's hilarious.
They're my besties. I tell you, I'm a hot mess. You guys, you're going to have to stick by my side because one of these days when they grow up and leave me, I'm going to be a fucking wreck.
No, you won't.
Marcel, don't worry about that because they come back.
Boy, don't they?
Yeah, they'll come back a couple times. Yeah,
That's
come
the
back.
At least twice.
I told my daughter, I said, I should have named you Yo-Yo.
Yo-yo.
She goes, yeah, come back home again. Move out, come back home again.
We had a revolving door on our house for a very long time with my oldest. She finally left home for good when she was 26.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that's okay. They take their time and get their bearings. Oh,
To know that there's
She
a
kicked
soft
herself out.
place for them to land.
She did your trick, Marcel. She kicked herself
I
out.
know. I always, if I go live, I inevitably kick myself out of my own live at some point. I have to bust my way back in.
Now, for the
Okay,
purposes
Patrick.
of this
I want
story,
to see the goods.
now Tom needs to know the backstory. Well, there was one night on a live stream where Grumpus announced, I don't know why, he just came out with it and he said, eat vanilla ice cream, put some peanut butter on it, and you could nuke the peanut butter in the microwave, pour it all over it, and eat it. And I just went, because I love peanut butter. I never thought of doing it. You actually melt the peanut butter.
Wait, hold on.
Make it a sauce.
Hold on, Patrick.
Yes.
Hold on. I can't hear you. I'm doing keto.
He's like, la, 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 la.
Well, this is about to get worse because I tried that and it was delicious, but it wasn't enough. And then I never eat sweet food, but now I'm obsessed with it. And I happened to have a bar of chocolate in there. So I thought, So I'll melt the chocolate and the peanut butter
Oh, say it as
You
it's
were
so.
right. You're right, Tom.
Hi, my name
Calm
is
down.
Tom. I need a chocolate bar.
So, but now that's not good enough. So I bought this.
You created a monster.
Oh,
There you go.
Uh-oh.
Oh, snap dog.
It's all over. It's all over. It's all
Okay,
over.
Tom needs a moment. Tom, listen, give Tom a moment.
oh,
Oh, that looks delicious.
Oh,
Look at
Shut the front door.
Where's
but
the
I haven't
paperback?
I haven't opened it yet.
Okay,
Oh,
taste
you-
test. Taste test.
No. I can't because I'd eat the whole freaking thing.
oh, that's the fun.
Look,
Well,
it's the
how long
size
are you
of
going to
my
hang on to it and make it your best friend before you dig in?
Grumpus.
Guys,
Hey, Jules, how are you?
Jules just walked in.
Jules, come and have some ice cream.
Yeah, have
Jules,
some
you
ice
gonna come
cream.
up?
Come on, Jules.
Tom,
Tom.
you know
Poor
what the
Tom's
say-
over there having withdrawals.
you know what the
says
sad
that-
part about this?
It says that it's suitable for keto people.
It does not say that.
No, it doesn't. No.
It says it's suitable
I didn't
for
think
keto
so.
people to dream about.
Well,
Right.
they do have stuff they call keto ice cream.
They do.
All right, but it's not good for you. I mean, just forget about it. So I got a double-edged sword. Not only was I a fat guy, but I had diabetes.
Right.
So some people can get away with it, but I can't. But that was my downfall right there. Where Patrick just said he'll eat the whole thing. I would say, I just have a little bit. Put it back in the freezer again.
Doesn't
Sit there
happen.
a little bit, look around. A couple more, put it back. Horrible. Yeah, it really is. But I got to tell you, since it's almost a year now, it's over a year that I've been on it. I have no cravings for none of that. None of that stuff. No sugar, no bread, nothing. No, like we eat once a day. Whatever we eat, and that's it. I'm good.
Tom.
Yeah.
When you wake up in the morning, you're going to have cravings. I'm just letting you know. Grumpus does something to you. It's some sort of spell. Because I was the same. I thought, that sounds good. I'll try. And then I woke up and couldn't stop thinking about it.
I can feel it. I can feel it coming. I can feel it coming. Matter of fact, I've been having this dream about. I'm an Irishman, so we like potatoes.
Oh, it's even worse. Yeah.
Okay, I mean it is the worst thing, but
You got a potato head.
Yeah.
Is it Elvis?
I don't know what the hell is.
Oh my God.
That is so funny.
Stares
See, I
at
wouldn't
me.
eat a potato if I had to stare at that all day either.
It
I mean-
stares at me. So,
Sort of
I don't know.
creepy, Tom.
I tell you one thing though, if I
Creepy.
do break, okay, if I do fall off the wagon as they say,
Right.
it's gonna be ugly. There'll be a 911 call. Fat guy in the Little Debbie's aisle with a gun, screaming for milk. It's milk with the chocolate
I mean,
chip cookies.
are there any keto sweets that you have, or you just avoid sweets entirely?
I don't have them at all.
I think
Okay.
you'd be okay. You have a nice juicy steak first, and then have the ice. Can't you do that or eat them together? That'd be all right, wouldn't it?
I'm at the point right now where I could have some. I could, if they call it the cheat, I could have the cheat. I don't really know.
You're not going to do it. You're not going to. You're going to. I'm worried for you. I shouldn't have told you the story, Tom.
I
Well,
know.
sorry.
I'm
No,
waiting
that's
for the little devil horns
No,
to
Tom,
pop
can
up
I
on
know.
Patrick's
you
head.
imagine? Can you imagine Tom's next video? He's going to be like, keto, get out, give me the ice cream.
Patrick's like the drug dealer. You know you want it, Tom. You know you want it.
Yeah.
You know-
Well, I just
Never
Hey,
had
hang on.
chocolate ice cream.
Grump has said it before. The first bowl's free.
yeah. Well,
Tom regrets coming on this live stream.
well, I went. No, I'm fine with it. I went to the cardiologist yesterday, and they
Yeah?
took me off another medication.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah, so I went from 12. I'm down to 3.
Oh,
I love
wow.
that, Jules.
Yeah. So
It's
Right.
worth it then. That is 100% worth it.
hi, my name is Tom. I just had a Reese's cup.
Hey guys, I posted a short today with a low calorie, low sugar dessert.
Tom,
I saw it, the brownie thing.
That's okay. Yeah, I thought it was good. I thought it looked nice.
Oh, he's watched it. You've watched it.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But it's a sugar, very low sugar dessert.
It looks so good.
And it tastes really good. The Jell-O sugar-free products are actually really good. And Jules just mentioned the sugar-free Jell-O with unsweetened cream. When I was really being a good girl on this diet that I've been on, one of my go-to that helped me get through was a sugar-free lime Jell-O with the keto whipped cream. It's so good.
See, being a diabetic, I got to be careful with the other sweeteners because what it'll do is it'll mess with your gut. It'll mess up your gut, actually your immune system, and because there's no studies on it. So they like allulose and sucrose and stuff like that. It's not good for me at all.
Right.
Actually bothers your immune system. And I had bladder cancer 12 years ago.
Oh my!
I actually last year they gave me the green light and everything was fine, but I got to be careful with that kind of stuff. So it is. I avoid it. I mean, I had my fun. I mean, there was no time that I was a chef for many years. I ate everything. I did everything I wanted when I wanted, and I paid for it. You know?
Yeah.
So, but it's all good. But I laugh about it because I'm the first one. I tell my wife, in the middle of the night, "Are you okay? What's the matter?" This friggin' ice cream cone got me. I don't know how to, I'm just kidding around with her, but that's where you got to handle it. I mean, here it is. If I want to be in bad health and stay with all the medications and stuff, I'll do what I want to do. But
yeah,
I'm going to be 68, getting close to the finish line. Don't know when, but I mean, getting close to the finish line. So I like
closer than you were 20 years ago, right?
Yeah, exactly. So
yeah,
no, it's and it's like. I left you, I think it was you, I left a comment, and I love your story in your intro video because it's amazing, as much as, and I meant it, like as much as we all enjoy food and as much as it can, hurt us if we overindulge, it's amazing what you can do when you turn it around and you change your mindset and food can heal you,
yes.
But it's a matter of attitude and self-control.
And choices.
Yes, and choices.
You'd agree with that, Grumpus, wouldn't you?
No, I think self-control and choices sucks.
Yes. The first bowl is free.
I agree. Hey, I worked 7 nights a week in a restaurant, okay? And I was surrounded, but I had to taste everything. I had to make sure everything was right, the whole bit, 7 nights a week. So, I mean, we had this one company that would bring us cakes. It was called Sweet Street. Okay. Oh, I'm telling you what, these guys would bring stuff in just to sample. Okay. I mean, it was horrible, and then, taste potatoes and everything that went out that gate. I tasted, or
good Lord, you probably didn't even have to eat dinner when you got home.
I was 2 pounds shy of 300 pounds. Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Ouch.
I had my pants, the last pair of pants that I had at that size, okay, the guy next to me, the house next door, had a sailboat, wanted to use my pants for a jib in the front. But there again, I mean, going to the doctor and, giving, this bull crap, this and that. Yeah, so I had to make the choice, and it was just, I tried keto back in 2016. And I like my bread, I like pizza, I liked all my food and stuff like that. So I thought, I ain't going to do this no more. But they kept putting on more pills. Right. Just chased my tail. So, and on top of it, I drink what do you call it, Patrick? A flat of beer? Or,
a what?
What do you call a case? A slab?
Slab.
A slab, okay.
I mean, every couple of days, I go through a slab of beer. At the bottle shop, I got it. And I go.
Well, you don't do that now. What, now you do that?
No.
No, not now.
Not now.
It's too much sugar in that beer.
But in the same token, now where we moved to now, out in Las Vegas, right? Food all around me again. So this was a test.
All those buffets and
yeah.
Oh, wow. Guardian wants to know, what about stevia?
No, I can't. I don't fool with none of that stuff. If you don't have diabetes and you just want to go on keto, lose a few pounds and stuff like that, that's fine. That's.
But if you're diabetic, it could have bad effects.
Yeah, it can. Yeah, it can. Certain people it doesn't bother. Other people it does. So basically, is people who use that artificial sweeteners wind up taking probiotics because it ruins your cycling, I guess.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so
does menopause.
Yeah, I hate when I
so do a lot of antibiotics.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Menopause makes me itch.
Me too. Me too. There's this one spot right in the middle of my back, and I can't reach it this way or this way. And I'm always telling Poppy, scratch my stinking back because I can't reach it.
You need one of those back scratchers.
I kind of have one. It's it's the spaghetti.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, one of those things that'd work well. Yeah.
And I don't use it for the food. I use it to scratch my back.
That's a good one.
Well, it was happening while I was cooking one day, and it was itching so badly, and I'm like, holy Jesus, I can't stand this anymore. And I grabbed that spaghetti thing and I went, oh dang, this works.
Wouldn't that be hilarious to have in a video? You're making pasta and all of a sudden you go, oh.
And all of a sudden I just and my daughter, she grosses out every time I grab it.
Well, comb your hair with it.
She's like, oh my God, Mom, you cook with that. I'm like, no, I never use this to cook with. Never.
That's funny.
That's funny though.
Yeah.
But the itchies. Ugh. You haven't gotten there yet. Oh. She's gone. I said that word and she like took off. Like, I'm not talking about this.
She's rubbing up against the door jamb now.
I know, right? But I'll tell you this, before old age hit, and I'm just going to call it old age, I was the moodiest, bitchiest woman you ever met in your whole life.
Don't believe it for a second. Don't believe it for a second.
Please believe me. Please believe me. And as soon as old age rolled around, I feel so calm. I don't have the mood fluctuations. I mean, back then I only had one good week a month. And now everything is normal. And I mean, I still get irritated with Poppy every now and then and threaten to tell him to sleep in the backyard. But, that's just marriage. And
oh, is it?
Yeah, I went through that. I went through that with my ex. I mean, her mood swings. I mean, she'd be just as sweet as candy sometimes, and other times she'd just rip your head off.
Yeah.
Finally got so bad, we went to the doctor, and
he shot her.
Make a long story short, she ended up having a hysterectomy, I think.
Really?
And, that solved the mood strings because she was.
I bet it did.
Yeah, she was just a bitch all the time.
Yeah, I was.
Did you tell her about the ice cream, Grumpus?
No. Her mood swings.
Oh, you were holding out on her.
Her mood swings stopped. She just a bitch all the time after that.
See, I actually, and I'll tell you the difference. Back then, I couldn't stand myself 90% of the time. And when I got old, it was like, oh my gosh, I'm not such a bad individual. I started to like myself. And
nothing wrong with that?
No, there's not. But it took me till I was 50 years old to actually like myself. But it was because of that. And I tell people all the time, if there's a poster child for PMS, I would have been it.
Wow.
And I got a daughter with the same issue, and I keep telling her, you've got to get something done about it because you're going to live your whole life like this and you're going to be miserable.
My wife keeps asking me, if anything happens to her, am I going to look for another woman? I said, well, maybe. She said, really? Maybe? I said, yeah. Deaf, dumb, oversexed, and owns a liquor store. We're in.
I told Poppy, I don't care what he does after I'm dead. I'll be dead. I ain't gonna give a crap.
Yeah.
But
well, he'll be marrying me.
I was gonna say he's probably gonna make that trip to Australia. Yeah.
No, I'll go to here.
Oh, you'll go to. Okay, well, there you go.
Wherever, man, wherever.
Okay.
Well, my next one's going to have a boat.
Yeah. I don't have one of those, Grumpus.
No, if something happened to Poppy and because it would have to be something terrible would happen to Poppy because I'm not leaving. He ain't leaving. We're stuck with each other till one of us are dead. But once he's gone, and if I'm still left, I'll rent a husband.
There you go.
There you go.
That's it.
Well, I'm available for that too.
But seriously, I'll just rent one every now and then. And
the money talks, right?
Yes, the first marriage is free.
Because I don't want to be bothered with no more folks. I would love to live by myself and just have people come visit me every now and then, and maybe build a chicken coop every now and then, and build a garden bed when I need one. And
I couldn't do that bit.
Yeah, I know. What good are you going to be? I can't rent you.
Well, maybe a discount. You could get a discount.
That's like
I can show you how to do it, but it's going to cost you extra.
That's like
Show me how to do what, Charlie?
To build a chicken coop.
Oh, that. Oh, right.
Yeah.
What'd you say, Marcel?
I said Patrick could love to grow. He could learn to love working on the land.
Yeah. But no, I don't want nothing to do with any of that mess ever again.
That's like the husband and wife are having money problems, right? So he says, we got to get out of this debt real quick. She says, well, maybe if I go work the streets. He said, wow, work the streets. He says, well, we need the money, so all right, give it a shot, see what happens.
Right.
So she leaves at 6 o'clock in the evening. Okay, 20 after 6 the next morning. The next morning she walks in the door and it looks like she got beat up. He says, holy crap, where you've been all night? She says, I've been working. He says, well, how much money did you make? She said, $32.10. $32.10. Who the hell did you get the 10 cents from? She said, everybody.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
She needs a business consultant.
Yeah.
Oh my.
A money manager.
She needs a pimp or a manager.
Yeah.
Who you got there, Marcel?
This is Socks. I'm going to tell him to put on his earmuffs because this is an adult conversation.
Don't listen, Socks. Don't listen.
Socks doesn't look very worried. He
Don't
doesn't
repeat
look like
what you hear.
at all.
No, he just says, feed me, human.
I think Socks has heard it all before.
I know what that was. I thought Gary was back.
That was a very disappointing story that I had whole other when it was going a whole other way in my mind.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna get the two girls story.
Well, we did, but it was not the one.
But yeah, it was a big letdown, wasn't it?
It was.
I was kind of disappointed myself.
Well.
But
not to worry. We've all got our stories.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
You go first, Charlotte.
No, sir. Nope, not me. My stories are staying in that skeleton closet.
Oh, no. The closet's overrated.
No, I love the closet.
Open those doors.
In fact, my daughter told me a couple of years ago, I was complaining about some of the happenings and goings on in the government here in where I live. And she's like, well, Mom, you could run for alderman or city council or this, that, and the other. And I looked at her, I said, I know it's only a community position, but if I did that, my children, these 2 kids that live in my house, would be completely mortified because somebody would find whatever it is that they needed to find to get me out of the running.
Like what, Charlotte?
I'm not going to say like what.
Oh, come on. I mean,
There is no way I would ever subject myself or my children to my shenanigans again.
I'll pay you $10.
No. No.
$20.
No.
20.
No.
25.
If you get the dude's credit card, come on,
Nope.
no liar.
I'll give you
I
the
was
dude's
just about to
credit card.
say it ain't even worth dude's credit card.
No, I'm not surprised it's maxed out anyway. He'll find that out tomorrow.
Yeah.
I was going to say, good Lord,
Not
what's
gonna be
going to
a
happen when he finds
He's
out?
not going to be happy tomorrow, let me tell you.
He'll get a
How's he-
Grubhub after
how's he
the COD.
doing? I caught the
Hey?
last 10 minutes of Lep's show.
Mm.
Yeah.
How is Jazz doing? Is he doing okay? I saw the last live
Oh.
stream, I believe, that he did at the park.
He's all right. I mean, it's a big blow, isn't it, losing your father? I mean, he's such a big
Yeah.
part of. I mean, some of us are closer than others to our parents, but he was real close to his dad. So,
Right.
I've been there. I know what it's like with losing my father. It's just, I can almost predict it's because it's still very early for him. So,
Right.
your emotions are up, and I'm sure he's having all sorts of good
Well,
days.
it's
and
like,
bad days.
grief is like a tidal wave or a hurricane because, when it first happens, you're in the middle of the storm and the waves are going like crazy around you. And then the storm settles down a little bit, but occasionally there's still a wave that knocks you over,
Oh shit! Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I
And
would imagine that whole next year of every holiday you got to
Oh, yeah.
revisit all that. That you got to
Yeah.
get a year
Oh.
under your belt, I would think.
yeah,
Oh, it's been
my mother's been gone now for, 48 years. And every year on her birthday, I think about her. I mean, I don't have a whole lot to think about because I don't have a lot of memories, but I recognize, today would have been Becky's birthday,
Yeah.
and my poor grandmother, till the day she passed, she'd spend the whole day at the cemetery.
Mm.
I'm not a mother who's lost a child, thank God, and I hope I never am. But it used to irritate me to death that she did that. But then again, as a mom now, I wasn't a mom then. I'm a mom now. I don't know what I would do in that situation. Do not know.
Mm.
They'd probably have to commit me to the funny farm.
It's
I'm not sure
and
I
it's
could survive it.
it's different. It's different for everyone. Everyone
Yeah.
goes through experiences. But the worst part for me was, that it happens. You lose someone you love, and you've got everyone rallied around, and you're
And then
okay,
they
all
leave.
this sort of thing. And that still happens for a while. But 6 months, 8 months, people stop asking,
Yep.
and you're even worse probably then.
Well,
But
yeah. 'Cause the support
everyone
that's
else.
gone.
Well, I mean, and you can't do it forever. You can't keep bringing up the person.
Right.
You don't expect, but it's just that's when you feel that's the worst part, because then you realise this is never over for me.
Right.
I have to live with this now, and that's the hard part.
Forever.
That was hard for me.
Right.
It still goes on, and it
Sure.
could have been anyone, not just because it was my father. It's because I, had a great connection with him and loved him. But it'd be the same if I lost my best friend or anyone like that.
Right.
During COVID, I lost 2 brothers. Couldn't go
fuck.
back home.
Oh,
to
I'm
see
so
them.
sorry,
I'm
Tom.
so sorry.
And just the idea that couldn't go. They live back east, and I'm out here,
Yeah.
and it's it gives you something to think about. You know what I mean? It just
Right.
Were you close to them?
Oh yeah. Well, me and my older brother, we had the restaurant together.
Oh,
Yeah,
gosh.
and his son's still running it, and I get phone calls. I hate the phone calls that You need to
Right.
come back here. You need to come. I'm done. I'm out of there. I'm
Right.
done. It's just hard. And then right after that, my sister died.
Ah,
I'm the baby of the family, so but I mean they, I have one brother left, and he decided not to talk to me. So
Oh,
my
no.
gosh.
yeah, so I mean, I don't like drama with anything. You know what I mean? I'm happy go lucky. Hey, how you doing? This and that. And I have my moments, but it's just a wake up call. How things sometimes, an Irish family, the wake would go on for months.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Just nothing. Nothing happened. In fact, they were both didn't want to be cremated. And they were both cremated because that was the law that they put through. So many people had died. So it's just tough to think about,
Yeah, it's terrible.
Yeah,
It is terrible.
but
Oh,
you have your moments. My one sister-in-law, she's a basket case. I mean, just she's up there in age, and you feel bad. And I want to tell her, I said, hey, look, that's what the man upstairs wanted to happen. So you got to just roll with it. But I don't know her grief. She don't know my grief. And like two different
Right.
things. Yeah.
Right.
It is so different. And you see people react in like totally different ways. But it's all the same because it's that's short of dying yourself. When you lose someone you love, it's the closest thing you get to that experience because it's like so personal that you can't even explain it to someone. You just can't. It's just you and the grief.
Right.
Yeah.
So it is what it is. Unfortunately, that's part of life.
It's and
I'm
now
gonna
the
run-
one.
sorry.
I'm sorry. The one brother that we don't talk. Okay, I sent him a message, and I said to him, "I got to be a ball buster anyway." So I sent him a message. I said, "The race is on. Who's going to be the next one?"
That break the ice, didn't it?
I don't want to sound like a nut, but he always said that he wanted to be cremated. He always had boats, always out fishing and stuff like that. Retired chief of police. So he lives in Florida and down in Naples. So he said that he gave his son strict orders to have him cremated, and he wants to go out to sea and have his ashes out to sea. So I told my brother, I said, I tell you what, let's get off the phone with your son. We come up with a plan. We're going to treat you like the tidy bowl guy. And we're going to put your ashes in the toilet.
Oh.
I wonder why he don't talk to me. But it's tough. I mean, you would think that he would come around with it. I tried a couple times, but he just don't.
Yeah.
So just gotta let it go.
I nearly went to the wrong funeral the other week. A friend of mine, an old friend, he's my mechanic for 30 years. He died, and I found out through a mutual friend when the funeral was. A text message, right, from this mutual friend. I thought, okay, it's Thursday or whatever. So I got all ready, got the suit on, and just as I was about to walk out the door, I thought, I'll just double check that text message. It was the following Thursday. Can you imagine?
Showing up at the wrong funeral.
No, I wouldn't be able to. I'd have to sit there and participate and shed a tear or two. Just.
Yeah, imagine that. It was that. I mean, I don't know what made me think to check the message because I was going to go there and just walk in and go sign the register at the.
These sick people out here, I mean, they call you. I guess after you're over 65, I guess you get these weird phone calls about, we'd like to discuss with you your final resting. Your final resting.
Yeah, I get them every week.
Oh, Jesus.
So I said, you know what? I'm going to have fun with this guy. I said, yeah, it's just, what do you do? Said, well, we're a cremation. We do cremations, and we make sure all your wishes are answered and this and that. It's okay. Here's my wish. I said, listen to me good now. It's a barbecue place around the corner from me called Lucille's. All right? I want you to put my ass in that pit. Once you get about 15 butts, couple cases of ribs because my family likes barbecue. And you roast my ass and make sure you feed everybody.
No!
Oh my God.
That's the first time I let you hear it. Click.
Click.
Oh, that's hilarious. Good.
Yeah.
grief.
Say, pick me up next Thursday.
Garvey, table of
I've
8.
got an interesting situation to run past y'all.
Okay.
Well, it's about a friend of ours, but I'm not going to mention names, and I know she's not watching this or anything. And she's the sweetest woman, right? But
Is this friend you?
she has a son who's a teenager who just graduated from high school, and then in the middle, she had 3 kids, right? But she has a son who just graduated high school, and then she had a little girl who unfortunately she carried to term but was stillborn.
Oh,
And it was traumatic and horrible and everything you can imagine.
yeah.
And then she and I were pregnant at the same time with our daughters. So Emery and her daughter now are like literally within weeks of age of each other.
Mhm.
But I follow her on Facebook, and sometimes I am troubled because and I don't know, I've never been through the trauma of that, and I can only freaking imagine. I mean, she literally carried this child to term, and then the child did not make it. And so that's heartbreaking and horrible. But every single year on the baby's birthday, she has her teenage child and the child who's Emery's age. They have a birthday party every year for the baby who's passed on. Literally a party. They go to the beach and they do a cake and they pose with a bear that is the same birth weight and things that the baby was when it was born and all this stuff. And I'm not going to mention names or anything like that, but they go through a whole thing every single year where they do the baby pictures, the cake. She posts the video of the children singing happy birthday to the baby, to the girl, and all the things. And I don't know, I get it, but at the same time I struggle with it. It's like, how do you feel about that?
She is still grieving. Oh, she'll always grieve, but that's the grief.
Yeah.
How many she can't let go.
I can understand the grief, but that's going to mess them kids up.
Well, and that's kind of how I feel about it too. I think that if she wanted to do that in private with, to get through that day, that I think that'd be perfectly acceptable. But I also think that dragging the other living kids along with her in that is a little different.
Well, they literally go to the beach every year, and every year she writes the deceased child's name in the sand with the year, and then they stand on the beach, and the living children hold the bear. That's a birth weight of the child when it died. Then they sing happy birthday to the baby over the cake and blow the candles.
Pretty morbid.
She needs help.
And she needs some counseling probably.
Well, and thank you. I just wanted to run that past you because sometimes, and she's the sweetest fucking lady, but I think I watch this sometimes, and I watch it every year, and I'm thinking I wouldn't put my kids through that if I had
King would have a field day with that.
Oh yeah.
Who?
Said Stephen King would have a field day with
that. Yeah, he would.
So would Jerry Springer.
Yeah.
Well, that's really sad though.
Can I just say that the first couple of years after my father died, and this is an elderly man, so it's not comparable, but still a death. There were members of my family that wanted to get together to celebrate his birthday. His birthday comes around. Oh, let's get together and have and I just said, are you freaking kidding me? He's dead. I don't want to. I'm happy with acknowledging that yes, it's his birthday and all that, but I'm not getting together and saying, "Oh, happy fucking birthday" when my father's in the ground. That just didn't sit right with me. But it stopped. they stopped it after but that was their grief. They're trying to couldn't handle it, and they just wanted to. Oh, that'll probably work. We'll get together and we'll feel better about it. But for me, I was like, nah. All that does is make me feel 1,000 times worse. I don't want to.
Yeah.
He's not here, right?
Well,
so I can understand what she's doing, but it needs to stop doing it.
Well, she won't, and it's been every single year. And so this child who's Emery's age, every single year expects to go celebrate her sister's birthday, who she never could have met. And they go and they do this thing, and I mean, literally, it's every single year. And so I actually told Evan, I said, "This is just bizarre what she does." And I said, and it's all her. Like, the husband is there, but he's obviously, I just don't think he's going to say anything, you know. But I don't think it's right that she puts the kids through it.
Yeah,
Right.
But why wouldn't the husband say something?
Yeah.
He don't want to hear it.
Because you know what? If that was Poppy,
if that was my children, I'd be saying something to my wife.
Oh, I would.
Right.
No way, man. You want to go do that? You do that on your own. But we take these children to McDonald's or something. We're not doing this anymore.
Well, she's just, you know, she doesn't want to forget her. She doesn't want to let her go.
She won't.
And that's fine. But you're making your kids go through something they could have never experienced.
Right.
Well, I'm sorry.
A sibling they could have never experienced in any way.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to judge the father here. I'm saying, who's in? What sort of father is this? Step in and do something and stop.
Yeah.
Take the children out of it. Let her go and do what she likes.
I agree.
But take your children out of it. What does he think? What's he thinking? His own children allowing this to go on? That's who I blame. Without knowing anything more.
Well, I don't know if I blame anybody. I mean,
No, it's children. You shouldn't.
Here's the
Shouldn't be
thing.
doing that.
It's against everything in me as a parent to do anything that is not in my child's best interest. And that is the living children.
Yeah.
I've had two that didn't.
But she's not thinking about the two children she's got that's alive there.
That's what I'm saying.
She's thinking about the one that's not there, and that's wrong.
That's right.
I mean, she's got her own grief. She should be dealing with it privately or get counselling, but leave her family and leave the children out of it.
Right.
Because they're going to end up needing counselling. And where's this father?
Taz, bless your sweetheart. Look at this. Taz Daz is in the house. Patty Joe has tried that nutaholic ice creamer out.
You're a very bad man.
I love it.
He's a bad influence on me. I've never been the same since I've met him. Taz Daz.
Thank you,
It was half
Taz
price,
Daz.
mate. It was half price.
You're so awesome. That's hilarious.
Thomas, this guy is I don't think you know him. His name's Daz. He's got a channel.
Oh gosh, he's awesome.
He lives down in Tasmania.
I think.
And he's done food reviews in the past, but he also does some pretty wild cooking too. Sooner or later we're going to meet up and do a few, sort of meet up at least. But hopefully
that would be so awesome, Patrick.
Yeah, Taz is very, very entertaining.
Yeah.
He is. But he's
and
recently
I'm starting to really like his brother too, Rolfus.
Rolfus is good with the lingerie. Without the lingerie,
yeah, I know, right?
Whoa.
That's a whole other story, Tom. Don't worry.
Yeah, a
about
whole
it.
other story.
I was going to say, who am I signing on to here?
Tasmania is normal down there.
Those Tasmanians are really different than.
They have a different normal.
Well, they can be. But in a good way.
But you know what? Every
In a
time
good
he
way.
posts a video, I can't get over the scenery.
Wow.
And I'm always so focused on the scenery that he's showing that sometimes it's hard to pay attention to him in the video. because it's so beautiful there. And I'm sorry.
You do.
I said I don't clown around, so we're gonna be.
Well, I was telling Poppy the other day. I said, the great way to be able to escape the hot summers here is to get a summer home over there where Taz, Daz, and Patrick live. And we could spend the summers there when it's nice and subtropically warmish cool. And then come back here when it's wintertime. Because, you guys have summer when we have winter and vice versa.
You certainly do.
Yeah. Taz Daz says, we are very special. We are supposed to have 2 heads, apparently. 2 heads?
That's only if you live in Queenstown, mate.
Patrick, did he?
He'll know what I mean by that. What's that?
Did he do one of the collabs? Did he do Twisted Burger?
I think he did.
I think he did too.
I think he did.
That's what I remember. I think I remember.
Twisted. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Grumpus, my computer's on the blink. Would you put a link down for Taz if he wants to come up here?
I certainly will.
Thank you.
Look, Taz.
He's a little shy sometimes.
He's very shy in real life. He actually doesn't even talk in real life. I've tried. You ring him up and it's just silence. He's that scared. But you never know. One day he might hop on.
I hope so. If I can, I'll be able to do it. Okay.
I don't know. I might be subscribed already.
Oh boy. Yeah, Marcel, I think that your friend,
she needs counseling,
is really having a hard time getting past learning to live without.
Well, I'm telling you that there's been a couple times where, especially when she has her daughter, who's Emery's age, pose with the bear, and she'll literally post pictures along the lines of, "Oh, Kinley with her sister," and I'd be like, I don't know. I get it. Like, you don't want that child to not have lived, but
it didn't.
Why are you going to keep trying to? I don't know. I can only imagine, right?
Well,
but it doesn't seem right to me. It doesn't seem right to me to put the kids through a birthday party and singing and a cake and a thing on the beach and all this stuff.
I agree with you.
But she's forcing those kids to mourn something that
they don't know.
Didn't exist in their life.
Right.
Yeah. That's right. That's a good way to put it.
And even the older one probably never saw.
But he was just a little bitty boy.
Yeah. So he wasn't even involved in all of that either. So
that's nuts. That's just nuts.
Apparently the fact is that the girls have 2 heads and the males have 3 heads. That's odd. I don't understand.
Well, it depends how you look at it.
Well, but I've never been to Tasmania, so maybe that's a thing down there. But yeah, that's a sad situation, Marcel. And like Patrick said, everybody.
I think she sees it as. I think she sees it the opposite way, that she's teaching her children to celebrate their sister who didn't make it.
Nah.
But in their minds, they never had a sister.
Right.
Yeah. I think, and they're the sweetest kids. They really are. So I think they do this just because they don't want to break their mom's heart.
Well, they don't have a choice at this point.
Yeah.
Right. I'm sad for them. Sad for her.
Grumpus, what are you making for your birthday?
I sent a picture of some things. I screenshot a picture of some things they did on the beach, and I sent to my friend. And I said, how do you feel about this? Because to me, it's troubling. And I said something to my husband, and these were actually his friends that I met through him. And they're beautiful people. Don't get me wrong. They're amazing. They're beautiful. They're very sweet. But I said, this is not right. I said,
They screwed up. That's what they are.
I don't think this is right. You know, she needs to stop doing this to these kids, you know. And he goes, it's not my place. It's not our place. It's not your place. You know, you don't say anything, you know?
Yeah.
No, it's the husband's place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's who needs to do something.
Somebody's got to put your foot down.
I hate to be judgmental, but I'm sorry. That's almost. I wouldn't. I mean, it's easy for me. I'm not a father, so you know. I know it's probably tough, but I just think there's a line, and I would see that those are my two children, and they're not. We've got to. You go and do what you have to do, but leave my children out of it. We'll go somewhere else, and you go off and do your thing.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. Go take some flowers.
I know Poppy would put his foot up my behind.
Oh, no way.
I mean, Poppy wouldn't have nothing to do with that.
This is an example of someone that's just never. She's not even beginning to deal with it.
Right.
She's just pretending that it hasn't happened.
Carrying on.
You know.
But if it was a sibling they knew, like if it was a sibling that lived to be a couple years old or something, it would be different maybe.
I'd take them to church and light a candle, but I wouldn't be having a birthday party, you know?
Yeah, no, but that's like legit what they do. Like the cake actually says happy birthday to the deceased child's name.
One day I will learn how to join. Until then, the world is safe. Okay, Taz. Patrick, one of these days you'll have to walk Taz through the process of joining a live stream. Rob deals with
he's that Rob Painless is I met through my brain. Where's my brain? It's alcohol. Thomas, do something. No, you can't do anything. Oh, that's better. Thank you.
Transmitting energy.
Did it work?
Papa Texas. I met Rob through Papa Texas.
Okay.
And he's got an amazing channel. He's a fascinating guy, but he does. I think he does a lot of prepping and stuff. Like he's an amazing guy, but he's had a massive tragedy in his life, and he's done a series of videos on dealing with grief. And he tells you his story, and Jesus, it's a story. But for anyone, including your friend Marcel, recommended they watch that because it's really good what he's done. He's sort of turned it around and turned it into something that could potentially help a lot of people. Just because it doesn't, people don't talk about it. You know, it's not really. But he the way he talks about his own stories and stuff makes it. He just makes you feel okay about your own if you've got your own problems, you know.
Right.
Because you realise, no, you're not. I thought I was the only one who felt this way, you know. So it's good. I highly recommend that.
It's definitely hard.
The other night I went on to MJ. Was it MJ Boots and? Mr. Boots, and I forget the other part of it. But he calls out different channels. He'll actually show, you know, different things, how many subscribers you have, and this and that. And as he was going through that, somebody came in and said about this one family. I think it was Wanderer Art and something else. This guy was he paints, okay? I think they live in Florida. And he wound up with a stroke.
Oh.
Okay. And then he was coming back up out of it again and another stroke. And now the whole, I guess the whole premise was that she had like, I don't know, maybe 10 under 400 subscribers. Okay. And, you know, this guy was saying I can't remember his name, but I tell you, it's late in the evening. But he kept saying, "Come on, there's 50 people in this chat right now. 10 of you, please, get these people up over." And I went and I watched a little bit of it. I tell you what, talk about heartbreaking. This woman is trying to lift her husband up out of the chair, and you want to see some of the paintings he did and stuff. It was heartbreaking. It really was heartbreaking. The older I get, I'm getting a little soft, I guess. But I mean, so I have another channel. I made Marie on her channel. We went on, and we got it up. We got up over 400. I guess they're trying to.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Social Security screwing with them, Medicare screwing with them, the whole
Of
bit.
course.
So
Your wife's channel is up to 400 now?
my wife's?
Oh,
No.
I heard you say Marie's channel.
No. She's only got 25, I think 24, 25. But the whole idea was that this woman, I seen this woman on a live last night also, and you could tell her voice was just cracking, with this. I was horrible. I just, Jesus, crying out loud.
Tom, put your wife's link to your wife's channel up here in the chat.
I don't know.
So that way I can go back and look at it tomorrow and click on it.
Yeah, I have no idea how to do that.
You don't?
Okay.
What's
I'll
the name of
find
the
Call
channel?
Hey, Tom,
Okay.
call the dude. He'll let you. He'll show you how
He'll
to do
teach
it.
us how.
I'll find her.
I would do it. It's just my computer's on the blink again, and yeah, you know my story.
I got you, girl.
Thank you,
And
Peter.
Marcel's on the job.
I also must say she writes murder stories. So if anything happened to me,
What?
okay,
Oh, we know who to suspect, huh?
Ah.
It won't be just a story.
You know, they say hogs will digest everything except for teeth.
I've heard that. I've heard that.
I told somebody the other day, I said, I keep ringing that bell. I don't sleep at night.
I wouldn't either.
For a while there, she was writing these stories, and I would edit it and put it up for her.
Yeah.
So I don't listen to the stories. So one night I'm doing the editing. She puts pictures up and stuff like that. I'm going through the thing. I went, what the hell is she talking about?
Lip tight.
I get very nervous when she makes me something to drink or something to eat.
Oh,
you
yeah.
smell it first, and you got to look at the bottom and see if there's any grainy stuff in the bottom.
Yeah. Crazy. But I thought that was kind of cool how this and Mr. Boots, and I'll find it again, but he does little channels, smaller channels and stuff like that, or puts it out pretty cool.
Dad, stop. Patty Joe Cooking has to do a VB Nutaholic ice cream float, or I'll never speak to him again.
Well, you never speak to me anyway. I'm always the one that rings you.
What is a VB?
It's a Victoria. That's the beer I was drinking before.
I thought so. Okay.
A VB Nutaholic ice cream.
Nutaholic.
Thank you, Marcel.
That's
Patrick.
Grumpus.
Don't do it.
Grumpus.
Don't do it.
Grumpus. We've got to do a collab.
An ice cream, an ice cream
Guys, we
collab.
still need our classic
No,
sandwich collab.
a classic
Oh
sandwich
yeah,
collab.
we haven't done that yet.
Oh
have we?
yeah, we're going to do that.
Yep.
I've
Thomas,
actually got one.
What's that?
I've got
Oh,
one
Tom,
right
you
now.
can help too. No,
you
well,
get in on this. We were talking about doing a classic sandwich collab, like just a classic, like total classics, like a Monte Cristo. We talked about
Rubens. We talked about
like
Philly
doing
cheese.
just a
But you know what?
classic.
You could put such a great twist on it by making
Yeah.
it into a keto-ish, like maybe a lettuce wrap or a cabbage roll or
or the Reuben casserole.
yeah,
That's
something
so
like
good.
that.
I'm in.
Have you done
I'm
the
ready.
Reuben casserole?
Yeah, I'll make truffles.
Well, you'll make what? Chaffles.
Chaffles,
Oh yeah, and then use that as the
As
you
I
know,
cry,
the
as I
bread.
cry eating it.
I love
right.
Chaffles. I haven't published it yet, but I have it done. I'm going to be publishing my cauliflower sandwich thin cauliflower buns. Those are coming out like tomorrow.
Uh huh.
Oh, cool. Cool.
So
I can't wait to see that.
I was
Oh my
talking to
Oh,
the
wait.
dude. I was telling to Mike. I
Okay,
was saying,
guys, there is Marie's channel, Tom's wife's channel, and we need to get her some more subscribers.
if I get hung, they find me floating in a river.
Here, I'll leave it up there for a little bit. Hang on. Oh, is it still there? Good. Is it still there, you guys? There we go.
I was telling the dude that doing a collab with everybody. You know, anybody can get involved with it. Go back to when you were 12 years old. What was your favorite food from home? You know, a home cooked meal. You know, what was done at home.
Same as it is today.
Yeah.
Beans and rice with ham hocks.
There you go.
I love it.
Yeah.
That is
what's
my
an
absolute.
Aussie, Patrick? What's an Aussie salad sandwich?
It's a salad sandwich made in Australia.
Well,
Like a
do you
Vegemite?
think?
It would cost $100.
Basically, it's just a sandwich with salad on it. There's a few different ingredients that are standard, like
Sounds
gotta have
difficult.
beef. You gotta have
Alex
beef
says his favorite is chicken and rice.
A chicken and rice
Chicken and rice is
sandwich?
good.
No, that was his favorite 12-year-old meal.
Oh,
Yeah, when you were 12.
I was like, that's new. Where's he from?
Alex, where are you from?
Yeah, where are you from?
I think I know, but
I'm
Hoboken,
just trying
New
to
Jersey.
remember being 12.
I know.
You know, I'm actually going to bring back to life. I have one of the posts on my blog that I'm probably most proud of was I wrote about a sandwich piece of art I did, and my dad put it up in his office because I used to adore ham and cheese sandwiches. Like, I loved them. Like, they were one of my ham, cheese, and mustard sandwiches were one of my favorite things growing up. And I wrote a blog post, Jesus Christ, probably back in 2016 timeframe about low carb sandwich meat and salad rolls that I was making, and I made a homemade balsamic mix or balsamic dressing to dip them in. They were roast beef sandwiches with salad mixed in. They're low carb, and I'm gonna do a video about that. I have it is one of the unupdated posts on my blog, but I always think about ham and cheese sandwiches when I talk about my dad for some reason. I don't know why.
Oh, big darn.
Because I drew a picture of a ham and cheese sandwich and I colored it and did all this stuff, and my dad tacked it up on the wall in his office, and it was there for years for all his clients and everything to come and see.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
See, now my daughter loves French's mustard too. In our house, we call it the cheap yellow mustard.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you something. I used to be a real snob about buying her clothes and where her clothes came from. I bought them from Gymboree and the Gap. And that's all she wore was Gymboree and Gap clothing. And I would buy all the collections, and she had matching hair bows, matching socks. I mean, everything. This kid was dressed to the nines until she was 10 years old. Well, and I'll tell you why I quit buying all that stuff, because I spent a small fortune on her clothing, a small fortune. Well, every time I'd send her to school, she'd come home and there'd be mustard all over her Gymboree or mustard all over her. And I'm like, what happened? And you can't get mustard out of anything. I don't care what you use. Peroxide doesn't work. Vinegar doesn't work. Scrubbing it doesn't work. Nothing works. So I quit. I told her, I said, I can't buy you these clothes anymore. You're just going to have to wear Walmart clothing because from now on, all you do is destroy them. So now we say all the time that Mustard travels 100 miles to get on my daughter's clothes. And it is so true. But, oh, you don't know how many outfits she ruined over the course of, I don't know, maybe it was 5 or 6 years of her discovering Mustard. Yeah, it's crazy.
I tell you, the older I get, I have a hard time keeping stuff off my shirt. I mean, I don't care what it is.
Don't wear a white shirt, Tom.
So see, Tom can relate.
I mean, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I only eat once a day.
You know, I only really eat once a day. I have a small snack in the morning, but it's usually hummus and carrots or something like that. And then we have a bigger meal in the evening, but I guess you can't call it fasting because it's so separated, but I don't eat much. I wish I did. I wish I could. That was another thing that happened when old age happened is my capacity to eat a large meal diminished tremendously.
You know what? Ever since I started this little diet that I'm on, and I'm putting it, by the way, like I actually got the notice to reorder. I'm gonna keep going on my own. I still have a ton of the food they sent me, but I can't keep paying for it. It's really, really expensive, and this was always the deal, like 2 months. But
right.
Anyhow, yeah, I don't remember. I was going with the story. Sorry.
Taz, thank you very much. Thank you. I can't wait to see him, but it's going to be a few weeks, about 2.5 weeks. But at least he's healthy, and that is all anybody could ever ask for, you know?
That's like me when I got here. I'm sorry. Yeah, I saw your thumbnail, and then like it took me about 30 minutes to congratulate you. You know, that's amazing.
It's okay. The link you put for Grumpus is a StreamYard link, not a YouTube page. Uh-oh.
I fixed it.
Oh,
you fixed it? Okay.
Oh, was it my link?
I don't know. I don't know which one he's talking about because there were a lot of links up there. I'm not sure which one.
I fixed it.
Thank you, Grumpus.
Sorry.
I was talking about my capacity to eat a lot of food at one time, and that's when you started talking about your plan and your.
Oh yeah. Well, this is just.
Hey, and that was with a glass of wine under my belt. Okay.
Hey,
I stayed on track.
Yay!
Go me!
Got you.
Very proud of you. Very proud of you.
Yeah, I'm unsupervised tonight, so there's nobody here like Sheriff. So,
okay, we got your back, girl.
No. Anyhow, no. It's just small bites and everything. That's really worked out. And I tell you what, I don't miss having like the big heavy meals, like for breakfast, for lunch, for dinner, those kind of things. I feel much better eating much lighter.
Do you know my favorite breakfast in the whole world is French toast? I've loved it since I was a child. And now I only eat it about once a month, maybe once every 2 months even. But every once in a while on a Sunday morning, I will make French toast, especially if I have the good bread. I don't like to make it out of crappy bread, but the store-bought stuff. Or I like the loaves of the bakery type loaves, not the bagged up stuff. And so yeah, every great now and then I'll have some French toast, and it is absolutely amazing. And it makes me so happy to eat it. And I don't know why.
I know. It's such comfort food. It's such comfort food. It's so good.
For me, it is. It makes my whole day.
We were talking the other night, me and Marie, amazed at the amount of food that we used to eat. Okay. I mean, crazy. Right. And now it's just, now I butcher my own meat and stuff like that. I mean, I buy in bulk and I cut it all up and vacuum seal it. And, ton of chickens and beef and pork. The only thing I can't get is lamb. Well, I could get it. I don't want to pay $40 for a 2 pound
Right.
Leg of lamb.
Right.
So, but the amount of stuff that we would go through, I mean, it's crazy. I mean, the breads and stuff. Holy crap.
Right.
And Marie's Italian, so she would make a homemade Italian cheesecake. You know, like she would do like once a week, would make that. We'd make pies.
Goodness. See, in our house, a nice cheesecake like that, that's like a once a year event. That's an event. It's usually that'll be something my daughter would make for Christmas dinner or Thanksgiving or something like that, and we don't eat it again until the next year because wow, I can't even imagine eating it every week.
Thomas.
But that's cool
Thomas.
though.
Yes, sir.
Thomas,
Yes, sir.
that's what I'm having for dinner.
Ooh.
Oh, boy.
A leg of
Leg of
a leg of lamb.
Oh. See, you guys
Oh.
have such good access to lamb
Wow.
over there.
I'll wrestle you for it.
I know, right? Me first, Rumpus. You better wait in line.
Damn.
Isn't
Hey,
it beautiful?
you like that?
Yes, sir. Bah. Bah. Bah.
Well, my favorite are the chops.
I like the shoulder chops. Put them
Oh,
under the
okay.
broiler. Yeah, I mean, Jesus. But I was in the store the other day, and it was 2 pounds, boneless, a boneless leg. They said it was 39 and change.
Oh, for the
Chicken.
love of Pete.
Chicken wings, 2 pound bag of chicken wings was almost 39 and change.
Dear Lord. I'll be right back, you guys. I gotta let my cat in.
Yeah.
Come on, Josie. Come on.
Crazy.
Why
And
are
meat
you
prices are
following me
nuts.
like that?
I thought they were going down a little bit, and then yesterday I went to this Smart and Final I go to, and seen
Come on.
I think it was 16 pounds for a brisket, big fat cap on it. I wanted $119 for it.
I bought caught a sale and bought a brisket Wednesday evening, 15.5 pounds, and I got it for $1.87 a pound. It was $3.99, and then they had it was at Kroger, so if you had your little key ring fob, you could get it $2.99, and then it had an online coupon that brought it down to $1.87.
Damn.
So it was a $68 brisket. I got it for $28.
It's just completely nuts. And
Brisket.
you know what?
The price of brisket is insane.
It's stupid,
Yeah.
stupidly
No,
high.
it's insane. Like it's always been an expensive cut of meat, but we were looking at like a full-size brisket to cook for our family, and it was like $150. We were like, what?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I'll just get it catered for that price.
Yeah, it's nuts. It's
Oh,
just-
hello, Guardian. Are you talking about me?
Well, Marcel, you're the only lady that was in here with
You gonna
Oh,
send?
I-
You gonna
Yeah,
send
throw
him
your
the
link
link,
up there.
Marcel?
all of you. I think
Are you gonna?
Yes. Yeah. He said yes.
Oh, okay.
Gigi. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to assume.
I know it's hard to. You can't
It
assume.
is.
My lord.
Well, you know, the news and everything has us on edge. I don't know.
Yeah, no, you don't want to offend anybody.
Right. Thank you, Guardian. Thank you.
I went today and I got maybe 5 items in the store. It was,
That's my cooking channel,
it was
Guardian.
$45.
Oh,
For junk. Yeah, for just.
it sounds like groceries might be higher where you are than they are where I am, or I just shop differently.
Yeah. No, it is. They definitely are. Definitely.
You fit right in here, Guardian.
Yeah, you fit in real well. So your groceries seem to, because I was just looking at a brisket today, in fact, and what caught my eye was the $23 price tag on it. And it was $6.99 a pound.
Oh.
And I almost bought it, but I didn't. And I'm thinking about going back tomorrow and getting it. Now, it wasn't a big one. You know, it was only 3-4 pounds, somewhere in there. But
Thank you, Guardian. I'm happy to have you.
So that was just the flat or the point, right?
Yeah, it was the point.
Yeah.
It was the point.
I was just telling Tom I just bought a brisket Wednesday night for $1.87 a pound for choice.
$1.87 a pound.
It was $3.99 a pound, and they had it reduced down to $2.99 if you had your little, keychain thing.
Mm-hmm.
It was at Kroger's, and then they had on their app they had a coupon that bring it down to $1.87. So I bought a $68 brisket for $28.
Holy Toledo!
15 and a half pounds.
Do you have an HEB near you?
Oh yeah, I got a couple of them.
I wish I had one here, because I've been listening to different channels that are posting what grocery prices are all over the place. Yeah. And some of the deals you guys are getting at the HEB are pretty darn good deals.
They take care of us.
Yeah. Now, I love our Winn-Dixie, but you have to know how to shop at a Winn-Dixie. If you buy anything that's not on sale at Winn-Dixie with your little card where you get points and all that stuff, you are getting way overcharged, period. And when I go to Winn-Dixie, I look through their sale thing, I circle what I want, and that is all I buy. Then I go to Walmart for the rest, because we don't really have a huge variety of grocery stores around here. We have Walmart, we have Winn-Dixie. There is a cost plus 10% store called Frugal's. But in my opinion, it's a little higher than some of the other places because of that extra 10% they add on at the end. Because you're not really paying. If something says, let's say you're getting a 2 for $1 macaroni and cheese. Well, no, you're not. You're getting 2 for $1.10. And that adds up over the course of an entire grocery bill. But yeah, I mostly just shop at Walmart and Winn-Dixie.
I also do a lot of seafood, so I was getting shrimp really good prices for it, and U15s. It's 13 to 15 per pound.
Wow!
And I was getting that. I was getting 2-pound bags for that for it was like 15 and change. Well, that went out the window. That's now it was $27, almost $10.
Oh. Do you see what Guardian said? She said, I just got rid of 200 bad channels and was looking for some good channels to replace them. And she picked us, you guys. Thank you so much.
I hope
Thank
I made
you.
the cut.
Yeah, that is really nice. Heck yeah. If you buy meat from Walmart, buy meat on black trays only. Don't ask why. Okay, I'm not asking. I normally don't buy my meat from Walmart. I usually get that from Winn-Dixie.
Black is from the U.S. Black is from the U.S. White is from Mexico.
I see. Well, that's good to know. Thank you. Because I really don't want to buy meat that's been shipped over from God knows where for 16 days or however many days it takes. I don't want that. But
yeah, lamb's running about $25 a pound here.
Oh gosh.
I rarely cooked with lamb. It's just not typical meat for us.
Well, I sure do love the I used to get the chops at Sam's Club, and they'd have the little tiny racks.
Yeah.
And I would buy 2, and they were $20 a piece at the time. The last time I was at Sam's Club, it was $40 for one, and I'm like, nope, can't do it. Sorry, I'll have to eat lambs another time.
But here's what bothers me. Okay, we have Smith's here, which is a Kroger, Okay. And also I have this, it's a semi-restaurant supply and that's open to the public. All right.
Okay.
But you go into Smith's and you look at the meat prices and they're ridiculous. At the end of the counter, at the end of the meat case, they have all the meats that are marked down that didn't sell. Half of them are bad and stuff like that. I don't understand why they do that. You know what I mean? Bring the prices down. If you're gonna mark it down after 3 days, and I seen a lady looking at a pack of chicken breasts that the plastic was ballooned.
Oh no!
Yeah, and they had on it half price.
I wouldn't have bought that.
No, exactly.
Oh my goodness. Jeez.
Now they just implemented out here. They just implemented that in the store. They see an elderly person buying an abundance of cat food, that they're to question them.
Yep, because they'll eat cat food because they can't afford regular food.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Not like a good.
Oh,
can
that's
of
been
Puss in
happening for
Boots.
years. I remember that was a thing back when my grandmother was still alive in the 90s.
I mean, not like a good can of Puss in Boots and a swig of catnip.
That sounds delicious.
With crackers.
Well, and I don't know. Now I do buy my 10-pound bags of chicken. Quarters. I buy those at Walmart, but they're not on a tray, and I don't know where they get them from. I don't have a clue. But the bag's not bloated. So. And actually, I can get them cheaper at Frugal's. But why just go there for one thing? I'm not doing that.
Yeah, especially if you're paying $6 a gallon for gas.
Right. Well, I can't drive because I have double vision. So Poppy bought me an electric tricycle. And so that's how I get to the grocery store. I got a great big basket on the back, and it's got a bungee type netting cover on it. Cool. And I can stack that basket twice the size and bungee it down and haul butt home. It's fun. I actually enjoy the tricycle a lot. There are some days I haven't been able to drive since probably 2003. Wow. So there's I have dreams about driving. I have some days I really would like to just get in the car and go.
I said to my wife, I said, how did you get a driver's license? How? How? I mean,
what does she have? What does she say?
I'm curious about her response.
Yeah, I really want to know.
Yeah, I got about 6 stitches. It was okay though. It was all right. She pulled that. She pulled that. Well, guys, she pulled that to a stop sign.
I gotta go.
All right, Marcel. Thank you so much for coming tonight. We enjoyed it so much.
Have a good evening, Marcel.
Good night, honey.
Have a nice holiday.
Oh,
I was saying she pulled out to a stop sign and she's looking back and forth. I said, Marie, it's clear from here to Albuquerque, for Christ's sake, pull out. What are you doing? Unbelievable. And she knows it. She knows she shouldn't be driving, And the older we get, it's just like, no, she gets afraid. And I say, yeah, you know what? You don't have to drive. I'll drive.
Right.
Please. Rather be safe than sorry.
I would love to be able to get in a car and just drive somewhere, anywhere.
So about 2 hours later, I said to her, I says, Marie, I says, Uber's looking for drivers. That night she wrote a murder story.
I bet she did. Oh my goodness. And the hell of it is, when you can't drive, you can't really go get a job anywhere. Because what happens when it's raining? I'm not going to ride my electric tricycle in the rain to a job. I'll be calling that job saying, yeah, it's raining. This old lady ain't showing up. So I'm not going to keep a job for very long. And it's not like Poppy can take me back and forth to work because he has a job that he has to be at, you know. So here it is.
We'll just get you one of them jobs that pays, you know, $25,000 a month. They're online. They're everywhere.
The foot jobs.
I see them ads all the time. Just work at home, 25 a
I know,
month.
right? It's insane. Well, I'll tell you, if I could just make my life the train wreck that Foodie Beauty has made her life and her channel, then she's raking in 12 grand a month.
I tell you, I look at some channels on here and I just say to myself, how in the hell do they have 165,000
right
subscribers? I don't get it. I mean, just Jesus, crying out loud.
They hit it at the right time and they gave the audience what they wanted when they wanted it, I guess. I don't know. There's another channel that I used to frequent. And same thing. Her life is boring. Her channel's boring. Her content's boring. But she unfortunately weighs close to 600 pounds and people look at her for the freak show.
That's the thing I don't understand.
Okay? I don't. It's like the Dr. Now shows, you know. I don't watch those.
Watch me eat.
Well, right? That's what she does. She eats on camera, and she's killing herself on camera and getting paid. Oh my God, money I can't even visualize to do it.
I don't know.
So guys, if I eat on camera and get to be 600 pounds, will you guys still watch me?
Only if you can do a keto.
No. Oh, I'd never be able to do it keto. Shoot, I'd lose.
But most of the shows you watch on television, not that I don't really watch TV anymore, but most of those shows to me seem a waste of time, and I can't believe some of them rate. They're so, like, we've got one here that's called. They've even got its own acronym. It's what is it? It's called Married at First Sight. So
that is the dumbest damn show I've ever seen in my life.
Max. Oh, you've got it there too, have you?
I hate that show. Yes.
It is the most popular show of all time here.
Is it really?
And it's absolute crap.
Stupid.
But what people? But why the soap operas, Days of Our Lives, the most popular shows of all time? 40, 50 years they've been going.
Yeah.
I mean, people love it because
my grandma used to plan her whole day around that show.
Well, my grandma did too.
So, you know.
I learned how to crochet in front of the TV with Young and the Restless on it.
Yeah. My grandma did all of her ironing during the soap operas.
I mean, look at the Beatles, for example. They're the most popular band in the world, and they're the most, banal, overrated crap that I've ever heard.
Oh,
most people. I love the Beatles.
Thank you.
The Monkees were better. The Rolling Stones were better.
Yes.
Anyone was better.
Yeah.
The Kingston Trio was better.
The Kingston Trio, whoever they were. I love them already.
The Everly Brothers were better.
But, you know, people watch what they watch and listen to what they think is good and whatever, you know.
Right.
I mean,
you
Paul McCartney's have you ever listened to Mull of Kintyre?
Who?
I mean, that song that he did, Mull of Kintyre, The Girl Is Mine. I could go on. Horrendous. The man should be. The man should. I mean, I'm not going to go there. I'm going to get politically incorrect and say things I shouldn't say.
I can make it private.
You're not allowed to say that the Beatles suck, but I'm saying it. They suck.
Yeah. I know. I've never cared for them.
I didn't like
and I'll tell you another band I don't care for: the Beach Boys. Don't hate me. Don't hate me. I don't care for them.
They're better than the Beatles.
Yes, better than the Beatles, but I just don't care.
The Beatles suck, so I'm not saying much.
Charlotte, right now, Brian Wilson, he's close to 80, is on tour.
Oh, come on.
I hope Marcel doesn't like the Beatles. Marcel, do you like the Beatles?
His famous his famous song that he does now on the concert tour is "In My Room."
Are you kidding me?
In my room, he sang. I said, "Yeah, with diapers on." Get
Right.
your room.
I mean, he's 112 years old.
I mean, it's just crazy.
What in the world is he singing a song that a teenager sang, 70 years ago? I don't know. Come on, Marcel. No, I don't like John Lennon either.
She's saying she likes John Lennon.
I know, but I don't like him either.
Well, what I was going to say that was very controversial was to do with John Lennon. I just can't bring it. I can't say it.
Can't say it.
I agree with Marcel that John Lennon was better.
I think he was the most talented of the group.
George Harrison was.
I really want to say what I want to say, but I'm not going to say it.
Great guitar player.
Maybe George Harrison. Yeah.
I agree with you, Tom.
George Harrison was the most talented of all of them.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who I loved.
The Traveling
loved
Wilburys were actually good.
Yeah.
Back in the day, the Eagles were where it was at for me.
Yeah.
You didn't like them?
But do you know how the Eagles started? How the Eagles actually became?
I don't.
They were the backup band for Linda Ronstadt.
Well, see, I love her too. Linda Ronstadt. Oh God, the talent.
I never knew that.
Yeah, they were the backup band, and I guess the drummer, I can't remember his name, but he said, "Yeah, I think it's time we got to move on," because they were doing their own songs. Mm-hmm. She did Desperado. She did all most of the songs that they had.
Right.
And then they went to her and they said, "Look, I hate to do this to you, but anyway," she said, "No, I already ripped up your contracts. Go do it." Yeah.
Oh wow!
It was a big responsibility for getting them going.
She, I love Linda Ronstadt.
Yeah.
And you know who else I used to like was Melissa Manchester.
Oh yeah.
Loved her.
Yeah.
But people today are all auto-tuned, and it's very rare to find a voice that's a notable voice.
Yeah.
Very rare.
Yeah.
Very rare.
I like all kinds of music. I've been playing the drums since I'm 5.
Oh, okay.
I like all kinds of music. I like,
I do too.
I can even tolerate a little bit of rap music here and there just because it's got a beat in it. The rest of the stuff I don't care for. But I find myself going back. Tony Bennett, for instance.
Yeah.
That poor bastard. He's got Alzheimer's. Okay. And
Apparently,
the only thing he recognizes is music.
Is the song.
Is that music?
Yes.
It's incredible.
And he knows it. He knows it perfectly.
Yeah.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
Isn't that something?
Yeah.
Shame. It's a shame.
Yeah.
It is a shame.
What a legend, though. What a legend.
Hey, Grumpus, did you see Dutchie change his name?
No.
You know Dutchie?
I don't think. I
Dutchie's
don't think
from He's Dutchie's cooking. He's from
He's
UK.
an English guy.
Yeah. He changed his name.
Now let me write it
well,
down.
I hope he didn't change it to Doris.
Well, he did it with my approval, Tom.
Ah, good.
Did he?
So what's the channel name?
Hold on 1 minute. I'll bring it up.
Well, it was Dutchie Cooking. It might still be. I think it's changed it yet.
Dutchie Outdoor Kitchen with Dutchie.
Has he changed it? He's changed it now.
Yeah, Dutchie Outdoor. I tell you what, he's got some nice equipment.
Oh.
Yeah, he wouldn't have done it if I hadn't agreed with it.
I kind of figured that.
I agreed. And so I thought that was a good decision.
What kind of channel does he have? A cooking channel as well?
Yeah. He was doing. I guess he started out cast iron and grills and stuff, but now he's opening it wide open.
Okay.
Didn't you you've slightly changed your name, haven't you?
Yes, I did.
Wasn't it? It was Thomas, and now it's Tom.
Yeah, Thomas Garvey, keto cooking with diabetes, and
now it's Tom.
Lep told me, he said, Lep must have been high as a Georgia pine because he went, "Whoa, dude, that's too many words."
Who? Lep?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like the Lep I know.
Yeah.
That sounds like love.
So I said, okay, I'll change it. I did.
Oh, Dutchy Outdoor Cooking and Barbecue. Yeah, I've seen some of his stuff. It just didn't ring a bell with me.
Yeah.
Oh.
I tell you, he's got this one grill. It looks homemade to me. So I had something similar to it. But it looks like it's got angle iron for the grates. It's got the crank. You crank it up and down.
Oh,
you
yeah,
move it up and
Santa
down.
Maria.
Yeah.
Oh, this is not good.
Well, if you've got the angle iron for the grates, I think they call that something else. Ballistic Barbecue has one.
I made one when I was down in North Carolina. I made it out of half of stainless steel 55-gallon drum. And I took the angle
My dad
irons
used
off.
to have one like that he made for himself. He could fit so much food on that. I mean, it was just everywhere.
Yeah.
Crazy. But now my brother, oh my God, I can't remember. One of these days soon, I am going to get my brother to send me a picture of his smoker. It is stainless steel. It's enormous. It has a spinning rack in it. And it's a well-known name, but it's old. It's very old. And he picked this thing up on like Facebook Marketplace or Craigslist or something like that for super cheap. And I will very soon have him send me a picture and show you guys what it looks like. It's amazing. And he can cook on that thing like nobody's business.
Grumpus, have you also seen Fire and Steel Barbecue?
No, that's a new one to me.
He's in Texas. He's in, I
I ain't
think.
gonna get nothing done this weekend. Byron Steel?
Yeah, Fire and Steel.
Fire
Barbecue.
and Steel. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Barbecue. His name is Will.
Yeah, because you've still got to do that ice cream video, Grumpus. So you're going to be busy, man. You're going to be so busy. And it's your birthday, so
Him and a guy named another one. He lives in Dallas. Rockstar Barbecue.
Yeah, I've seen
John.
his stuff.
John, he's not too bad, John.
there's so many.
Yeah.
There are tons.
So
And I just,
many. Oh, yeah, it's so hard to keep up. And they're all good.
yeah.
Even the dudes. Have you seen that guy? He's. I'm considering subscribing to his channel. I keep telling him, just do one more that impresses me, because there's a few that haven't really. It's a bit ordinary. But one more. I mean, I didn't hesitate with you, Grumpus, or you, Charlotte, or you, Tom. I didn't hesitate. The first video I watched impressed me, but him.
Did you watch the collab with the hot seat with him?
No. See, it's difficult for me with these lives because I'm usually working, you know. This is the one I like because all you people are freaks. You're up late at night, you know.
I know, right?
Patrick, your ears should have been ringing.
Well, it's probably now. Lep's an interesting guy because his channel. I don't watch a lot of his stuff because most of it's live stream stuff. It's like 2-3 hours long. I've watched pretty much all of his cooking videos, and I love it when he cooks.
You were brought up quite a bit.
Like brought up? You mean?
I'm pleading the fifth here. I'm not going. I said, but
Well, see, the dude gets brought up here all the time.
Oh yeah. Especially that credit card.
Yeah, well, it's all about the money, isn't it?
It's all about the money. Always,
Yeah.
always.
As nice as he is, he's a nice guy, but really, he's loaded.
After the third,
And I don't mean loaded. You know, I mean like money. Well, he is loaded, but he's the money too. You know? Telling you, Thomas, it's good. It's good that you know him because if he sees your name on the credit card bill, he won't mind so much.
Yeah.
So, Tom, ask Tom, all right then. Yeah.
We'll just pass it
We'll
around.
write it up. Put it on the tab. Yeah.
Yeah. I need some new drumsticks I gotta get.
My son plays the drums.
Does he really?
Yeah, well, he's just learning. He's in the band at school, and he's been playing for 2 years now. And my daughter started off on the drums, but she plays the marimba now.
How old is he?
He is 13.
Ah, great. Yeah.
I thought about getting him a drum set, but then I thought that it would drive me crazy and I'd kill him, so I decided not to.
Get electric set.
I could do that. And he has his drum pad that he plays on in his bedroom, but, you know. And that's not too annoying. What do we got here? Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. You know, I should do that. Christmas is a-coming. And I've been struggling with what to buy him for Christmas.
Well, the dude's credit card's there.
I got an envelope for that. I'm good on Christmas.
Yeah, but it's your money. Don't spend your money, Charlotte. Spend someone else's.
I can't do that.
It'll force him to get. It's going to force him to get that second job at Pizza Hut.
That he needs.
Just down the road. I've googled
Right.
it. It's just down. He could walk there.
Okay.
And he won't do it. He won't do it.
And
Well,
the more you encourage him, the more he digs his heels in, huh?
Tom, if you ever, when you talk to the dude next, tell him that you love Pizza Hut pizza and you wish that someone, try and upsell it so that he might like the idea of going and working there, because he needs to. The idea is, I want the credit card limit to be increased. But he can't do it unless he gets a second job. So this is all on you, Tom. Are you there? Can you hear me? You've gone silent. I can't hear you.
He muted himself.
Okay.
He muted himself, probably on purpose.
He might have. He didn't want to hear you.
He's
like,
muted. He's muted
I'm
me.
going to pretend like I can't hear this so that when I don't do it, it'll be okay. Patrick, I didn't hear you. His wife got pretty mouthy into. Oh, whose wife? Oh.
Ah, well. Very unlike you.
She was really drunk, very unlike her. Ha ha. Apparently, that one was directed at you, Grumpus. That comment from
Oh.
How about now?
Marcel, I didn't know he was married. I thought that was just his girlfriend.
No good, huh?
He can hear you. He can hear
We
you.
can hear you now.
Yay.
This thing.
You probably, when we couldn't hear you, you probably said the funniest joke of all time.
Probably.
And we missed it. We couldn't hear it.
I did. I got Alzheimer's. I can't remember what I said.
Oh, for the love of Pete.
We've all got Alzheimer's. Just to varying degrees.
I was going to say to Marcel, don't you hate a man who can't control his wife?
I didn't get hit, did I?
Sometimes you can't make him mind.
That's right. Poor Poppy.
Marie's been sleeping now for a couple hours. I'm just tempted to ring that bell, see what happens. But I have to put Kevlar on.
Oh, Grumpus. Apparently they've been married for 27 years.
I thought that was his girlfriend. I didn't know he.
I'll be darned.
Well,
I thought he liked her. I didn't know they were married.
Well, I'll tell you this. Here's something my dad told me. Look, I'm full of dadisms tonight because I got off the phone with my dad today and he made me laugh and pee my pants. But he used to tell me all the time, oh, shoot, now I've lost it. See, menopause does that too. What were we talking about? Refresh my memory.
We were talking about your first experience No, we weren't. No.
Wait
No, we
a
weren't.
minute.
No, we weren't.
Sorry, no, it's a different conversation.
Oh, here it is. Okay, my dad told me when I was a young person and I was dating this individual who was not a real nice person, right? And I told my dad that he had asked me to marry him. And he said, don't do it, because the worst day that you have dating somebody is the best day you have when you're married to them.
Ooh.
Mike, say that again.
The worst day with someone that you're dating is the best day you'll have when you're married to them.
Jesus. There you go. That's an answer.
Now, look, Dad's a cynical guy, okay? But
You think?
I took his advice. He's also a very funny guy. But
Well, I find that funny.
he.
Because I would tend to agree with him
I'll be
based
right
on
back.
my.
I know, right? Here. But he's also the guy that told me, if you're not going to do business, don't advertise.
Yes, that's a good one.
Yeah, I agree with that
That
one.
is a good one. Yeah, I definitely agree with that one.
Yeah, but I was
Yep.
like 14 when he told it to me. I was really offended.
Well, you would be at 14. But
It hurt my feelings a little bit, and I'm like,
but that's a really good one. I mean, when you think about other parts of the world that perhaps don't treat women necessarily as equals,
right.
and without mentioning countries and areas and regions, there are
Right.
certain areas of the world where women are not given any rights.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right today, right now.
Right now. Mm-hmm.
And so I think that, yeah, you should, if I was a woman, I would want to be born, to be particularly, yes, but there'd be particular countries I would rather be born in, put it that way.
Oh, yeah.
If I had to choose. And
Mhm.
one of them would be the United States. Australia
Well-
would be a good one. There's some.
There are some.
Because,
Canada's always a nice place, I think.
Canada, yeah. There's lots of countries that treat women equally, but
Mhm.
there are some that don't.
Right. That's
Yeah.
not a place I'd ever want to go. Those
No.
places. Mm-mm.
No.
Hmm.
No.
And I
No,
can't
it's not good.
imagine. Did we lose you again, Tom?
No, I'm here.
Oh, okay, good. Oh hell, what was I going to say? Oh,
I think
no,
Tom- I
I'm
think
starting
Tom-
to lose it.
I think Tom's messing with us a bit. I think he's like sometimes he's and then pretending. He's pretending.
Gotcha.
Yeah. See, I know what you're on about, Tom.
Like
No,
whenever Wesley tells me, "Huh? What'd you say? What'd you say?" and I start doing fake sign language. Did you know?
Do you know what do you call it?
That's ugly. I shouldn't have said that, but that's
Yeah,
what it
but
is. Yeah,
there
what
again,
it is what it is.
yeah, exactly.
I-
Hey, did you see that one politician here in the States that did a whole speech and the guy next to him was phony?
Yes, I forget who that was.
I can't remember who it was.
I
but the
want
whole-
to say it was Ron DeSantis.
it was through a whole. Yeah, I think it was.
I think it was.
What was happening? What was happening?
The guy was given, he's a governor of Florida, and he was giving a
Yeah, I know.
speech. And they always have a person in the little lower bottom
Yeah, doing the sign
doing
language.
the sign, right, for the hearing impaired. And the guy was just making the shit up.
Oh, okay.
It was totally wrong. Everything was, yeah, he was like, and I'm like, oh my God.
Somebody called into the news organization and said, "This guy, I don't know what he's talking about. He just." And I tell you why. Look,
It was a big scandal.
yes, I mean certain things, you gotta be politically correct. I'm not, but
Right.
but you gotta laugh your ass off at some of that stuff because it's funny. I mean, I'm sorry, but
It's freaking hilarious.
I just watched one of my when I started my channel. I've got a few core channels that I've stuck with. You know, we've all sort of grown together. This is one of those, and I just watched one of his videos earlier on.
Yeah.
And there's a guy. They tell a joke in it. It's a very short joke, and it was like my jaw just went. It was like, you can't say that, but they did.
You can't say that.
It was a very, shall we say, misogynistic joke about women. And straight away after they said the joke, it's hilarious. I thought, well, I can't say that it's, I don't know. No, it wasn't hilarious. I didn't laugh at all, but I just couldn't believe they actually said it and he's edited it into the video. I'm like, oh my God.
Patrick, you're one of the only people I know that I see on YouTube that'll actually say, this was bad. Everybody else, you see everybody else's face going like this. Oh, that was good. Like that, you tell now.
And Patrick's like, no, just no.
Yeah. Well, that's the truth. I mean, most of the stuff that I do is I don't even know why I'm doing it. I think I'm turning it into a diet channel because I think if they actually ate what I ate or what I cooked, they'd lose weight very quickly.
Well, that's not true because my kids are growing like weeds, and I use a few of your recipes on them.
You do not, Charlotte.
I do. I even made the floating pie, but I didn't use pea soup.
Floating.
What's that thing called? A floater or something?
That's something else. That's
Oh yeah, it is, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that does describe.
Oh, that was great, wasn't it?
My mother would agree with that. So yes, most of that's what he cooks. Yes.
It was a floater later on.
It's some kind of pie you put in pea soup. I didn't think the kids would like the green stuff, so I decided to leave that off. But they liked it.
Or the brown.
Or the brown.
Laughing myself sober here.
I know, right?
Gang, I'm going to sign off because I got to get up early.
Yeah, I was just about to say I'm losing my crap here. I'm getting a little silly and goofy and can't remember crap. So I think I'm going to call it a night, guys. Thank you so much for coming and joining me tonight.
Cheers, everyone.
You guys are the best.
It's been
fun. It's nice to see you.
And Marcel, thank you too. And you guys have a wonderful evening.
Patrick, it's always great.
Tom.
I'll see you guys next week.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
We'll see you.